But I know for myself, what I found most interesting with Islam was the Salah, was that there is a way to pray, because that's what Christianity doesn't have.
Uh, well, that's debatable.
Check it
Yeah,
out.
I get you.
If you go to a church, if you go to a church,
Yeah,
right? There's
yeah.
no law. There's no, like, it doesn't mean
Set
people.
way.
There's no, like, people are people, whatever the fuck. But like in a church, like, you don't know if like a couple was together that morning when you meet them at church. Like in Islam, like, after like a couple has been together in the morning or whatever, like there's like a procedure that has to take place that involves cleanliness, and that no one is unclean when they go to the mosque or the masjid or whatever. That's the theory. Like there's rules, like you don't enter into prayer unclean. And like I don't think, and like I always felt like, Christianity allowed for so much filthiness in ways that, like, I liked Islam's cleanliness, and the Salah makes that, it's so it's also for mankind. It's not for God. Like prayer is like for you, it's not for God. And like, and in that way, like it helps one correct oneself, and like calm.
God needs nothing.
Right. Like your prayers for you. It's like Islam is the way it's said is, Islam is for you. Like if I'm in a state of like depression or a state of whatever, like that, unfortunately those seem to be the times when and I wish that I was more catering to my faith in some ways, but those tend to be the times where like Salah and those things come to play, and Islam reminds us to make sure that we, remember Allah even in our success, because that's when you get lazy, right? But there's like, I don't know, there's beauty in the religion to me, like, but everything I think has its allegorical points too. I don't think Islam or Allah is he doesn't, like, he's aware of our sarcasm, he's aware of our sense of humor, he doesn't miss a beat. You know what I mean? That's what I think. Closer to you than your jugular vein. Like, I don't know, understands us completely, man. That's how I see Allah.
Yeah, I hear you. It is. I do agree that it is like an answer to the rebellious nature. It's like it's a direct result of our incapability or our inequity.
Well,
It
it's like,
came out of
yeah, it's
yeah.
our crutch. It's a crutch. You know what I mean? Like, it's a crutch in the most beneficial way. But at the same time, I've always loved the philosophy that, all religion is a crutch. You know what I mean? Essentially. And I think that, God loves those who help themselves. So it's like you can't just sit there begging God to help you and do nothing for yourself. The Creator gave you arms and legs to move across the earth and do things.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier with the Humpty Dumpty and the Wizard
Right.
of Oz. Yeah,
Yes.
perfect.
And you can't, I don't know. That's how I see it. Like, same thing with like, man was given dominion over the earth. That means you need to fucking study it. There's no like, well, it's so complicated and man made it and man created law and it's so complicated. And, no, the creator gives us the ability to create these things, and you need to understand them and have dominion over them. Not complain about like, oh, it's so complicated. That's what I think.
Yeah. It boils down to try your best, really.
Well, yeah, and keep going. You know what I mean? And keep going.
Keep on trying your best.
Well, it's and not even, I love that line though. Stop your coming and come. Stop your trying and do it.
I see. Very Star Wars Yoda.
Yeah, sure.
There is no try. Right? Yeah, never mind. That's not
Yeah,
important.
that's it. Yoda was right. Fucking, it's like, that's it, man. It's like talking to a girl or something. Yeah, there's no trying. You're either like, you know what I mean? You're either going, you know what I mean? Like, or not that there's no trying, but like, But like the idea of like being sure of yourself, I don't know, and knowing that.
Do your best. Yeah, do your best. Or else, what do you think you're even doing?
Well, it's like think of like all the lost opportunities. Like you can't. And I used to always think this: if I'm not dead and I'm not in jail, the fuck am I afraid of?
Dying and going to jail.
Well, fair enough, but like, what am I afraid of if I'm not in those predicaments?
In a potential, a phantasm, a
Well, no,
possibility, right?
well, I'm just saying in the sense that like why would you not try to do something? You know what I mean? If you thought you could do it, because the opportunity is there. It's like why wouldn't you do it? Like because like a lot of times like we talk ourselves out of opportunity. I think I've done it. And I'm just saying. Like stop your trying and do it. There's no good tries, best effort. There's no, you know what I mean. It's either done or it's like a job or something. You know what I mean? Like either you get it done or you have to have somebody come help you. You helpless fucking. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Either
Well, to balance out the other side of it, you know, people are conditioned through trauma, like some sort of dog that's always worn like a shock collar in the backyard, right? Tries to cross a certain line. There's no fence there, but he gets shocked when he tries to go too far, right? And then eventually he's like 10 years old. You take the shock collar off, but he still never goes beyond that same line because he's been traumatized into not even like pushing the envelope or seeing what's possible or what's available to him and take advantage of that. You know,
no, I
and there's
agree.
positives and negatives to that. I mean, you got to learn, but also you can't think that was once true will always be true and let it hold you back in a negative sense. But yeah, there's always two sides of a coin. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Hope you get what I'm putting down.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I get it, and yeah, you're not wrong. Like, because that is it too. It's like people first need the courage to, you know, be able to just commit to the trying. You know what I mean? Part of like, just give like, yeah, I don't know. It's like an unhealthy person trying to get healthy. It's like that first walk's gonna be not like a record breaker, but it's the most important one. I get it.
I'll tell you what, man. I've been noticing a certain like repetitive behavior in myself uh, lately, but I'm sure it applies to sort of something throughout my entire life. And it's at the end of the night, I'm gonna be on here, chatting up on Discord and sort of talking about like possibilities, things that I'm interested in, and like projects that I might want to, you know, uh, indulge or whatever, or chase after, really go for it. And I have so much motivation, at the end of the night, and I'm doing stuff, but I fall through. I'm not saying I'm a person who never follows through on like a good idea they have, because I do, and that's not the issue I'm talking about. The issue what I want to tell you is that I have a completely different mindset as soon as I wake up. Often I'll wake up and say like I'll think about the things that I said I want to go after that before I went to bed. Then I wake up from sleep and I say, oh geez, I don't want to do that. There's this sort of like lazy nature I have at the beginning of the day where I need to like work up my passion to really go after the things that I know I want. Where I'll try to make excuses at the beginning of the day because I don't know, I'm tired. I wake up tired, I don't not bright eyed and bushy tailed. I wake up tired and I say, boy, there's these things that I want to go after, but is it really worth it? I almost sort of talk myself out of things when I wake up, even though by the end of the day, I always like am reinvigorated to go after it again. I don't know why I always wake up like this, but It's like a real put off
Is
attitude.
it the same thing? Like at the end of the day when you're reinvigorated, are you thinking to do the same thing as the end of the day from the prior night?
No, I mean, see, yesterday I had this goal to, on my server to write, about 10 paragraphs, right? There was something I wanted to express to everyone on my server, and it was about 10 paragraphs long. And I thought it was like important to get across because it involves a project that I'm asking people to join out in on me with. And that's the first step in getting this project done. And then I'm like, yeah, let's write it. This is awesome. I want to do this. And then I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, that sounds like a lot of work. But the thing is, I ended up noticing this behavior. So I said, I'm not getting out of bed until I write these 10 paragraph explanations of outline the details of the plan I had last night. And I sort of forced myself to do it. And by the end of it, I kind of like won myself back over. And so I'm not the same person who has the same repetitive dream every night and never gets any closer. Because I do manage to like overcome any doubts I have in myself and get something done, but it's just like unnecessary. I have like a really counterproductive and unnecessary attitude when I wake up towards chasing my dreams that I don't have at the end of the day. I'm always in full support of myself at the end of the day of chasing my dreams, but in the morning I just notice I'm like very like self. Not self-destructive, but something like that, But I get over it eventually and get done, stuff. But I want.
How do you discern between the bad ideas? Sometimes you might be kind of, you might have this intention of doing this thing, working on this project, which might not actually be worthwhile. And maybe when you wake up in the morning and you feel like you've gravitated away from it, maybe that's a good thing.
Maybe
how do you
right.
discern between the good ideas and the bad ideas?
Yeah, so you got to be someone who can really think through the consequences of your actions, right? The positive consequences, as in like the rewards or the costs. And I notice that, and exactly. So what I'm realizing and what I'm telling you that I do in the morning, it is absolutely a negative thing that I want to get over. It's because all the reasons I try to talk myself out of some of the things that I was passionate about the previous night before I went to bed, all the reasons I wake up with are easily dealt with and addressed as being like rooted in like vices and like sloth and greed, or some of those negative things where it's like the demons sort of you know what I mean, like the demons
like
kind of whisper in my ear.
Yeah, it's not like you've kind of like just slept on it and did like another assessment, objectively. It's just
it's not clarity.
Laziness.
It's not clarity. It's I wake up with demons whispering in my ear, and that I have to address one by one and say, "Fuck off! You're not my friend. You're giving me bad advice."
What about when you sleep? Do you have like dreams and like that kind of make you think anything, like anything to kind of tell?
I can definitely tell you my dreams. And I think this actually relates. That's a really good question. I've noticed about myself that almost all of my dreams, definitely like 99% of them, are problem solving. Almost every dream I've ever had in my entire life is you could call it a nightmare. I mean, you could almost say that I've never even dreamt before. I've never had a dream. I've only had nightmares. And I don't mean to sound like I'm being tortured at like night what do you call it? Night terrors or anything. It's nothing that serious or whatever. But one thing I've noticed about myself, and I don't know if anyone can relate to this, is that most of my dreams, and in fact pretty much all of my dreams, I find myself in some sort of situation that I don't know how I found myself in this situation, but it needs to be solved. And I go through like a very long and tedious problem solving process in my dreams to eventually reach the outcome. And then I wake up feeling like I just went through like a struggle. Yeah, it worked out in the end, but it was like I'm almost exhausted from the work I had to put in while I was dreaming.
Definitely.
And then
Might
I
be
wake
something
up,
there.
and then I wake up remembering the next goal, and I say, "Oh, I just finished this. Now I've asked myself to start it all over again. You know, can't I rest? You know, maybe I'm not like mentally resting in my dreams because I'm always problem solving in my dreams, and I don't want to
Yeah.
wake up to a new problem."
Yeah, like you've gone through kind of a struggle, and you kind of want some downtime. So it makes sense that you would kind of feel like,
I talk myself out of it, make
yeah, you want some me
excuses.
time. You want to relax,
Uh
before
huh.
you know, kind of challenge yourself with something else. Run through the gauntlet again, as it were.
Thanks for allowing me to talk that through with you guys. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the only solution is maybe like coming to practice some sort of like dreaming techniques. Like maybe I need to have a little bit of a ritual before I go to bed to maybe I don't know, steer my own dreams towards a certain direction. Like maybe I can influence my dreams to be something less orientated in that usual manner of like problem solving, and maybe just like tell myself, I don't know, I don't know the techniques, but maybe there's one
I
out
mean,
there
I
for
could
me.
give you a technique, like it's like the solution for Muslims, and you can, let that inspire you or whatever. But
I'm all ears.
in Islam, there's something called adhkar, which is basically like the remembrance of God, right? And prayer. So at night, following the night prayer, before you sleep, it's recommended to make like supplications to God, and the idea is that if you supplicate to Him, then throughout your sleep, um, angels will watch over you and protect you, and because Shaitan, the devil, he whispers to you in your sleep, and at times you'll have these like bad dreams. Bad dreams are almost always kind of they're, what's the word I'm looking for, attributed to Satan, right? To like the whispering of the evil whisperings and stuff like that. And so yeah, you say these supplications, and um, and sometimes even like you're even like Isa was talking about earlier about being in a clean state and stuff like that. And it's even recommended to make wudu to like purify yourself, um, like wash yourself before going to sleep, because then you're kind of like even in a more ready state to receive the like the protection of the angels and stuff like that. So yeah, some people swear by it.
How would you talk about that in more of a like a sort of IKEA, this is step one, this is step two, attach this piece to part B sort of
Well,
style
see, that's the thing. I
explanation?
don't know if it really applies to those that, I don't know if you believe in God.
Oh no,
Some.
don't worry about that, man. I understood exactly what you're saying, and I can definitely appreciate. I think there's a lot of wisdom in that technique. And now I'm asking you, like,
Well,
I'm
step
down like
one,
Charlie
yeah,
Brown. Yeah.
for those that are doing it, step one is, I mean, all of this is optional, obviously.
Yeah,
The
I'm listening.
obligation is doing your night prayers and stuff like that. But aside from that, doing the optional prayers and supplications is just for those that feel like it will help them. It never helps God. God is He doesn't need any of it, right? But it's for your own kind of health and
Yeah, I hear
sanity
you.
and peace and what have you. So yeah, you can choose to purify yourself like they do before prayer, and when you go to sleep in that state of like purification, it's said to be good for you. Another thing that you can do, you don't have to do these together. They're, each one is optional in and of itself. But the other thing you can do is say these supplications right before you sleep. Um, the last three surahs of the Quran are like recommended. Say them three times, and kind of like, and you're supposed to like recite them in your hand, right? Like make a kind of like a bowl, or like a, you know I don't know, like a container of your hands, and like put it up to your mouth, just so you're kind of reciting it in this closed kind of like vessel, and then after that you blow into your hands and you rub it all over your body. Rub your hands like over your body, and it's supposed to, like, protect you with the supplication of Allah, right? And then you go to sleep and you wake up in the morning, and the first thing you do when you wake up is thank God for like, the new day, basically. There's dua that they say, like a supplication. You say Alhamdulillah الذي أحيانا بعد ما ماتنا وإليه نشور, which means all praise be to God who has given us life after death. They consider sleep like a small death. Every time you sleep, it's a little mini death, kind of.
Right.
And God resurrects you from this mini death every time you wake, because a lot of people, they die in their sleep, right?
Yeah,
And
I suppose. Yeah,
all of
I
these
think.
things kind of give you, like, they give you the protection and peace and whatever to have kind of like a blessed day and a blessed night.
I don't mean to be patronizing anything, but it almost sounds, besides the whole like hand rubbing all over your body technique or whatever, it kind of seems like it sums up to think happy thoughts and make a thing about it to before you go to sleep, you know,
Yeah, it's like
like
meditation, but it's not just
focus.
meditation in and of itself. It's meditation to a higher power. To kind of rely on that higher power. You're doing what you can, which is supplicating, and then you're leaving the rest to God to watch over you.
I really jive with what you're saying, and I think there is something in there for me to really take advantage of. And I don't necessarily think I can convince myself to call out to some deity or anything, but maybe something similar to that. And I'll have to maybe figure out a way to make that my own, in a sense. And but I think that what you're saying is something worth a shot. And and I think if I research into the tradition you're talking about, I'll probably have an easier and easier time, or more successful time, like figuring out what I can do for myself in a personal style. If I maybe look further into this, is there a key word that I could check out that you could direct me towards, or a channel?
For what specifically?
The pre-sleep ritual, like you were saying.
I don't know if there's a keyword, but you could just search like supplications before sleep.
Could you say that word a little slower? Honestly, I've never heard of that word before.
Supplication?
Is that a P?
Yeah. SUPPLICATION. Supplication.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. Appreciate it, man. Supplication. Gotcha. I really respect you looking out for me in that sense, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
I'd love to wake up in a better mood. and it really is, like, I think the nature of my dreams in this repetitive manner, where it's very stressful for me usually, and it's very problem solving oriented in these very overblown situations. It isn't anything like a lot of people. I've had this before. I think we can all relate. Whoever's been like public school or whatever, you've graduated from college, you graduated from high school, but you have these dreams where you're in this position where you forgot to do your homework, and school is coming up like in the next 10 minutes, and you're like, oh my god, I forgot it, or something like that, right? There's these traumatic sort of experiences we relive that aren't real, that you entertain it in your dreams like you really did have some homework to do, but it's just completely make believe. It isn't anything like that, even though I've had those before, like we all have, but usually it's just this very unique situation. It could be anything. It's really unpredictable.
Another thing that might help you, like if we're kind of gleaning the wisdom from Islam.
Absolutely.
So after you wake up, and you say that optional, like, the optional supplication about thanking God for giving you another day. The first
Oh no,
thing that you're
I
supposed to
like that
do,
part. That's simple. Yeah.
yeah, the first thing you're supposed to do is get up out your bed. You're not supposed to be like, lazy and
Just
like
sloth
sticking in
around.
your bed and stuff like that.
Yeah.
First thing you do is get up out your bed. You go and you purify yourself. There's a word for it, a better word for it about wudu. There's like an actual ablution. Ablution. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So, anyways, you purify yourself, use the washroom, and make wudu, and then you go and you pray your morning prayers.
Wait, do you mean like physical hygiene is the first
Yeah.
thing to do?
So you go straight to the washroom, you use the washroom, and then purify yourself, like making the pre-prayer kind of ritual cleaning, the ablution, and then you go straight to your morning prayers, and um, and without thinking about other things. You don't think about, like, what you need to do for the day and this and that, and stressing yourself out about what's on your plate or schedule or what have you. It's like, almost like autopilot. You go first. The only thing on your mind is prayer, and you do your morning prayers, and then after that you're kind of like, that's kind of an exercise, a physical exercise, because you're like stretching and stuff like that. That's part of the prayers is very physical, and then you have the just the mental kind of like that reprieve that before the chaos of the day starts or whatever, and the soul kind of just relying on God, and then after that, that's when you whatever's on your plate, you tackle it, but you're kind of at that point already warmed up. You've adjusted your expectations, so maybe that'll help
Is this
you in
something
terms of
you
like
do?
not feeling like hopeless or what have you before. What'd you say?
Right. Yeah, like get the passion, like get the blood flowing, but in a like sort of a mental sense instead of a
Exactly.
physical sense. And I was asking you, is this something that you do every day, every night and
Yes,
morning?
I try to. Yeah.
Would you? I mean, would you be comfortable? Maybe I don't know. Maybe someone else besides me in here. Maybe we'd all like to maybe hear a little more details on that. It sounds interesting to me about like maybe more details of your personal practice at before and after sleep.
I mean, I basically been telling you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's
That is my
some more
routine. That is my
personal
routine.
details that you. Yeah.
I try to kind of go to bed so that I wake up at dawn. Sometimes I fall short, but the idea is that, and then sometimes, like, in addition to what I told you, I'll include um, some optional prayers. Like, I'll stay up, like, I'll wake up earlier than dawn sometimes, and I'll pray before the morning prayers. The morning prayers are supposed to be offered right at dawn, but before that you could pray these optional prayers and stuff like that. And basically, I just take some time to to kind of, I don't know, to find myself with God. I don't want to say I speak to God, but that time that you have to reflect and to remind yourself that
Well, your percentage, if I
what's that?
may. Just talk like also too like when you make your prayers, or
Hmm.
at least your prayers before and after sunrise and sunset.
Well, it's not sunrise, it's dawn, but yeah,
Well,
continue.
well, before sunrise, like before dawn, or from what I gather, because like you're supposed to not time it with the timing of the sunrise
Sure.
because it's not sun worship. So the idea is you would make your morning salah before the sun rises, and but what you're also doing is you're also you're singing the Quran, which is cool in its own way, and
Hmm.
it has its like it's music, it's vibration to a certain, not this, it's a song.
Absolutely.
The Quran is a song. It's not a book, actually. So like the Quran is a song. It's not a book. You know what I mean? And it's cool when you learn
It's
the
a book
different.
of songs.
Yeah, yeah. Well, well, like again, it's like that's the whole thing. Is it's like even the people who you know I remember I was talking politics with a friend of mine who was imam, and he was, I was talking politics with him, and what he thought about this, that, and the other thing. He looked at me, he goes, "Have you memorized the Quran yet?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, worry about politics after you've memorized the Quran." And I thought, that's interesting, and it turned me on to the notion that actually a lot of people memorize the Quran, and the Quran was meant to be memorized, and it's a song. It's not a book, but that's a
Yeah.
part of
I
that
would say
morning.
it's meant to be understood and implemented more than memorized. You have a lot of people that memorize it, and they're lacking, honestly, in their deen. They just memorize it because they took it
Well,
in
just
when they were younger, but they don't
pers-
implement it. They don't
personal,
apply it.
aside from personal Muslims, in the sense like, but memorizing is common.
Oh, absolutely, yeah,
And
and it's
so,
recommended.
right. So like, but just in that notion of a morning routine, I find that cool that there's you know, like the Al Fatiha, it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think traditional imams and shuyukh would probably, if you were to tell them, the Quran is a song, they'd reflex, you know, disagree, because when they think of song, they think of like contemporary, songs and music and stuff like that. So a knee-jerk reaction, they probably like not like that. But when you actually do think about it, it is, it's an accurate way to say it. It is poetry. It is,
Yeah,
a song.
and
Just it's not.
on that note, percentage, I've heard from a few sources that that like those Greek epics, right, the Iliad and the Odyssey, right,
Mm,
they were told millions of times before they were ever written down, and that it was a very respected career choice in a sense to be the person who has memorized the entire Odyssey and Iliad, and to be able to recite them as you like travel along with some person on their you'd be hired to sing and recite these epics um, as a way of entertainment for these people to
yeah, like
learn and
bards.
enjoy things. Yeah, and the cool thing about that is that these stories that we think of just stories were actually songs, because the way that they'd actually be recited had a sort of rhyme and rhythm to the verses as the story was told. And it isn't just this sort of like textual style of just like read the words at your own pace and your own cadence, however happen to individually and personally like recite them. Like no. These epics have an act like sort of a iambic pentameter when it comes to like Shakespeare. Like there's a proper way to emphasize every word in its pattern it belongs to when it
Mm.
comes to stuff like that. And in that same way, I think the Quran might have something in a sense similar
Oh yeah,
to that. Yeah.
yeah. It's a whole kind of like a whole body of knowledge. It's called tajweed, like the art of recitation, basically.
Ah, that's
And
cool that you
obviously,
have a word for that.
each person has their own kind of like unique
Yeah,
sound, but there
yeah.
are kind of like
That's
general rules of pronunciation and recitation.
yeah, and like cadence but of course it always is going to be an unavoidable that every person is going to kind of shine through with some sort of individuality in the
Of
way that
course,
they do
but
it.
like in
Yeah,
terms of the
of course.
actual, there are rules, like and
Uh-huh.
it's completely tied to the the language, the
Yeah.
kind of grammar rules and the pronunciation and stuff like that, the different harakat, like the diacritical marks of the Quran. It's like completely
Mhm.
interlinked from the phonetic to the textual kind of representation.
Well, I'd like to ask your opinion on on involving another layer in it, and it seems like you're not. I think you would have said it already if you had a strong opinion. So I'm just kind of asking for maybe your speculation on this, but perhaps in texts such as these, there might have been some sort of understanding by the author, or some sort of more mystical aspect where it might start involving in correlation of design with the alphabet to have some sort of like cymatic healing effect, like that the actual vibrations of the speech are designed in a way to have almost like a physical resonance of that in some way is like you know what I'm saying, like propelling.
Absolutely.
Or
yeah, and
that's a tough thing to prove, of course, but
it is. But then at the same time, you have people that there's people that are haunted by their demons, whether they're truly possessed or not, who knows. But these people, they seek treatment in the form of having like a sheikh or an imam read Quran over them, right?
right,
And it's
yeah,
called ruqya, right? And basically
yeah. There's a
there
word.
are a lot of
There's a
people
word
that,
for it, huh?
yeah, I
There's a
know,
fucking
it's another
there's a fucking
body
word
of
for it.
knowledge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's wonderful.
Yeah, it's called ruqya, and there's like specific verses that have been shown to, like, and obviously someone that does it a lot, they've kind of see it's basically like experimentation. They'll read a verse and they'll see that this one is kind of more effective at doing this sort of thing or eliciting this reaction or something like that. So there's specific verses that are you know more attuned to specific cases or what
Man,
have you.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall for those experiments.
Man, you could.
That's
I'm
exciting.
sure you could see some videos of. I mean, there's some. I'm sure there's some videos that where there's people kind of like embellishing or what have you. But there's.
Yeah,
And then you could even try it out. Actually, I would prefer that you just, just pull up a video on YouTube of ruqya and
or maybe in
just
person.
let
Uh,
in person
Maybe,
too. Yeah,
maybe
but I
something
mean,
local. That'd be even better.
yeah, but I don't know if they'd be inclined to do it just to show you what it's like
Well,
because
yeah, and not for
they'd
me,
probably more
but
reserve. Oh, you mean just to be a fly on the wall of someone doing it, to purify the demons of someone else? I don't know if, it's kind of
yeah,
like a very private thing. So,
almost like just being an observer of an exorcism or something like that.
yeah, that's
Uh,
basically it's used for exorcisms too. But that's a very private thing. I don't know if you'll have an opportunity
yeah,
to be there
that's
in
tough.
person. But yeah, you could start off
Uh-huh.
with actually just like, just letting the cymatics, as it were, like, the recitation kind of like wash over you as you're listening to it on YouTube. I mean, I sometimes listen to it as well. There is something very therapeutic about it. So, as Alexi said, I have
Very
a phone
interesting.
call.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a bit.
I might play some of that stuff. Especially if you got a link. Maybe as I go to sleep tonight or something.
Yeah, it's called the Ruqya. Ruqya, or some variation like that. Rukya or something like that. I don't know how they
Okay.
do it. But
Rakia.
I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, man. It's so funny, you guys. It's so funny, all these traditions. You can't help but think that there's something true at the core of it all. No matter what sort of hijacking process has occurred, or lost in translation events that have happened, or anything like that. At the end of the day, we all sort of sense it. We can just feel it that there's something of value to all of these traditions. There we go.
Not the same beat.
Roxanne, you don't have to put on the red light.
Those days are over. You don't have to sell your body through the night.
How is one instrument making all those sounds? That's
I got a
awesome.
little pedal.
Reminds me of
What is it about?
that now and then I think of all the times you screwed me over.
Mhm.
You didn't have to cut me off. That song.
You don't have to be a prostitute. You go to work with your one tool. Put away your tool.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that little vibes.
Prostitution seems to be the only option.
Shit. Yes, resistance. Go publicize. Resistance. Better get wise. Resistance. Go publicize. Resistance. Free Palestine. Resistance. Go publicize. Resistance. Better get wise. Resistance. Better advertise. Resistance. Free Palestine. I seen sunrise, I seen sunset, but there are so many things that I ain't seen yet. Like love in a school, in a government. They teach us to trample with no regret. So who is wrong when the working man not get full amount on his own paycheck? And then everybody talking about they want some respect. Well, who do you know say when the bullet flex? Gunman on the trigger is a government sent. So we all are running now the government vexed because they can't catch us all and them still perplexed. I am the people that they can't reject. I said resistance.
Wow. What a vibe check.
Ah, C'est da Simpson. Said I seen good days, seen bad nights, but never again will I go think twice because they want me behave, want me be nice. But all they never do is start a fuss and fight, and then they say we are wrong in that we could not be right. Beat down the people so riot them inside. Make so much rules, so impolite. Give them another chance and they'll do it twice. I said resistance. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Looking for the edge. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Across the distant seas, I can feel you waiting for me. And it takes up all my time. I can feel the sun, I can feel the breeze. Oh my darling, I'm on my knees, looking for the help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Help me, my friend. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. Across the distant sea.
Is that one of yours?
Yeah, man.
I like it. It's cool.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, you guys wanted to get back to talking. Forgive me. I'm just.
Oh no. I was. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Enjoy.
no, you're good. No, I just like. I don't know. I zone out. I forget how long I've played and shit like that.
Totally get it.
Hey, Isa, I was just thinking of Buster while you were playing. You know that Buster plays a mean tune as well, huh?
Oh, I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, you guys should have a chat.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, man. Yeah, feel free to take over if you'd like, man.
I don't. No. That was cool. I love playing different styles, and like what you were doing was I don't normally play like that, so it was fun. Like I was just kind of playing along with you in the background.
Oh, cool, man. Good stuff. What do you play? Guitar? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet, man. Yeah, I'm not much of a guitar. I'm not much of a musician, really, but I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying?
But it's just
Hey,
like the ideas that you have, and then you can put them
Yeah, you
into a
know,
music form.
that's it, man. That's what
Yeah.
I'm more on that. I've always been kind of like it's like therapy.
Oh yeah. Totally.
You know the deal.
Yep.
It's cool. My dog's over here growling at me. I gotta figure out what he wants.
something
Yeah,
with a
dude.
sound.
Yeah, play something for us, man. Shit.
Well, I was playing along with you. What was it? Let's see. I love that. It's good.
Oh, that sounds good, man. Shit.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool, man. I like your phrasing. You know
Nah,
what I'm saying? Like,
it's fun playing like listening to your style and trying to like feel that. I love it. I don't normally play like that, so it's really
that's
fun.
cool. That's cool. What do you normally play?
I can play something I just been working on today.
Yeah, please do.
All right, so like this is like just like a 4 measure track, and so it's got like a little bit of drums, and I think hopefully it comes through.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's back that up. Is that coming through? That little bit?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's all I got so far. I mean, I got some words, but yeah.
Sounds awesome, dude.
Yeah. Thanks.
That's a good. That's good sound too, man. It's funny. I like. Well, not funny, but I tend to like I'm just started playing with a pick. Like I don't feel comfortable enough really yet with it, but I'm learning to try. Like you get such a different sound with a pick
Mm-hmm.
that you can let the note sing a little bit.
Yeah.
And like that's a great example of like what you're doing is a kind of cool example of what I've been thinking of lately
Oh
in
yeah.
the, in the sense of like you know, because I wind up like too like dibbity bibbity bibbity, you know what I mean? Like I'm all over like with the rhythm kind of thing where I really want to start, you know, phrasing my stuff, and that's how you got to do it is let that note. I don't know, man. That's cool as shit. That sounds fucking cool.
Oh, thanks. Cool. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
got me thinking. You know, just because it's been, it's, you know, it's just it's funny. It's funny that that would be the way you play.
When I first started playing, it's crazy you say that because when I very first started playing, this guy that was like it's kind of like a mentor. He told me like he said you if you don't learn how to play with a pick like out of the gate, you know you're gonna have a hard time picking it up later. So he was like, just start out with it, and then you know, of course I play without a pick a lot of times, but I did start out with it, so it does make it.
That's cool because
Yeah.
I enjoy a pick because I can play with the more rhythm, and
Mhm.
that's what I've like because I'm initially a piano man, like a piano player. So like piano's kind of my first thing in that sense, and but well, I don't know, but I noticed with the guitar you can play one note and get a lot of rhythm out of it with a pick.
Yeah, it's exact. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right? And yeah,
Yeah.
and it can be really precise too. Like when you get precise with it,
Yeah.
I'm still all over the place. Like I'm just like swatting at the strings with the fucking.
Dom,
You know what I mean?
I was like what you were doing earlier. I love it because I never play that like
Well, even
kind of
then, like I'm
reggae
playing.
feel style.
Oh, right on. Yeah, yeah. That I mean, that feel is kind of my like about all I can play.
Oh
Fucking.
no, it's awesome.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I
Yeah.
fucking.
If you
I
could
mean,
picture sound, Isa, you got a good thing going there, man. But your sound is a bit.
oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm running it through all just a roll like an amp, and it's and then it's going through the phone. So you know, it's not going through like a mic or anything.
And still, it's coming good. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it sounds great. Like it, dude. I had to like go through all of this stuff on the computer to get it to pipe through. Yeah, it can get daunting.
Yeah, to get it like you know, I mean, that's why even I was saying perspective was in here because I like when nobody's really in here and there's dead air, I'll come in and just I'll start playing, and just because I like to have a little venue to do it in, and it puts a little pressure on me to play if I know it's like being heard somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And it also like I don't have to set up my whole shit if I want to do a show because I used to
Mm-hmm.
do like live streams and it's like you got to get the computer going, you got to fucking log in and name the thing, you got to get a picture for you know what I mean. It's like go fuck yourself. So it's like you know I'd like it that I could just come on here and just jam out and you know
Yeah,
interact with
let
everybody.
loose. Yeah, that's cool.
You know, because it's like I like the little when the one thing I used to like about having my own little show was you know I could shut people down and be like, all right, you know, calm down, you know, we're gonna listen to some music now, or I'd play it behind them. So while the debate was going on, I could turn up the music in the background and nobody in the debate knew, but
Yeah,
the audience could have a little bit of music behind the debate.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. The ambiance is people don't realize it until it's like either there or not there.
Yeah, you know, even like I've always kind of liked I mean in a way I'm glad it's not there cuz it opens the door for me to be able to play music, but like I sometimes would just play a light track in the background. So it was just enough so it was just in the background. You know what I mean? Like with
Hmm.
while you know, it's not, you know, it wouldn't bother the conversation at all or the listening of it, but it was there. It sounded like you're at a, you know, just keeps the vibes.
I get it.
Yeah. But I could always do that because I had, you know, my own music to do it with. You know what I mean? Like I just made like a catalog of fucking shitload of music, and I would just use that. You know,
Yeah,
it's like even now, like sometimes if I do my live show or want to just spout off about something, uh, I'll just DJ all my own music, so you don't have to deal with copyrights or you know what I mean. Like I just play
yeah,
all, and you know, you just advertise. I don't know, because I think, you know, I think of it. I'd love to do like a fucking with the right people, and I've got some people in mind actually. and you do like a little gathering, of like flat earthers, or call it Mount Mabru, so it doesn't exclude anybody. But you'd have a little fucking like a a dope fucking event with a bunch of musicians and some I don't know. I kind of have always thought that would be something that would be fun, and like and it'd be so like I've talked about it before, and it'd be cool because you like how cool to like have like people that I've been talking to online from around the world come to a location and all hang out. You know what I mean? Like how fucking cool would that be to do?
Oh, it'd be awesome.
I
mean, just since I've been on here, I've heard some good musicians, like just here and there. Like people say, like since I've been playing, they're like, "Oh, check this out." I'm like, "Oh man, it's good."
Yeah, it's also too. It's like it's good folks. It's good, like it's a vibes. It's like there's not even that many folks I like to play music for. You know what I'm saying, man? Like I love that it's like I've always kind of had a little flat earth community to kind of be like inspirational and also be able to play music for.
Yeah. Music definitely crosses boundaries.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely I mean, we started off with it when we were making fun of people because, like, I remember one of the first songs I ever wrote out here was like, I don't know if you know who LSC is, or Concave Earth.
No.
Yeah, it's all good. We used to make songs about folks while we were debating them. So, like, if you were going like too ham on a subject, I'd write a song about you real quick, and we'd play. Like we'd. I don't know, dude. I just
funny enough that's where I got started. Was it was Rakia. He was over at Jim's and they started making fun of him, and like I wrote a crazy song about like how they were trolling him about his nuggets. Yeah, so it's I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it could be good. Music is fun.
And they continue to troll him about his nuggets in the chat right now as we speak.
I saw that. I meant to.
I wrote the song "Nug Life" for him.
Yeah. That's cool.
It was actually his idea. Like I was just like we were doing the same thing. Like I was doing the same thing Issa was doing. I was just like picking around, just joking. And Rakia came in, he's like, "Nug Life." Like, oh, okay, we can do that. Yeah, it was funny.
You guys must have heard some of Buster's songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Bev plays it as his tracks on his streams.
Yeah.
I heard. Yeah.
Oh, sweet. I'll have to check some of it out.
You're gonna like it, Isa. It's about the shit we talk about, and Buster's quite good at the lyrics, man. I gotta give him credit.
Yeah,
and
well,
you guys
I
should
guess what?
collaborate, do something together.
Issa's coming right after him. Buster better watch his back. Issa's right on that ass.
What's the deal with the Rakia's Nuggets? I never heard the Rakia's Nuggets. I want to hear the song too.
You're kidding me, man. Buster, throw it on. Throw it on the.
Oh, I gotta turn this.
One day, Rakia was hot micing, right? And he went through the drive-thru at Chick-fil-A, and he ordered some nuggets, right? So they were just cracking on him and shit for a while, and that's how that all came about.
You eat nuggets, you're fat, this, that, and then Nug Life came out of it.
Nice, gotcha. Yeah, that could be a lot of different things. I was thinking gold. What is it, like weed? Oh, chicken. Okay,
literally
chicken nuggets.
just chicken nuggets.
If you notice Rakia's icon, it's a chicken nugget.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So he owned it. That's good. Might
That's
as well
the
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there was like two different veins or many different veins of the flat Earth discussion that we were all in, and this is kind of the melting pot, maybe at this point a little bit, but yeah, there was some of the troll songs, like Issa was mentioning about LSC, Brenda. He's got one about Brenda. He's got one about Mick West. Few other people I'm probably not mentioning that get included. My favorite is the song is Totally Tangible, which is from a direct hangout that I was just in the chat listening to it all. But if you remember Channel Q, she was telling Issa that all he has to do is just go to join the military and become an astronaut, and then he can go and touch the sun, and then he can figure it out for himself. Just some of the ludicrousy that this conversation brings up is hilarious on its own. It's gotta have some songs to really document it.
Yeah, you guys gotta hear Nug Life. Nug Life, baby.
No. The best one I see that we did for trolling, I think, was "You Don't Understand."
Yeah.
You
all right.
Don't understand. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You don't understand. Someone posting a video of me that isn't me. If y'all want to know what I look like or who I am, man, just ask me. Don't go to Lewis. He's a deceiver. Any questions? Rakia life, baby. Let's roll.
Question: how many nuggets did you eat today?
I didn't eat any nuggets today. I ordered 12 nuggets on Discord after I hung up with my mother. They're 12 small little bitty nuggets, don't add up to anything, and they thought they were going to get me, troll me, and we trolled them back. Even made a song out of it. Shout out to Buster.
Nah, I was there when you did it. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I do like nuggets, though. I just don't eat them as much as they perceive.
Oh, especially when you get them somewhere good, like Popeyes or Chick-fil-A or something. Like McDonald's nuggets are like.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A is good. That's what it was. Chick-fil-A, the small little nuggets that they serve, little, thumb-sized nuggets.
Hot and spicy nuggets.
Probably eat like 50 of those.
I ordered 12.
Before lunch.
It was like, I don't know what they thought. Like, I used to eat a 20-piece nugget at McDonald's when I was in football, like high school. That wasn't no big deal.
Now, them's not real nuggets. Them's phony nuggets. Yeah.
That's nasty. Well, back then, man, they were great. They were good.
Yeah, before the processing, yeah.
What's up with everybody? I see all the cool people here. Jeremy, SC, Buster. Who else is here? Who was in that video? Someone I watched, like it was chewing on celery or something. Was he saying that was me? Because I don't eat celery.
That's for rabbits, no?
I don't know. I just don't eat it. I don't know who that
That's
was.
my food. That's my food's food.
Yeah, Lewis and all those doxers, George and all them, they like to post pictures of me when I was like 40 pounds overweight after my dad had passed away and after the flood. When I had me and my two sons had pulled two like 80-year-old adults out of the back window of our truck, and I like threw out my back and wasn't able to exercise for a while. I gained a lot of weight. And they like posting those pictures like I'm, and calling me fat. You think I'm fat? Just come on down to Louisiana, knock on my door. You'll see how fat I'm not.
We all know what your door looks like now.
I would knock on your
y'all
door.
know where I live. And if you can't get the address, just ask George. He's got it.
I would knock on your door, but I don't know if I can make it down that rickety ass cement pathway you got there.
I was just gonna say, watch out for those tires when you hit the driveway.
Oh, that's funny. Me and my son came and picked me up this morning from a retreat that I was at. And on the way home, we were talking about a driveway that he had pressure washed of one of my contractors, who, oh, by the way, is also a flat earther. And my son, my contractor is. My son doesn't say he's a flat earther because he's too embarrassed. But he pressure washed this driveway and was saying how many bad cracks were in it. And he said nothing like ours, nothing like our, like he was saying our driveway was worse. I was like, I know, we got to redo our driveway, But that's our we stay there during the winter, so in July, I think maybe July or August, we won't be there. It depends on a couple things. We usually go to Florida. But anyway, yeah, George got me. Showed my bad cement. But we have the inside all fixed up, George, if you're wondering. And the 30 acres behind that I have another house on, it's nice. It's got good cement. He didn't mention any of that.
Just the fact that low life would do something like that is it's beyond the pale, man.
It's so sad, and then try and justify it. Oh, I didn't do the research. Someone else gave me the information. I just posted it, and I just said that you had a contractor's license, and we should tell all your contractors what your driveway looks like. Who says all that? Like, who does that? Anyway, I don't want to talk about them. Yeah, total sad. Must have a bad life, They want to drag you down, right? They don't realize how good my life is or how good our lives are, right? Like, Buster ain't playing music because he's upset or mad or not joyful. He loves music, right? I can hang out with SE all day long and talk about stuff. Full of joy. Let's go. We don't need them.
They're miserable people. You know what Sean Hawkins admitted to me yesterday? Couldn't believe it, man. He admitted to me that he's actively, and he brags about it, it's not a secret, he's actively trying to take down Arwen's channel.
Yep. Even
good for him.
Even
good for him.
Jose. Yeah, right. Great person. Yeah, coming in.
I just heard Arwen was talking about yesterday. In fact, on the other channel, he was saying that he didn't know why, but he got a strike and he couldn't live stream. So there you go.
Well, now
I know
he knows why.
I know why.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, Brenda.
It's not what I
Arwen's
think.
way of making a living.
It's not what I think.
Yeah. You're taking a man's livelihood away.
You don't make any money off of that.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
He's always poor.
How do you know that? Or are you just spouting off something?
He doesn't make any money off
Anyway, nobody
of
wants to talk to you. Anyway, Brenda, you're
So
insignificant anymore.
the reason why he got shut down is because he made death threats. You can't do that.
Really? Like wishing someone wouldn't wake up in the morning? Like those death threats? So I should have turned in y'all when y'all were doing that.
How about wishing someone gets raped in jail? How about that, Brenda?
I don't think you want to go there, Brenda.
I don't want to go where.
I don't think you want to start this. I don't think you want to start this, do you?
I think that Arwen his channel should have been
Who cares what you think?
deleted.
Who cares what you think?
Who
cares what you think?
All right.
Why are you talking about Arwen?
No, we're not talking about it.
I was going to talk all over it anyway.
No.
My fault. I brought it up. I apologize.
Yeah.
Dropping the subject. You want to talk about something?
As a matter of fact, I do. I've been waiting for you and Jeremy to be in the room at the same time.
At the same time. Whoa, boy. He's going
Don't start now. Don't start. I know where you're going.
He's going to pit Jeremy and I against each other. I can see what you're up to.
No, brother. You know, you two guys are one of my two favorite guys, honestly. And I don't say that because we're here. You know, I don't hold my things back, right? If I thought you were a dick, I would tell you. But no chance.
I know, SC.
But now, what's interesting was that what you said about the point of origin.
Yes.
Is Geo? Oh, Geo is here too. Cool.
Yeah, we're all here.
Jeremy, you here? Don't tell me he left. Jeremy.
I don't know.
That maybe he's busy.
He's
No
running
worries,
scared.
we'll wait.
No,
Because that
he's
was
here.
interesting.
Yeah, he's running scared.
Yeah,
As usual, Jeremy's running scared.
he probably chickened out as soon as he heard your voice. Yeah.
yeah, he knows what's coming. He knows what's coming.
No, but that's
We'll wait till he can VC, then we'll
yeah. We'll wait for another time.
When you can muster the courage, Jeremy, jump back in.
To face Bandy. Hey guys, don't forget the moon tonight, huh? I think it's starting to clear up over here where I'm at. I can see the moon, but it's cloudy. I'm going to try it. But we should be getting the eclipse soon.
Yeah. You ever going to explain how eclipses work on the flat Earth? Or is it just nuh-uh?
Explain how they work on the flat Earth? Would they work differently on a round Earth or on a triangle Earth?
One, with the pattern.
The pattern?
And the round.
You're not coming in good, bro.
He's like down the hall and around the corner.
Yeah.
He's with Jeremy hiding.
It's not like him to hide.
No.
Damn.
I'm just saying, Essie, that you got no explanation for eclipses.
Yeah,
None.
we do. Yeah, we do.
What?
Sure we do.
Yeah. Stuff gets blocked out. Boom.
There you go.
Explain.
There's supposed to be one tonight. Go look at it.
Here we go.
You know what I'd like you to explain, Brenda? Since you're into explanations and all. Damn it, I just went out and it's starting to cloud over. Canada. So during an eclipse, Brenda, solar eclipse, when the moon goes in front of the sun, right? You with me, Brenda?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. So as the
You cut out, dude.
Sorry. As the moon approaches, do we ever see it?
Why would you think you could see it?
Why would you think you can't?
Because the sun is really bright.
So the sun is really bright. We have a thing, biggest rock in the sky, thousands of miles across. It approaches, we can't see it, but then we see a shadow. Then we see something blocking it, right? But we don't see this object while it enters. You don't find that a bit strange?
No, the sun is really bright.
Exactly. The sun is really bright.
It washes out everything else because it's bright. That's why you can't see stars either. Because the sun is bright.
Yeah, but it's a huge rock. It's 3,000 miles across. Was it 4,000? No, I think it's 2,000, right?
It's far away.
Yeah, but it's huge, right?
But
Big, huge rock.
It's far away.
It's far away, right?
Yeah, the sun.
But it's not.
and the
But
moon
it's just the right size to block
far
out
away.
the sun.
The
Just
sun
the right
is too
size.
bright. The sun is too bright, so it washes it out.
But yet we see something that we don't see because it's too bright. But yet somehow it can. It's a solid object, solid enough to block that huge sun. But yet we don't see it entering at all. All we see is a shadow. We don't see the light.
Yeah,
Because on top.
because the sun is very bright.
Wow, say it again. Because the sun is very bright, we don't see a 2,000 mile across boulder because something bright is shining on it, right? But yet, it can block out the sun, and all we see is a shadow there. We don't see anything around the shadow, like around the moon. We don't see any craters, nothing. Somehow, the light just suspends itself there, right?
Yeah, that didn't make any sense at all. I have no idea what you're talking about now.
Listen, very simple. Can you recreate this somewhere? Can you show me a bright light, something approaching it, not being seen, blocking it, and then leaving?
Yeah,
Can you do that?
take a car headlight.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Yep. Car headlight. Gotcha.
Shine it right in your eyes.
Okay.
Right. Put a tennis ball next to it. You won't see the tennis ball.
But will the tennis ball block the light from the car coming to my eyes at any point?
If they're the same size, yeah.
If so, you're saying now let's recreate this fantasy of yours, right? We got a ball.
Maybe you need a soccer ball. You still won't see the soccer ball.
You won't see the soccer ball coming from the side before it starts blocking the sun. The light. You won't see it.
That's correct.
And you won't see it leaving. Okay, let's see you do it, Brenda. I want to see you recreate that.
I don't have a car with me right now. You just work it out for yourself.
Anytime, take your time, because I've been asking this
I don't have
all
to
this
do
for
anything.
a long time now.
I don't have to prove your stuff to you. You can just investigate for yourself. If you're interested, you'll look for it.
Listen, I don't care what you think. We were talking now. Either you can explain it or not. You don't have to give me any advice. Either you can recreate it or not. It's simple. I don't care what you think.
Explain it well.
I'm sorry?
I don't know why you're so grouchy.
It was very well explained.
Well, we understood it
grouchy at all.
I
Seems to me like you're just grouchy.
Sorry, it seems to me that you're just doing the Brenda thing. Instead of talking about this, you're just saying, "Oh, you can do it yourself." But first, you were right out to say, "Oh, you can just get a car."
SE, I'm actually being fairly quiet, not talkative. I gave you the answer, so there you go. Right? Okay. I'm not doing the Brenda thing. I'm hardly talking at all. I'm trying to be respectful too. So that's the answer. If you don't like it, sit on it and spin.
So which one of us is aggravated? Brenda? Is it me or you? I'm laughing here, having a good time.
Like a helicopter.
Brenda, we appreciate you being respectful.
It's interesting. Last time I came here, Essie was saying that we're all stupid because we come here to get gotchas and laughing at people and not having a honest discussion. And now you're doing the thing that you said that we're doing. It's
all right, man. Way to go, guys. Welcome, sir. Right on cue.
Yep. Right on cue. Yeah.
What was I doing now that you disagree and you felt you need to come in and take a shot at me?
Because you're doing what you say that people shouldn't do. That's just funny to me.
What was I doing? I was conversing with Brenda.
Yeah, belittling her and then saying that I come here to make you look foolish. So
when did I say that? You just want to take a crack at me? No problem, bro. I'm used to it.
Yep, sure. It's okay. I mean, you do what you say that you shouldn't do, so good.
Yeah, good. Okay, thanks for the input.
Yep.
All right, moving forward.
I mean, I think she explained it perfectly. I mean,
Yeah.
kids in school understand it. So.
And what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong in your eye?
Well, the thing is, Essie, if you're really that hot on figuring it out, you will do it for yourself, right? I can't make you. I can't make you do things. So go ahead and figure it out for yourself.
Who asked you for me to do
You
something?
did.
What?
You did. You asked
No,
me to do something. You
no,
did.
I was talking about. No, I wasn't. I asked you to show it. You came in trying to defend this thing. Oh, everybody knows about the sun, that it's too bright. And I gave you a scenario, right? And you said that you can recreate it. And I challenge you. I say you cannot do it.
I said I could explain it to you. I guess if you just want to bicker like this, I mean, I'm just not interested.
I'm not bickering, Brenda. We're conversing. If you're triggered by my voice, man, maybe you should, not talk to me. What can I tell you? I'm being very polite to you. I didn't insult you in any way, shape, or form. I merely asked you if you can reproduce the thing that you said. Now, if you can't do it, I understand, because you know why? It can't be done, Brenda.
I missed the scenario. What was the scenario?
She said that she can take a basketball, put it in front of a car's light, where the light's shining on my head, make it block the view between me and the car light with a basketball. But the basketball, when it enters the view, like as it comes in, like from the side, and then it starts blocking, that it won't be seen. Just like when the moon goes in front of the sun.
So, and you'd be looking straight on at the headlight?
Exactly, yeah. And she says that you won't see the basketball from the side or leaving at all. You'll just see a shadow, like the same thing as, the eclipse of the sun.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Same with if you weld it, you can't see anything around it. It's so bright.
We're not welding.
Yeah, the sun is actually bright.
A car and a basketball, not welding. Car, basketball.
Yep, same thing. You wouldn't see the surface of the basketball. No.
I challenge you to do it. I challenge you. I challenge anybody to reproduce that.
I'll do it right now. 30 minutes. Have you never seen like a movie or anything like that? Or have you ever been confronted by the police, a SWAT team, and they're at your door, and they have the plates on their guns, pointed at your face, Okay? Can't see anywhere but the light. So that's very bright, and they block everything else out there. And only when something obstructs the light, then you see that other thing. But until then, all you see is that light. That's, I mean,
so you're saying if we zoom in, let's be clear now here. You're saying if we zoom in like we do with when we look at the sun, you're saying that we won't see any sign of that basketball at all? Nothing? You'll just see a shadow. You won't see the ridges around the side, nothing. As it enters the light and as it leaves the light. This is what you're claiming?
Zooming in is just going to make that light brighter.
Is that what you're claiming? Is that what you're claiming?
Here's what I'm claiming.
All right, let's see it. If you can do it, you did it.
Obviously, you see the shape because that's what you see. The shape.
You'll see the shape. You mean
silhouette?
Yeah, if you zoom in on it, yeah, you'll see if there's big crater there. You'll see the silhouette of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not what you see with the eclipse. That's my whole point, sir.
Have you? When was the last time that you zoomed in on an eclipse and you didn't see something that you should have seen?
The last time the eclipse was here in Montreal, sir, I filmed it myself. You can go on my site and you'll see it.
Sure. And what didn't you see that you should see if it was the moon?
Exactly what I explained to you.
Yeah, which crater and how much of it would you?
Nothing. You don't see any craters, nothing. You just see a shadow. Which part of that don't you understand?
What should you see?
Zero. No craters at all. Zero. Zero craters. Nothing. Zero.
Essie, ever hear of Bailey's beads? Essie?
Ever hear of zero craters?
Ever hear of Bailey's beads?
I guess they're going to move on now. I see.
Yep.
That's not
Every
moving
time I
on.
catch them somewhere, they change the subject.
I'm asking a question, and you can't answer my question. What should we see if it was the moon? What should we
Moon's
see?
craters.
I asked
Okay.
you. I answered you
Okay.
15 times.
No, you didn't. So how much?
Oh, I love the way I trigger these guys.
No, I'm not triggered. You're saying that
Yeah,
we
you
should
are.
see craters. You say that we should see craters. How tall are those craters on the moon, and how would you see them?
Listen to the question. Listen, dude. When I say you have to see something and it's not there, you have to understand what I'm talking about. Don't ask me what size, what shape, how tall, how thin. Do you understand what a crater is?
Yes, I do understand what a crater is, and I do understand what
do you
angular size
understand that we don't see any craters? Do you understand that next sentence?
Yes.
You understand what a crater?
And
You said yes, right?
Yes. I know what a crater is. Yes.
Okay, now do you understand the next part of that? We don't see any craters. Do you get that part?
Size should be. Yeah, and I'm figuring if we should see any craters.
Yeah, zero, nothing, not a size, not a distance, not a length. We see no craters at all.
Sure, and I'm figuring out if we should see craters.
Yeah, try to figure that out in your head. Try that. Oh, that would be great for once. To do something in your own head.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and I know that we shouldn't see the craters from in the
Why
silhouette.
shouldn't we see the craters? Why?
Because they're small and far away. Do you understand? Like with the cows. This is
I
small.
understand.
This is far away.
Right, and your light, does it go around bodies or does it just stop? Light.
What?
Light. When you shine a light on something, it just all you'd see is a shadow. You don't see no contours around it, nothing.
Well, it depends how big the contours are, yeah.
Right, like this basketball here, back to the current basketball. You're saying
the basketball
you're not going
has
to
the
see
pimples.
any contours of the basketball, nothing. You're just going to see a shadow, egress and degress, like enter and leave.
If you're very far away, you don't see those dimple things, no, because they're so small, yeah.
So you're going to see just the shadow, not a basketball, with the light in front shine, exactly what Brenda said, a car, you, and a basketball.
Yeah.
So you have to be at the right distance now for this basketball to block the light of the car, right?
Sure.
Entirely, like it does when there's an eclipse. I want to see that. And I want to see the basketball coming from the side and not being observed at all. And seeing just a shadow and part of the light missing. You know, like you take a bite out of it. Here, I'll post you a picture.
It's raining its ass off here. I'm not going to see shit.
Me too, bro. That's why I'm pissed off. Yeah. Here, something like this there, mailman.
Yep.
I want to see that on the basketball.
Sure, I think you can do it, yeah.
All right. I've been waiting. I've been asking for this for a long time. Maybe Kosho could do it.
You could do it with a good flashlight and like a golf ball, maybe. That would be good too.
No. We need a car, a light,
do need a car
light, and a basketball.
It doesn't need to be a car light and a basketball. I see Montreal.
Well, for Brenda, it is. Yeah.
Well, maybe but the point is the principle that you could have something backlit and not see it from the side. It doesn't need to be specifically a car light and a basketball. It could be like any number of things that show that thing.
Yeah, the car light isn't like a circle of light. So it's kind of different.
Well, I'll be waiting.
Sure. And I'll be waiting for someone to show how the sunset works on a flat Earth. We're all waiting for something.
See how they did that? How he just went from one topic to another? Because he knows he can't do it.
No, I can't do it. But, I mean, why would I do it?
It's always good to have you. antagonize us.
That's what you've been doing to Brenda.
Though I don't think
Nope,
I don't think you would
that's what
expect
you
to
did
see
to
the,
me. I was very polite with Brenda.
Montreal. I don't think you would expect to see the contours of the moon in an eclipse.
Obviously not.
And you don't. Why not?
Because the way we kind of see the contours usually is when there isn't a lot of light, so some of the light is kind of like catching the differences in the elevation of these like craters and stuff like that, and that's how we even see them, right? But if the entire thing is being backlit, I don't think any light will go into the craters such that it'll allow us to see it.
There's literally photographs. There's literally photographs of this.
How about from the side, the percentage? Since you want to play the
what do you mean from
devil's
the side?
advocate here. How about when the moon is coming from the side, not directly behind it? How come we can't see anything then?
If the moon's coming from the side of the sun?
Have you ever seen an eclipse?
Yeah.
Did you ever see the moon at any point during the eclipse?
No.
So do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
The brightest thing in the sky, the brightest thing in the sky, right? And then the biggest rock in the sky comes in front of it, makes the day-night, but we never see it. We never see it enter.
I'm not speaking to that. The thing.
That's what I'm speaking to. That's what I'm speaking to.
I think percent is talking about something else, aren't you? You're talking
I'm
about
talking
something
about
else.
like when it actually starts eclipsing. You know, you were talking about how you'd be able to see contours.
Yeah, you don't think the light would wrap around the side of the moon?
I don't think that you would be able to appreciate the contours of the moon, because of the fact that the way we kind of notice the craters usually is because the light is catching, you know, the inside of the craters and stuff like that, and it's partially lit, and so we see some of the craters before we see like the tops of them before we see the bottom, because the tops are being, you know, they're reflecting the light or what have you. And so I don't think you would expect to see, like I wouldn't expect to see, or be able to appreciate the contours when the sun is behind and the eclipse has started and it's being backlit.
At any given point of the whole procedure, you don't think you'll be able to see any shape, any mountain, because there's mountains, there's ridges. You are aware of that, right? On the moon,
At any point
there's
during
not just
the eclipse
craters.
itself, I don't think you'd be able to see it.
Wow. Okay. Your opinion is noted.
Yeah,
I
there's
find
literally
that absolutely unbelievable.
Okay.
Yeah, there's literally photographs of this on the internet. You can look it up yourself.
Of what? I took a picture. I don't gotta look it up at the internet. Did you see what I posted? That's my picture. See that? I don't see any contours. I don't see any ridges. I don't see any mountains. I see a beautiful circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. How is that possible?
Like I said, there's literally photographs of what you're talking about on the internet.
No, that's my photograph. I took this.
Montreal, take a look at photographs of the moon when it's not in an eclipse. When you do, you can appreciate.
I don't care about photographs when it's not in an eclipse. I'm talking about this right now.
I'm with you.
Not when it's not in an eclipse. Now, this right here. When the moon goes in front of the sun, you don't see it entering at all. You don't see, all you see is a shadow, and that shadow doesn't show any contours of the moon, nothing.
It literally
blocks
does.
it perfectly, and then when it leaves, we don't see the moon. Now,
It literally does.
Something's wrong with that.
There's literally photographs you can see. It literally is the case.
Show me a photograph, Brenda.
Google Bailey's beads.
Don't tell me to Google. Either show me a photograph or shut your mouth.
Yeah, Google it.
No, shut your mouth. I got my picture. Show me yours, Brenda.
Montreal, keep it respectful. Come on, man.
Google Bailey's beans, or you could.
I'm not gonna tolerate this what's going on here. Show me your picture, Brenda.
It's also called the diamond. It's also called a diamond ring effect.
Yeah, I seen a diamond ring. I'm not talking about a diamond ring. I'm talking about contours. of the moon. You said you have a picture. Show me it, Brenda.
Yeah. Just go ahead and just Google that.
No, you don't.
Just
So
let
you
me
don't have
know.
it. So you're just talking. Yeah. You have nothing, Brenda.
Well, you don't have a computer?
You can't show me the picture. I showed you mine.
What? I don't
Show
have to
me.
hold your hand. Hold your hand, little boy. Do it
Come on, little
yourself.
girl. Come on, little boy. Come on, little boy. Show us the picture.
All right, Ricky. I mean, I'm sorry. That's it.
Come on, you can do it.
Show me
You can
the
do it.
picture. No. Show me the picture. Come on, Brenda. You said you have something with contours. It's all over the internet. Show me it, Brenda. Come on, little boy. You want me to hold your hand?
Montreal, that's enough, man.
You said you were being polite.
Why Montreal? That's enough. When Brenda
relax.
does it, it's okay. Percentage?
No, what you're doing is not okay.
And what she's doing is okay. Percentage?
It's absolutely fine, because you
What
were given the
Brenda's doing
information.
go fuck yourself, dude.
Listen,
Go
man,
fuck
you were
yourself.
given the information, literally.
Go
You
fuck
were told
yourself.
what it was.
Percentage.
So, like, you have no kind of
No, go fuck yourself.
avenue.
I don't respect you. No, if
All right,
she
fine.
can do it, I can do it. You're
Do
not gonna
what?
do
She
this.
gave you the information.
No,
Exactly
she
what to
didn't.
search
She
was given
just
to
said
you.
it's on the internet. I presented a picture. She presented nothing. You want to take her side? Go fuck yourself.
Bro, you were
Percentage.
given the exact information to
No,
search
I
for.
wasn't. She said she has a picture. She didn't show it. Now you want to take her
Does
side?
she need to?
Go fuck yourself. Yeah, she needs to. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Then that's your opinion against mine.
I think she
Percentage.
absolutely
Brenda was the first one to
was
say
completely in the
little
right
boy.
because you help those that help themselves.
She
gave you
called me a
information,
little boy, you
could have
little
helped
bitch.
it.
Why are you
could have
taking
helped
her
yourself.
side? Bitch, why are you taking her side?
I'm on the side of truth, man, and you're in the wrong on this one.
So then you're wrong on both occasions.
You're
I
wrong in
presented
this
a
one.
picture.
You were given,
She didn't present.
You were given
No,
something
fuck
to search.
No, you're wrong.
You help those that help
guys,
themselves.
guys,
You're not
can I
helping
help out?
yourself. You're doing yourself
Can I
a
help out?
disservice.
No,
Let me
I'm
try.
doing you. Who the fuck you think you are? Percentage.
Go ahead.
Apologize.
Just a minute. Hey, guys.
To help things out,
real quick.
I apologize. I apologize. If that helps any, I apologize.
Well,
Apology
yeah,
accepted.
but you were,
We can move on now.
just for percentage. I don't know if you heard, but Brenda was the first one to call him a little boy, so it was both their faults. Just in case you didn't hear that part, but yeah,
No, I heard that, but that was as a reaction to him demanding something that wasn't need not be demanded.
Who the fuck are you to make that decision?
I'm the
Who are
objective
you?
third party.
You're a dick, is what you are.
Hey, please cool it, man. Come on, bro. See, do you think that you might be overreacting, man?
No, I'm not over. He does this all the time. He comes in, and he has no clue. First of all, she insulted me first, number one. Number two, I showed a picture. She said there's a picture available, and I demanded her to show me the picture. Now, I think that's a reasonable request.
Steel City provided the picture. If you want to continue the conversation.
No, I don't care what you think, percentage. Your opinion is irrelevant to me.
Picture's
Dude.
posted, SE. The picture's
Where?
posted, sir.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, man.
All right, thank you.
That's what this fucking percentage was telling you, dude.
He might have misheard me.
That's a ring. Big shit. Okay, so what? What does that do? What does that prove? That's light.
Well, that's what you asked Brenner to show you.
No, I asked, she said she had a picture like mine showing contours, showing the craters that I asked for. Don't try to weasel yourselves out of this.
From the Britannica.
Don't show me light and think you're going to get away with it. No.
SE, from the Britannica, right? The sunlight is broken up in several places by the mountains and valleys on the edge of the moon's disk.
Cool story, sweetheart. Now show me those craters. The pictures of the craters you said you had, sweetheart, please.
That's from the Encyclopedia Britannica.
So you don't have the pictures that you claimed you had, right, Brenda?
The picture that Steel City posted shows that it's the light of the sun.
So you don't have the pictures of the craters that you said. You're showing me light now, right, Brenda? Not what you said, right, Brenda?
The bright spot is the sun peeking through between, through the valleys on the moon.
Nice try, Brenda. This stuff doesn't work with me. Either show me the picture or admit you don't have it, Brenda. Percentage ain't gonna save you here. Ain't nobody gonna save you here.
Yeah,
Believe me.
I'm not convinced of that, Brenda. Because
Not that
on
I
the left
care what
side,
he thinks, but yeah.
you have on the left side you have a lot of light, and then top left there isn't much light at all, right? Which you could imagine that there's no craters or anything, but then at the top there is light, so it doesn't really make sense.
You haven't thought this through, huh, Brenda? Have you?
Like you're basically saying in the left there that there's craters that are basically they're about 1/5 of a quadrant of the moon. So like 1/20th of the circumference of the moon is a crater, which doesn't really make sense to me.
So, Brenda, you can admit you don't have those pictures of them craters? Well, there's an eclipse, Brenda? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got quiet.
I apologize if I got a little heated, but, when somebody tries to school me or play me, I don't like it.
Nobody try and educate SE. You've heard it here.
That's not what he said. Nice try, though.
Oh, there's the other guy coming in like mailman. It's like they're sharks. It's like they see chum in the water.
It's just like Rakia came in.
If I was to show a beautiful picture of a baby and say that baby's beautiful, they would argue with me.
Obviously, yes. I mean that's exactly analogous. Yes, SE.
That's what you did when you came in. That's what Eggshell did when you came in.
When did you show the picture of a kid?
Why are you talking over?
When did you show a picture of a kid? No, just asking when did he post a picture of a kid?
What have you added?
What have I added?
Yeah.
I mean, I think not much. Like you, same thing.
No, I posted pictures of the moon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what have you added again?
Well, I can Google some picture of the moon too.
No, I didn't Google. Those are my pictures. I took those.
This is low level.
What have you added?
Let's
just
kind
like
of exalt ourselves.
No, I'm like right now. What are you adding?
It's not a competition, Rakia, but if we're counting,
he's just
he came up with
antagonizing.
a flashlight
Shut up,
idea.
percentage. Hey, how about you shut up? Stay out of my conversation. I hear what you do.
Percentage, you have to stay on your side. You can't talk to us like in a good way.
He can do whatever he wants, but I don't have to listen to him.
So being friends with Globers.
No, I hear what he does.
Yeah, percentage, stay on your spot.
Dang.
And what do I do, Rakia?
Yeah, well, it's not a competition, buddy.
Yeah, it's not.
Don't worry about it. I asked you not to speak to me.
But did I win?
Okay.
Yeah, you win
then
all
maybe
the time.
You should take your own advice.
Is that doofus? With your picture of the top of the clouds curving because of the curve underneath. You win all the time, buddy.
Doofus isn't even here.
Here, I'll post it.
Doofus isn't here? Oh,
Yeah, it was eggshells.
Actually, earlier I was listening to Issa and Buster playing their music. I think their music is great. I think they're very talented musicians, and I enjoy listening to them. I think they're wrong about the shape of the Earth, but other than that, yeah, that's fine. It's great stuff. Good stuff.
Hey, thanks, Brenda.
I agree.
Play that funky music,
I gotta agree too.
boy.
Shout out Buster and Isa.
Yeah, I can have complicated feelings. Like I can agree with somebody on one thing and not on another. Amazing.
It's like you're saying that we can't.
Well, it does get a little difficult when like mailman comes in, he's like, "Hey, what's happening?" And you're like, "What have you contributed to the conversation?"
Okay, well, I'll stay on mute then
just
if I
point that
already
out a
have.
little bit. You know what I mean, guys? Like, you know.
What? You didn't hear how mailman came in before, Isa?
Well, I mean, aside
on
from
my
that,
case, like right
why are
off
you
the
bringing up
get go,
old
like
shit?
the first. Are you
Why are you
kidding me,
bringing up
bro?
old shit? Why are you bringing up old shit?
Yeah, Montreal, take it as a
Mailman is a
compliment,
freaking
man.
master troll.
Master troll. Oh, that's nice.
Maybe.
Go some compliments.
I mean,
I want that role, like master troll role, if it's
Oh,
possible.
you got it. You
Yeah,
definitely
you
got
One
it.
finally
level below
accomplished
being
something.
you
Hey,
like being
speaking
a
of
master
trolling,
Vader.
guys.
Male.
Speaking of trolling, have you guys ever looked into flat Earth?
I have. Well, it's not
Good
there,
one.
but
That made me choke up a bit. That was good work, Don.
Well, if we're going to continue the troll, I looked into the flat Earth, but I saw boats go over the horizon. But I'm bum.
No, you didn't.
Like that's the thing. You know, that's the thing. I was
it's
talking with that guy Arma before, and he was asking about the downward force or whatever. And I think here's the thing: is like a lot of flat earthers agree with that it works in the model, but we don't accept the model. That's all, and we differ on the conclusions of the same shit.
Well, a model is just a way to help guide the thinking in some sort of correct direction. If we're saying that it's downward, but gravity demands that it be centerward, why are we even saying downward? Shouldn't we say centerward if we're being fully consistent? I mean, the model is just a mess.
or could it be that there's some parts of it that you've misunderstood?
No.
Okay.
Just straight up.
Then we're good. I guess it doesn't work. It's like Jin when he says that the airplane, if on a globe that fly to Australia, the airplane would be upside down and you'd lose your drinks. It's like, okay, well, I guess it's there.
Globe Earth debunked. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't believe Jin said that for real.
Yeah, he said that because it's known as the land of the down under. He said that it's under the earth, so when you fly there, you should end up upside down, so that you have to wear your seat belts. And I'm like, well, no.
These are natural laws, not Jin's laws.
Yeah. And he says the down is outside of the earth. I mean, it's not specifically that in the globe model, but sure.
Well, you would be upside down relative to the top side anyway. But on a flat Earth, up is up and down is down. There's less relativity, something a bit more absolute.
Yeah, like the
I
circle.
think-
That's a good way to say it, Lemon.
I think a
the problem
liar would have less refuge in the flat Earth model because it would need to have a much more rigorous standard.
I think the problem with the down being down on the flat Earth comes when you on a centrifuge or the what's the children's ride on
A merry-go-round.
No, not a merry-go-round. The one that you can stand on. It's going round and round.
The gravitron.
Yeah, gravitron. Yeah. That kind of shows the down isn't just down because there's other things involved too.
Well,
What amplifier is that in your picture there?
it is a Synergy Audio MFO 35.1D.
Yep. Cheers.
Yeah, you see that little sliver there? Now imagine the moon being close. Like right in front of the sun and you don't see nothing, just the shadow. That doesn't sit well with me, man. Sorry.
I think I'm good if it sits well with astronomers. I think it's okay for me.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just voicing my opinion, man. I'm a nobody, you know? That's just my opinion.
Yo,
You're not a
Rakia.
nobody to us.
Rakia, what's the plan with all these fish?
It's what?
I was asking you what's the plan with all these fish?
I didn't hear you. The kind? Those are speckled trout.
Fish kingdom. Are you building a fish kingdom, Rakia?
Mm-mm.
A fish Atlantis.
Fed the work crew with those fish that are working to rebuild the island from the hurricane.
Have you guys seen my Puckman moon?
Pac-Man moon?
Is there an eclipse tonight? Did I miss
Have a
it?
look at Livestream. Yeah, there's a freaking eclipse and it's cloudy like hell here. A lunar eclipse.
Ew. I see it. I'm on the roof.
Oh, Buster, nice, bro. Oh man, nice.
That's
I knew Buster would get it.
Nah, that's not tonight. That was Blood Moon from like 2015 or 16, I think.
You could have fooled us all.
no, it's like another hour or two, I think.
We had it. Oh, I was talking to a group of one of my friend's kids. He has 8 kids, and I was talking to 5 of them. One of them, 7 years old, was sitting on top of a swinging fence gate, like a gate, telling me how boats don't go over a curve, and I videoed it, but it didn't come out. Their whole family are flat Earth. The 7-year-old was telling me how it didn't make sense. That water curves. It just made sense to him that you just don't see it because of the way it's going away from you. Smart guy.
Of course, if kids weren't taught this nonsense from young, nobody would believe this. Somebody would to come and walk up to you and tell you, "Hey, dude, you know we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour." You'd think he's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's what they told me. They said if the opposite, what we're taught is the crazy thing, and the opposite of it, like it not being curved and not moving, is the more logical thing to them. There you go.
Yeah, for sure.
I spent 2 hours with him a while ago. Matter of fact, I was on here talking to Issa or somebody, and I said I'm pulling up to a house, and it's one of the families that I support, and I was bringing them their we call it a love offering. When I gave it to the oldest son that's taking care of the household now, and we started talking about it.
Yeah, it seems where you're at, there's a lot of people that you run across that believe the Earth is flat, eh?
All day. The
Yeah.
guy called me this morning when I got out of church, and he had somebody in his truck. He said, "Man, I've been talking to this guy. Is the Earth flat around?" I said, "Well, the Earth is the land only, so obviously it has elevation changes, but the water is not curved." People text me all day, call me all day, send me stuff. People are woke around here, but they're more. To be honest, we're in the Bible Belt, so they're more apt to be told this and think it's crazy. Like every one of the kids today said when our dad sat us down and told us what he thought, we thought it was stupid, right? Because of what we thought we knew, what we were told. And we thought he was crazy, but when we started looking into it and also then
it was backed up by the Bible, then that's it. And that's me. Like, I'm ashamed that I didn't go to the Bible first. I went out and did tests and long distance observations and researched it and then logically thought about it. And then I went to the Bible. So I am kind of ashamed that I did that. But
did you say that your dad was a flat earther too?
my dad, no, their dad.
Oh, okay.
My dad passed away before I looked into it. I don't know if he was or not. He never taught me anything about it, but he did believe the Bible. But like me, I've read the Bible and been to Bible study all my life, different religions, Catholic, Baptist, non-denominational, and I was never taught the second day creation about the firmament ever, not one lesson.
I think the Bible is weird because some people take it as a flat earth book and then some don't. Just like many creationists who are literalists, they just don't think that it's a flat earth book, but I guess it's down to interpretation.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, there's not much interpretation in the fact that he says that the waters are bounded and the sun, moon, and stars circuit above us, and then that he made the sun stand, and that the earth is the center, and that he made the sun stand still on a certain day and actually go backwards. So there's not much room for interpretation in that. Like, you can't.
Right.
When he says the earth is the center and the sun circuits above it, you can't make the sun the center and make the earth rotate and do a circuit or orbit around the sun. I don't see how you misinterpret that unless you, or what the Bible says, foolish and babblings, right? Science so-called. And you haven't tested all things and hold fast to which is true. I think then you may misinterpret it.
Nice. Have that discernment.
You have to have discernment, ears to hear and eyes to see. Test all things.
Yep.
Be aware of the babblings of science, so-called, because they're going to try and fool you and take you away from my truth, away from my creation. What better way of this deceiver of this world to hide the creator than to teach babblings about creation itself?
Right, to top it off, too, he even says those that don't believe they will be saved, he will send a strong delusion that they will believe in a lie.
Yep.
That's tough.
The great deception. And how can I teach you about heavenly things if you don't believe me on the earthly things I've already taught you? And the whole reason you should believe in me, a God that you can never see, is through my creation. Why wouldn't they attack creation to hide God? Of course they would. That's what they did. That's why some people here don't believe in the Bible and don't believe in God, because they believe the scientists. Although they haven't tested it. They haven't measured curved water. They haven't used discernment in their own life. They just want to live the easy way.
But haven't they tested spirit? Didn't they do a experiment when a person died or something, and they measured the soul to be like, what was it, like 1 point something ounces or something like that? I know there was a study.
But
was
it's
it?
not. Yeah, I think it was 21 grams, but it's not true. It's just fluids leaving or something. It's not a soul.
That was a fun one, though.
Yeah, if it was, then yeah, the soul would be physical.
It's like the Philistine prophecy or whatever.
Well, I mean, you think the metaphysical, like the
Well, I don't think the metaphysical can have mass.
Could it interact though? That's the you
Well,
got weird.
What about the electrical charge of your body? People
Right.
saying that the less charged you are, or the more charged, that's weight. So if your electrical charge leaves your body, then you weigh less.
I mean, it can be, but sure. I mean, but then soul would just be a charge. So then my car battery would have the soul.
Yeah, well, you're trying to link the human body to a car battery. Nice try. I think the human body's a little more complex.
Yeah, but both have electric charge.
Yeah, but they're not the same, right?
I think it's just the same charge. What's the difference? It's just like that.
Yeah, that's how you think. Just because they have
What's
charge, they're the same. Come on, man. You don't
No, the
think the
charge
human
is the
body is
same.
more complex? Which one is more complex?
In the you're talking in relation to electric charge?
I'm talking in relation to everything that has to do with electrical charge. That's just a similarity.
Oh, sure, sure, yeah. Then it's different. If you're just
Okay,
not talking about just the charge, yeah.
which one is man-made?
Man-made?
Yeah.
The battery. Man-made.
Which one is not man-made?
Well, yeah, sure. The human is a man-made because people do people, but sure,
I'm done with this guy.
It's not man-made in that sense. Yeah, I mean it's just natural.
Yeah, natural.
Yeah,
From
humans
nature,
are
right?
natural.
Yeah, from nature. Yeah, that's exactly how God says that he proves himself in creation. Look up, hear the birds, touch the grass, all the non-man-made elements. That's how he says he proves himself, through his creation.
I mean, sure. I mean, everyone can write that X proves itself when you look at the trees.
Yeah.
I think
yeah, you can
Muslims
say,
use
yeah, very good. So Psalms 19:8, I show the work of my handiwork through the firmament. Just look up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no firmament when I look up.
What?
That's the,
Hey, enjoy yourself. You better enjoy yourself now, right? Get all
Sure.
the enjoyment out of this earth that the very breath that you're able to speak right now was given to you by the Creator. Enjoy
sure.
everything sure. Enjoy everything he provides for you right now.
Yep, I do.
I'm
Good
trying to
luck.
understand.
I enjoy the nature
What's
as no one.
What's your standard of evidence? You say when you look up, you don't see a firmament, but when you look out horizontally, you think gravity. What's your standard of evidence for all this?
I can't. No one sees gravity. That's not a visible thing.
Well, but that you still believe. But yeah, right. We don't see it, right? But yet you believe.
Sure. Yeah, because you can demonstrate it in lab and things fall and you can do the gravitation.
Wait, you can manipulate gravity to manipulate object?
What? I can show that there's a horizontal attraction between two masses. So it's not just down.
Right, but you can manipulate gravity itself to manipulate an object. Like electrostatics or electromagnetism, you can actually manipulate that to actually manipulate an object.
Yeah, increasing or decreasing the weight of an object.
So does gravity work laterally?
That's what he just said.
In a Cavendish, yeah, it's horizontal.
It works.
Not
So
vertical.
gravity works laterally.
Of course it does.
It's dictated by the direction that the.
Here comes Kosho.
The Kosho knows
man.
more than me.
In space, there is no orientation.
Rocky, is Kosho here?
He's always here.
Hey, did you do the light thing yet? Kosho?
Yeah, I did. I'm eating some noodles right now, but if you're still you weren't convinced by what Brendan and percentage and everybody explained to you, I'll show it to you, but it's going to be
You're
the same
kidding me,
thing that
right?
was explained to you.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, it's just a glare, man. But let's not interrupt this conversation. Let's be polite.
Yeah, I'm just asking. Yeah, sorry.
It's all my standard of evidence depends on the claim, obviously.
Well, yeah, 100%. But has the Cavendish ever been demonstrated or experimental on like a different elevation?
Different elevation?
Yeah, like Blue Marble. What's it? I'm not trying to put him out there where he's at, his location, but where do you know roughly the elevation he was at when he did this?
No, neither do I know Biodual's elevation.
Because it's a variable that you need to take in consideration.
The elevation?
Especially knowing that all the materials that he used, wood, lead, even if it's coated in brass, which is still lead, it's highly diamagnetic and it's repelled by electromagnetic field.
Sure. It doesn't matter if mass attracts mass because of electromagnetism. That's fine. It's just a demonstration that mass does attract mass. Doesn't tell you about the cause of why that happened. Is there something that isn't diamagnetic?
No, all things are diamagnetic.
Well, there you go then. Then it's an unfalsifiable thing. So it can be caused by diamagnetism, but I mean, it's totally relevant to the fact that it is actually happening.
Also renders it unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
There's no way you can control it out of a variable. It just becomes unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
Oh, you
It's like
can't
saying
isolate that
physical
in
thing.
an experiment?
Well, if everything is diamagnetic, then how would you do it? That's like saying, show me something non-physical, attract something non-physical.
You'd calculate the amount of movement or acceleration it would provide, and you'd subtract that, and what you would be left with is the amount of movement or acceleration caused by something else.
That wouldn't work.
I think you can. If the diamagnetic sort of goes hand in hand with mass, then there's no difference. Then you can't. Then it's
Well,
unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
The best way to try to manipulate the apparatus is to change elevation. That's why I asked what the elevation was.
What does the elevation
Or
change
to
in
introduce
regarding
a very
diamagnetic?
dense weight above or below the apparatus.
But that's also diamagnetic. So
Well, changing the elevation, there's more readings. Higher you go, there's more positive charge.
Why don't we?
Well, then, what do you mean? Well, if there's positive charge, can you do it in a Faraday cage where you can actually manipulate the charge inside the cage?
Now, to falsify, you got to take the gravity away. Hey, good luck on that.
Yeah, you do. That's correct.
Yep.
You need to find some way to nullify its effect.
No, you got to take gravity out of it,
Yeah.
and then show that that's not attracted.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you know
Oh, yeah.
gravity always goes down one vector, if you test something on a perpendicular vector, then you've
No. You got to
You
take
don't have to
gravity
take
out
it
of
away.
it. Every vector. Yeah, you do. That's how you falsify.
No, you don't.
delete it from the universe, I see.
No, if you say that's
called-
the cause of something attracting, then you take it away and show that those objects don't attract anymore. Hey,
Oh,
good luck.
no, you
good
don't.
luck
do it.
Good luck with that one.
Isolating variables.
Silly extremists.
You can
Yeah,
you
good
can
luck.
only
No,
manipulate.
it's called science.
You can
Those
manipulate
silly
your independent
scientists.
variable. Hold on, you can
Agree,
manipulate your
agree.
independent variable. You don't have to take it away fully, because if you say that you have to take it away fully, then you can never take away heat, so it can never be a cause for anything, because you can never have 0 Kelvin. It's impossible. All you need to show is a
Wait, there's
correlation.
no 0
Hey,
Kelvin?
Independent variable and
nice
dependent
try,
variable.
buddy. Nice try.
Well, what's the difference? What is the difference between you saying that we have to take gravity away and me saying that you need to take heat away if
Okay,
heat is your cause?
let's see if you'll let me answer.
Yep.
Okay, so just take away half of gravity. Like we can take away half the heat. Good luck.
Half the mass.
45
Half the
degree
mass.
vector.
You
I
take
didn't
away
say.
half the mass.
I didn't say.
Take away half of the
4.5.
gravity.
No, that's not taking away half. You're just changing the vector.
Let's
That's
take away
exactly
half.
why they know.
Shortening it.
No, I'm saying if you're saying it's attracting laterally, that's why the balls are getting closer to each other or moving or whatever the hell y'all are saying. Okay, take away half of it and show me that it only moves half the distance. Good luck.
It's easily
Take
done.
away
You're
half the mass.
using words like take away. You should say isolate for gravity. Like isolate the variable of gravity.
Is that
How
how
do you
you
do
would
that?
say it? Yeah, how you do that?
Well, you would have to measure its effects and then subtract those effects from the results.
Now that it's funny, right?
You know,
That's
he's
really
right.
funny.
He's right. You get the acceleration and just apply that acceleration to everything and see how they react. Like dropping everything inside of a container or accelerating a container
Not
downward
taking
with
away
940
the
meters per second
cause.
squared. You can actually produce that particular acceleration in a box, have things in it, and then analyze when you remove the acceleration, what do these objects do?
That's not taking away the cause. Come
It's
on,
pretty
man.
So
simple. I mean, don't fight it.
imagine walking and taking a video of a plane. You can subtract your movement from the video, and you'd get the plane's movement only. Did I cut out? I don't know.
No, you're still here. But again, Rakia, you said that we need to take away the cause, but we don't have to do that.
That's science, though, man. Controlled
Well, if
variable.
it's science, but independent variable. But if it's science,
You manipulate the cause.
then yeah, you manipulate. You don't have to take it away because there's a lot of things that you can't take away that are causes.
Okay,
Pressure.
manipulate gravity.
Sure, manipulate the amount of
Good luck.
mass. I mean, that'll give you half the mass. There's half of the weight, the force.
No, that's mass. Try again.
Test it
Try again.
perpendicular to the vector. There's a lot of ways to do it.
Nope, there isn't.
Nope.
You better call up physics. Let physics know.
No, they disagree.
Yep.
Is that
You
who
show
taught
me
you?
the dial of gravity machine, please.
What?
You know that thing that you're gonna vary the gravity? Show me the meter.
No.
Like, where's the meter? You have a meter for that?
It's called a scale.
A scale.
Oh, it's called a scale.
Measure the weight.
Pretty simple. It's called a scale.
So weight
That's what you're
scale.
trying to
So that's
prove.
Yeah.
three different words now. Let's see how
It
many
measures-
words we
it
can get
measures-
in here.
It measures gravity. It measures gravity.
You're talking about the gravometer?
No, it's just a scale. Thing that you step on.
Measuring pressure put against it. That's not
Very
measured.
similar, by the way.
It's not a pressure though.
It's not. So the more pressure you put on it, the more the scale goes up.
Yeah,
Let's just say you'll weigh less on Mars.
Oh,
No,
here
no.
we go.
Because you've been there and you know, right?
the air pressure doesn't change the reading on a scale.
Let's try and stay here on Earth there, sir. You're having
if I
trouble
go
enough
into,
here on Earth.
Say I'll get into a pressure
mass-
chamber,
mass-
the scale would show the same. It doesn't change with pressure.
On Earth, I weigh 185.
So gravity's weight, you guys are saying now?
Gravity creates weight.
Weight is
Gravity creates weight. It's how you calculate weight. Yeah.
So, okay, my question is, if gravity creates weight, then why is if you had like a container inside a vacuum filled with gases, you open it up, they disperse in all directions? Why isn't gravity holding it
Those
down?
gases still have weight.
Why is gravity not downward vector? Why is it not holding the gases down?
It is. It is. It's always a downward vector.
Oh, I see gravity. I see gases just dispersing up in the air, but gravity's holding it down. Okay.
So the collisions and the energy between the molecules overcome gravity. Gravity is a very weak force. Yeah.
Oh, it's very weak, but yet the moon's gravity is so strong it can pull the tides. That's how strong gravity is.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a very, very weak. It's one of the weakest forces.
Yeah, but we
Yeah,
got
but
what
it's
is it?
important to
14
understand.
mile equator of a bulge.
Yeah,
It
you have to
doesn't
understand.
just hang on. It doesn't just pull the water. It pulls the Earth in the water towards the moon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, when you become more familiar with what this force is and how it's described, I mean, just very, the surface level familiar, you realize that it becomes stronger the larger the mass is involved. So it's no surprise that it's pulling the ocean and pulling the Earth.
What we realize
the
is that
weaker,
the
the farther it
theories
is
are
away
BS.
from the mass.
Well, electrostatics is what, to the 10th power stronger than gravity?
In some instances.
Yeah.
Some instances? What?
Yeah, some instances it's not. If you're talking generally, then yeah.
We can show water being pulled with that, right? Here on Earth.
Yep.
Create current. Create water pull, like bending.
We actually rotate under that, by the way, that bulge. That bulge is just there, pointed at the moon. We rotate under it.
Wait, did
Are you
someone
the guy
mention
that brought up Mars?
electrostatics? Did someone attend the
Sure, we
Wits
do,
at School of Nonsense? Electrostatics.
I never mentioned electrostatics.
Oh, I did.
No, that was Dawn.
Can't run from Zanuck.
You're not running. You're telling me that you're regurgitating the Wits at School of Nonsense.
Well, whatever.
No,
We can
there's,
hook.
there's
First
main
class.
information.
Nonsense 101.
Why is it nonsense? We can hook an electrical charge
Because
up to things and make them go
electrostatics
up
does
and down.
not
Yeah, you
explain
cut me
why
off.
things go down.
No, it
They only
explains why
down. If they are electrostatics, then they
cut
would
me
be
off. Is
attracted
my
to
mic
each
not
other.
working?
They're not.
We can isolate. Yeah, no, he was just talking over you.
Hey, thanks. It must be Zanuck, right?
Yeah, it's Zanuck.
Okay. I don't. I just go by who talks over the most to kind of call him out. But
Are
I'm
you
sure
aware
I'll be.
how much you do that though, Rick?
Did you just butt in too to tell me that? You just cut me off, right? As I was fixing to say how
Someone
much,
who spends half their time interrupting, you should spend a lot of time complaining about interruptions.
as you interrupt me again, and what was funny is I was fixing to say I'm sure I'll be blamed for it, and you interrupted to blame me for it. That is hilarious. So anyway, carry on, I guess, because I forget
What's
what
hilarious is you interrupting everybody else and blaming me for interrupting you.
Yeah, I don't remember what you guys were talking about either.
Lots of people.
Hey, Zanuck, you know how you said magnetism can't do work, right? You know how you say that?
I said magnets. You got to be careful.
Like a rail gun.
For me, magnets can't do work. No. Magnetism can do work. Magnetism is a force. If it's applied, it will do work. But magnets do not have energy. They cannot do work. No.
I thought I heard someone say that that gravity is always a downward vector, but then they were just talking about it being a sideways vector, weren't they?
Who said it was always a downward vector?
I think no one said that.
There's something. I mean, it depends on what someone's saying, but gravity creates a downward vector. So, I mean, it's not the other way around. So I guess if whichever way gravity's pulling the strongest, it's usually
Well, in the Cavendish, it's a sideways vector, right?
Yeah, but even in the Cavendish, the gravity sideways wasn't stronger than the gravity downward. So, if anything, they would have like an angular vector, but it's not. That's not really important.
Well, the question was he was like, if you take a vacuum in a box and then we just implied that gravity was downward.
Hey, Zanuck, you had a good discussion actually last night with Witsit. You guys kind of, I think he kind of clued you into something that maybe you hadn't realized, or maybe you just acted like you hadn't, but it was about the reason that they have to say that gravity only acts like a force. Because if it is a real force, it would have to follow the laws of the equal and opposite reaction. Can you want to reiterate what you learned about that, or what you understood that conversation to come to? Silence.
Yeah, his silence could be understood in two ways. Either
As
he's
I
not
told-
there,
as I said last night to
he
Witsit,
didn't understand anything.
Yeah, last night when I said that, I told him that this is true, but it's not. The order of events is not as he described. It didn't turn out that they wanted to make gravity not a force, and then so that's why he described the curvature of space-time. He discovered, or he realized that a gravitational field and something acting, moving because of it, and something being in a accelerating frame would have two indistinct observations. So through that, he created general relativity. But it doesn't even make sense that he did it the other way around. So that whole claim doesn't make much sense.
Well, either way, it's true that if it was a real force, it would have to follow the laws of the forces in an equal and opposite reaction, right?
Yeah, well, gravity does have
equal and opposite reaction just mean that as the Earth pulls an anvil down towards it, the anvil's pulling the Earth up towards it by the same amount?
The theory, it has to do with the bending of space-time, and how if it was following the forces of a force, if following the laws of a force, then it would be equal and opposite reaction, and it would straighten out rather than keep bending. That's the idea behind it.
But it's a pseudo force, so it has a force without a source.
Force without a source.
Right, and that regardless of which came first, it's important that it is a pseudo force for that reason now, right? And isn't that important?
That's my point. Is it's not for that reason, since the order of occurrences is the opposite. They didn't make it a curvature of space-time because they wanted to make it a force, or they wanted to make it not a force. It turns out that his description made it not a force, and his description was based on what I said before about the equivalence principle.
So a force without a source is what you're saying.
And that's
a
fictitious force.
This is a horse, of course.
That is special, man. That is truly special.
If you want to really think about
A
what it
force
is,
without a source. That's like saying
centrifugal force is a
something
source.
that's nothing.
Mass is the source.
No. So centrifugal force is a force without a source. It's reference frame dependent.
And what's causing this centrifugal force? Isn't something spinning?
Has to be spinning or accelerating.
So there's something spinning there, right? Causing this.
It has to be spinning first. So you can't have something not be spinning and have a centrifugal force. Because the equation,
no kidding. That's my whole
hold
point.
on, SE,
Real genius.
SE, yes. Do you know what the equation is for centrifugal force? I can tell you right now.
I couldn't care less about the equation,
Well,
bro.
because the description is centrifugal force. You can spell it maybe, and if you want to say what is it, you would have an equation.
Is it a force without a source? I don't care all your
It's a force
calculations.
without a
Numbers mean
source.
nothing
Yes.
to me.
If I
Is it?
take you,
How?
if you're in my car, if you're in the race car, on the track, and we take a hard driver's side turn to the left, and you're not buckled in, you're going to fly out the door. And if the door is slightly opened, or maybe it's closed and it's not really latched all the way, you will bust through it with a force, and you will fly out of the car. Now that
And
force,
why do you think that is?
hold on,
Because of
hold on, just let me finish. Yes,
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, you didn't think I was done. You're just trying to roll over me. Come on, stop it. So you would plow through the door. Thank you for stopping. You would plow through the door that was partially latched. You'd bust it open and you'd fly out of the car. Now that force on the door didn't have a source because all I did was turn the car, and suddenly you were flying into the door. That's what's called
Are you listening
that's
to
what's called
yourself
a
talk,
centrifugal
man?
force. That's a
Bro,
centrifugal
are you
force.
listening to yourself talk?
Well,
You just said there's no force and I turned the car. Don't you think the car had anything to do with that force?
It did, but they don't consider that a force. That's why they call it a pseudo force. If I hadn't turned the car, there wouldn't be any force, right? So turning the car, just changing my path, you now have a path that has not changed, but you're running into the door. So the door
wasn't
was
the
just
cause the car?
No, just the car turning.
There's no force acting on you.
There's no forcing
That's the whole point of it. There's no force acting on you whatsoever.
I don't know, man.
You're so
Going in a
confused.
straight line.
You're having a hard time
It's
imagining.
incredible, man, how you guys think, man.
It's incredible
truly...
that you can't open your mind and understand the
Xanax,
vernacular.
you know, it's conflation though. Anyway, because if gravity is a source without a force, we should jump on anybody trying to say that the center of the ball is the source, right?
It's
Source, though,
ridiculous.
It's just where the vector points. We're not saying there's no gravity at your feet and out to the west and out to the east, and there's only a specific point that causes all the gravity from the center of the Earth. What we're saying is when you add those vectors together, its standard comes out to a line pointing towards the center of the object.
No, you said a force without a source. Are you backing down from that? No, you want to move to something else? Have we settled that that's ridiculous? That you can't have a force without a source?
You asked it 3 times. That's the definition of a pseudo force. A force without a source, and it is reference frame dependent. Meaning, if the reference frame is not changed, there is no force.
He literally describes it as being equivalent from being if the Earth were accelerating actually, or if the mass curves space time and the objects are accelerating toward each other visually. He's saying that you'll get the same observation as if the mass existing there actually creates a gravitational field, which actually creates some force that attracts the two things. And
when you fall to the Earth, if you drop from let's say we had a hovering space, an inertial hovering satellite or something, you jumped off it straight down, you would be falling, you'd be accelerating 9.8 meters per second, but you'd feel nothing. That right there is kind of evidence that we can have acceleration without a force.
You can say acceleration. You said a force without a source. That is physically impossible. I put that to you, sir.
So just because you say that doesn't mean it's true.
So does Cavendish display the 9.8 meters per second?
Yeah, good question, Buster.
It's not 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah, it has to do with the mass, remember? And the distance of the two masses.
It's not even close to that.
Not even anywhere near close to that. You're laughing because you're not trying to understand what you're asking.
Supposedly the Cavendish. I mean, that's a lateral.
Yeah, it's horizontal. It's not vertical, but it has vertical forces acting on it still. The net force. The net force has a vector. Puzzling, isn't it?
Yeah, the acceleration between those two objects is probably extremely small. You use Newton's law to.
So you can't use Newton's law with Cavendish?
No, you do. You use Newton's law to calculate what the force is between those two objects, or you use the acceleration that you observe to calculate the force between those two objects.
So there is a source.
It's not 9.8 meters per second per second.
No, why would it be?
I don't know.
Where's the 9.8 come from? Do you know?
No, that's the Earth's gravitational. That's the acceleration that you experience due to the force of gravity between you and the Earth. But the Cavendish is purposely doing a different
vertical, right?
Gravitational force, the one between the two objects.
So the vertical is different than the lateral.
No, any two objects are distinct from any other any two objects. What determines the force is the distance between them and the mass of both objects, and then you use that to determine what the force is going to be. Yeah.
So it's just
is there still a? Oh, sorry, Buster.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I've spoken enough. Go ahead.
I'm just amazed that the lateral gravity is different than vertical gravity.
It's not different. How is it different?
That's what I'm asking. Good question, man.
No, how you said that it's different. How?
I didn't say it was different. They did. Good question, man.
No, they did. Well, how? No, how did they say that it's different?
Ask them.
Well, they didn't say that it's different. They just said that it's not 9.8 because the mass is different.
Is this one of your heroes, Gavin?
If you do a Cavendish with the mass of the Earth, then sure, it would be 9.8, but you don't.
Yeah, so it's different.
No, it is. It still correlates with mass. It's M1, M2
but
over R
what
squared.
Buster's telling you is you have two different speeds. One downward is 9.8 meters, right? That's what you guys say, right? And sideways, it's different. That's what he's saying, I believe.
Sure, because it's mass related.
And it's not mass related up and down?
It is, because the Earth has a lot of mass, so it's 9.8 meters.
Don't you just get the 9.8 meters just from dropping something?
Sure, you can measure it that way if you want.
But that's how Cavendish. That's how you get the acceleration between the two objects as well. You observe the two objects and you observe what the acceleration is between them.
Yeah, you
and
can measure
what is the acceleration between them?
There is.
That's how they move towards each other.
No, I asked what is the acceleration that's described. What is the acceleration in Cavendish?
You can measure it in the torsion bar.
Big G.
Oh, you derive big G from it.
Constant.
So Doofus says it's mass dependent. So the more mass, the more acceleration.
That's exactly right. That's right. That's what I told you. Well, it's not the more mass, the more acceleration. The more mass, the greater the force. But we'll notice with mass and inertia are, directly, like they're inversely related. So that's why things fall at the same rate, because the heavier something is, the more mass it has. The force is typically greater, but its inertia is also greater. So it ends up canceling each other out. So things that are different masses are going to accelerate towards the Earth at the same rate.
But not towards each other.
No, towards each other. Same thing.
Personally, I never seen anything accelerate toward itself. Never in my life.
Toward itself.
What?
What do you mean toward itself?
Sorry.
What does that even mean?
It is late. Towards another object, I meant.
Fair enough.
It's happening all the time. It's just being stopped by other forces.
Well, I see cars accelerate towards each other, but that's when they press the gas. But when they're parked in neutral, I never seen a car attract another car.
Of course not, dude.
Or I never seen a cat, one of them bulldozers attract a little rinky little toy car. I never seen that.
When you see a car,
you haven't seen it because of friction.
Have you seen any images, like IB's taken some with his own telescope, of moons orbiting Jupiter, casting shadows across it, going around in little circles?
Yeah, I've seen it myself. I've taken pictures myself.
Cool.
I've taken video myself of those lights that you say. Yeah.
Yeah. So what that seems to show is that small objects orbit big objects. Their orbital speed is dependent on their altitude, their height above the thing. And it's always small things orbit around big things, never the other way around. So it does seem to offer some amount of explanatory power.
Nah, somebody told you that. When I look up, I just see some lights.
Yeah.
Somebody
things.
told me, I mean, I can see that when you see the moons of Jupiter, they are all far smaller than Jupiter itself. Indeed, somebody might have told me that, but I can also check that for myself, and it's true.
Well, that's what I was about to say. That's actually, like, people say a lot of stuff about Newton because he did a lot of stuff, but the number one contribution that he's known for is showing how the moons of Jupiter and the things falling on Earth are due to the same reason. You can determine this, mathematically just by looking at them.
Do you guys really want to do this gravity thing? Really?
Oh man,
I'm surprised that you guys haven't
going with
accepted
these
it yet.
questions.
I want to do it because we've never done it before. So can we do it for the first time?
For the first time.
Yeah, the first time all over again.
But the truth is, as time goes on, you guys have more and more agreed with it, just not completely. And some people have fully agreed with it.
What?
Yeah, well,
Give me-
there's
I
some
thought
of you
I
guys,
was tired.
smarter ones, you guys agree that things fall to the Earth due to a force. The force pulls things down.
Force. Yeah, when you lift them
Mass
up,
attracts mass. Mass attracts mass. So even large and small objects, they're always attracting each other. I'm attracting the golf ball next to me. However, friction is stopping it from proceeding my way.
But it's just the words that are used, like
Can't prove
vertical and you got a vertical attraction that's down, and then you've got a lateral attraction, supposedly Cavendish.
It's just distance from the center of the mass.
Yeah, but it acts the
Is that what
acting.
people are talking about, the lateral gravity? Oh, yeah. Okay. I was confused. I kept hearing people say that.
why would it have to be to the center of a mass? Why couldn't it just be to the mass?
Vector addition.
In order to get the
You want
full...
to be as specific as you can with a vector.
Yeah, down is the vector.
Right. And down is definitionally, if you're standing on the surface of a ball and you're standing, therefore your horizontal is going to be tangential to that ball, what is down going to be pointing at?
What if you're standing on a flat plane? What's the vector going to be down towards the mass under you?
It could be, but
yeah, it would be.
I would imagine, unless we're creating some indeed very interesting, because what you could do this, you could keep gravity if you had a flat Earth, but we're like a flat part of a ball, so we get to the Antarctic ice wall, and there is still a ball beyond that. But otherwise, if it's just a flat disk, then the center of mass is somewhere near the North Pole, and people in Australia should be lighter and being pulled sideways.
A flat plane, the center of the North Pole isn't going to be. What are you talking about?
Did that. Vsauce made a good little demonstration of what it would look like, and it would be like a staircase all the way to the edge of this disc we're on.
Yeah. Who here would dare go against Einstein? Which baller?
People go against him every single day, every year.
Look at his quote. What I just put in.
Every experiment that's been done to prove his things was people trying to going against him.
But would you believe a direct quote from him, or would you go against it?
I mean, to put on the quote, right? If he says "cocks taste good," I'd be like, maybe.
Why would you go to that? The first thing on your mind.
You asked me if I would agree
because
with
he goes up in the hotel rooms of fat guys that do coke. That's why he goes there.
So an equal and opposite reaction to gravity.
No, but he said gravity isn't a force.
And we stated how he said that. We went over how he said that.
It's not even a force. It's not even a force. Gravity is not a force between two masses either. That's been superseded. I don't know why you guys.
Not to mention that, of course, yeah.
It's just attraction.
You You want to get into the fabric?
What is the fabric? What's it made out of? What does it look like?
Wasting time, of course. What, you didn't know, bro? Come on.
It has a certain color to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It shimmers in the night.
The one thing is that I've noticed that a lot of people hold on to gravity is if gravity is destroyed, the whole globe model's done for.
Why do you say that?
Well, you can't. Why water wraps around the exterior of a sphere. You wouldn't be able to explain radiograde motion, or retrograde motion, if you will. There's a lot of things you wouldn't be able to explain.
Yes, you would. I mean, it's a fact beyond anybody's theory or reason why that if the rain falls, water, you pour it, showers, you put the water above your head, it falls down. So we all know that water is compelled down towards the earth. So if gravity didn't exist and for some other reason that's happening, water would still be confounded. If the earth were a ball, water would still be, confounded to the outside of that ball. It would wrap around it the same way.
Well, speaking of rain, shouldn't Cavendish demonstrate that it should be able to rain sideways?
What?
No.
Toronto.
How?
Well, isn't there affected gravity in the horizontal? Right?
Because they
mass
got rid
attract.
of the vertical.
Why aren't the raindrops attracting to each other?
They are, but the Earth is more massive, so.
They are always. Other forces overcome gravity. Once again, it's a really weak force. Two bowling balls aren't just going to roll towards each other.
It's not a weak force if you got a 16-mile bulge at the equator.
Well, it is a
Not
weak
due to
force.
gravity.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of gravity. That 16-mile hump shows how weak it is. That a spin at a rate of once per
No,
day
actually,
can make
that's
it
the
fatter in the
moon's
middle.
gravity. Oh, the moon's gravity is stronger than Earth's gravity. Then.
What? No.
Yeah.
Warm gases overcome gravity.
If the fucking moon's gravity was stronger than the Earth's gravity, then things would be drawn closer to it, right?
Yeah, well, you got a 16-mile bulge. Yeah, I mean, it's pulling it.
No,
Well,
it's not the bulge. It's not the moon.
It's not the moon that's supposedly causing the tide.
No, the tide. It's the tide you're talking. The tide is a bulge. So you're not
It's us
talking, you're not
rotating
talking
under
about the equatorial bulge then, right? Or how the circumference is greater at the equator than pole to pole.
Yeah, it's a shame I missed the lunar eclipse tonight. Damn it. Nice post, Jerry.
When's the next solar eclipse?
There's a couple in the next couple of years here in the U.S.
Ah, fuck. Then it's not for me, I guess.
Come on down to Texas, man. You'll be able to see it from Texas.
It's happening right now as we speak, but there's clouds here.
There's clouds here too, but I have the sun high in the sky.
Well, you're in Europe, right?
Yeah, I'm in Finland. Yeah.
Finland, yeah.
Hey, welcome to the Don't Let Russia Invade Us Club.
Oh yeah. I think they might attack us soon. We'll see.
Thinking of joining NATO, are you?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, in our government. Yeah. So
Yeah, I know.
They're never. Russia's not going to attack you.
Yeah,
It's insane.
I don't think they will. And it's a totally different thing than Ukraine because the Ukrainians usually talk Russian.
Yeah.
So it's a bit different. But they are actually buying a lot of land over here, so I don't know if it's sort of like a hybrid thing.
Well, isn't it part of
Russia
I
is?
forget which person it was, but there's like was watching some Caspian Report is this cool YouTube channel, and he talks about how Putin and many of the top brass in Russia adhere to this heartland theory that in order to conquer all of the Eurasian continent, you have to hold everywhere from Moscow. And that's the sort of heartland is Moscow or the Russian area. But it's very difficult to defend in the current borders they've got because it's all flat land, which is really easy to invade across. So what they really want is what's that little enclave, Russian enclave next to Finland?
Belarus?
No, it's like a Russian territory, but
Kharkiv.
Kharkiv,
I
that's
don't
it.
know.
They need to own everything from Kharkiv down to the western border of Ukraine. It was saying. I don't know much about it, but it sounded like an interesting theory.
Makes sense, especially for like past in history, like throughout the decades of war over there, fighting the Mongols and whatnot. Like they needed that location.
I think there's a problem with if we join the NATO and Estonia is in NATO, and there's like 80 kilometers of clearance between us and Estonia. If you go to St. Petersburg, along the sea, I think that's where they have an issue because then they can't do anything in the Baltics anymore.
This is all happening because of the freshwater port. The only port they have, not freshwater, like the only port they have that doesn't freeze year round.
Water port, yeah.
Yeah. This is in the Crimea. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I think they have
happened in the 1950 whatever the other wars where people needed
I don't support
ports
NATO.
that don't freeze. Yeah, they take over land. They go to war.
Yep.
Yeah, between Lithuania and Poland, there's like a port city or a port.
You mean
country.
Königsberg? Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I
it was,
posted a map.
Just given over to Russia after the old Soviet Union after the victory of World War II.
Mm. You can still see it in the bottom map there in 2015. It's a really key port.
I think if the Russians try to attack us using the same tactics that they do in Ukraine,
why would they attack you?
Why would exactly? They'd never attack you, man. Come on.
Yeah, well, they said that they will because of NATO, but
Yeah,
I don't think.
Remember to finish that sentence with they'd never attack Finland again.
Yeah.
God, I wish they won
Yeah,
the
they did it
war.
once.
Not out of nowhere.
We won.
But
well, they were jealous. They wanted some Danishes, so they had to go through Finland.
I think there is an issue in the Baltic with us and Estonia being in NATO, with St. Petersburg being sort of locked down.
Yeah, that's a very bad move for you guys. Then you're going to become an enemy of Russia. The exact opposite is going to happen.
Surprisingly, one of the few parties that are opposing the war in Ukraine are increasingly the Communist Party in Russia. Like it's an unpopular war in Russia. Prices going insane. And did that remind you of anything? A certain October Revolution.
You're going to get what you want, red tape. You're going to get a new communist uprising.
God, I wish.
Learn how to starve all over again.
God, I wish.
The communists want to kill all the Ukrainians themselves.
Oh, God, I wish.
Farm owners.
I don't believe in the Holodomor. No.
You don't believe in the starvation in Ukraine?
No, I don't think it was intentional. Yeah, there was a famine. I'll agree. Like there were millions of deaths. Yeah, I don't think it was intentional, and most people don't believe it was intentional.
How would it happen? Is it because of weather?
Well, there was a famine, and there was mismanagement, and there was a famine, and people died. I don't think it was like an intentional attempt to like kill all the fucking Ukrainians.
But weren't they shipping their food out of there?
Well, yeah,
other people.
But yeah, that was essentially the way to for the Soviet Union to make like an income because they were trying to industrialize during the crash industrialization process, which was, of course, a mistake.
Wouldn't that be
So
intentional
is it
then?
slightly
No.
there?
So
So
when
they weren't deliberately trying to kill
no,
Ukrainians, but they were aware that
hold on.
Ukrainians were dying and continuing to do it.
No. They tried to stop it when the depths of the famine was made aware. So yeah, like Stalin personally ate all the grain, and then he had like starving Ukrainian children massage his cute little belly.
Are you talking about World War II now?
No, this was before World War II.
Yeah, but didn't they just ship out the wheat? So just
No. So they stopped. If they didn't stop, everyone would have died, right? So
what did they do? Did they ship out the wheat from Ukraine?
stopped the shipments, and then they tried to like stop the famine.
Well, how could there be a famine if there's wheat being shipped out?
I think he's talking about World War II.
This is before World War II.
Oh, this is before when the it's like, I think it's 1917 or something.
No. That's before even the Soviet Union was a thing.
Ah, yeah. Obviously, yeah.
This was like the 1930s, like early 1930s.
Yeah.
But funnily enough, there was no more famines after that. And historically, there used to be like these cycles of famines in Eastern Europe, because the Soviet Union managed to like mechanize their agriculture, and it fixed a lot of the issues that Eastern Europe has faced since like its very beginning. But
that Ukraine has one of the most fertile lands in that area. As a matter of fact, the most fertile land in the area there. Grows an enormous amount of food. Like,
historically, there were many famines in the area.
That's why we have a lack now.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse because India just banned its wheat exports because of the heat wave they're facing over there.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I would like there to be a communist revolution in Russia, of course. They should shoot all the oligarchs and shoot Putin.
I think, yeah, it should be good for them to get back to communism, because we had some good income from them when they were communist.
Good income? What are you talking about?
People came from Russia over here to Finland to buy butter, wheat, and everything, because there was none in
Isn't that kind of immoral?
Sorry, what was that?
It's awfully like price gouging and shit like that. But
just came here to buy it.
No, like I don't support Russia's imperialist war, but I don't support NATO.
I don't know if I support NATO either.
Like NATO is just essentially just like an American sphere of influence, and I don't like America. So this would have been better if Russia and the United States didn't pressure Ukraine to give up its nuclear weapons.
Did you guys know that the Russian religion, I believe, was started in Ukraine? The Russian Orthodox Church?
No. So they adopted Orthodoxy there. Like the religion wasn't started there, but that's where they adopted Orthodoxy.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying Orthodoxy started there. I'm saying the Russian, as a nation, as a people.
Yeah, the Kievan Rus.
They gained their identity. Yeah, so people don't understand. Like, to the Russians, it's like saying Texas or something. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I agree.
I'm not agreeing with what's going on here, but we have a misunderstanding of that part of the world here.
Well, I agree that the Russians have a claim to the area, but it's I don't think they're going to win. The people who are going to lose are the average Russian and Ukrainian.
I guarantee you they're going to take the east side of Ukraine. How much
probably, and that will turn Ukraine into a permanent European colony. Because the eastern part of Ukraine is where all the industrial heartlands of the old Soviet Union were.
And all this could have been prevented. They were given false hope and joined NATO.
Well, I know the Pope was saying that this is partly to blame on NATO barking up Russia's door.
Yeah, it is exactly that. Unless it was all planned. Now we're talking, people say behind the scenes they're all together, but we're just talking as we see it, right? As the information presents itself, right?
The United States is like the great Satan, after all.
Well, look, when they made a pact, right, that NATO wasn't going to expand to their front door.
Yeah. So
they signed it, and what did they do? They did exactly the opposite.
Well, my understanding, after I looked further into that, my understanding of that original promise was that was only about military bases in Germany, because at the time that decision was made, everywhere, including the Ukraine, was still part of the USSR.
Well, here's the thing: the agreement was
once we fall apart, we want you to make a promise to us, this country that will soon no longer exist, that you won't start accepting into your thing nations that aren't nations today. It doesn't make sense. Whereas to say you won't, when we make this agreement, you won't march your people past Berlin and up to this border, which they did keep. But that's very different to saying later, after we've collapsed as a Soviet republic.
Well, it's because
we won't accept
Russia
any
was
of our previous member states. That just
like a lot of these old treaties consider Russia to be the continuation of the USSR, like a legal successor, kind of. And so a lot of those treaties are still enforced as if like Russia was the Soviet Union.
Right.
Even though the Russians were part of the reason.
Still, if I say I'm not going to move my fence 1 foot to the right, but I buy a house to the right side of you, that doesn't mean I violated my treaty.
The treaty was
original
still,
treaty. It's just you didn't think I was going to buy more property.
Well, the treaty was still considered to have been a thing, right?
Say again?
It was still legally upheld, and it was still expected to be upheld. This was aggressive.
But what I'm saying is it's not been broken, at least to my understanding of it, unless there's something that I'm missing.
I'll bring it up. One of the communist servers I'm in was talking about it. Funnily enough, we were discussing whether or not to donate money to a Ukrainian anarchist group that is fighting the Russians, and if the situation gets a little better, might start shooting the government troops too of Ukraine. But whatever. They're like Russia and Ukraine are both shitty right-wing oligarchies, so. And if they lose, if Ukraine loses the eastern part of its territory, it's fucked as a nation state for generations.
Yeah, the West has no business there whatsoever.
Oh no, they have strategic reasons to do it. I mean, that's not moral, but they have reasons to do it.
Oh, they did it all right. For sure, they did it. It's a proxy war. I mean, come on, everybody knows that, right? They were egged on. They made them believe that they can join NATO. They made them believe that if Russia did anything, that they would be on their side. But what happened? As soon as Russia attacked, every country said there won't be one soldier on the ground helping them.
No, apparently the British sent some troops to Kiev and the quote unquote volunteers, but whatever.
And they've also sent hardware. I mean, I think that's pretty good.
I think
you know what I'm saying, though, right?
I don't think you want Russia completely fucking up this invasion, because if they fuck up super badly, I think the state might fall apart, and I think it's still a miracle that all those fucking the nukes weren't lost, right? The ancient ass arsenal of the Soviet Union wasn't lost to the thousands of different groups of the post Soviet sphere. If Russia collapses again, it's horrific.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate, of course, for the people that are suffering now. Good to see we're getting some good shots. Look at that. Nice. I'm freaking jealous. So Northern Europe is getting it as well. Nice.
No, I heard Turkey might block their entry.
Yeah, they were the first
Turkey only just got in now.
project.
They're like, shut the door behind you. I didn't know that. I didn't even know that Turkey had gotten in, if I'm honest. Are they already in?
No, NATO was in. I mean, not NATO. Turkey was in for a while.
From the 50s.
That actually is what fueled the Cuban Missile Crisis, because it was a response to the Americans putting nukes in Turkey.
Which are still there. And Turkey is giving the finger to everybody.
If
now.
nuclear weapons are real.
If they're real, yeah.
Imagine if they weren't real and all this was just pretend, make believe.
Well, yeah, that's what I was
that
saying.
that would make everything that's happening or that has happened in the past 100 years meaningless.
Yeah, this could be the Great Reset. You know how much gas is here? I couldn't believe it when I went outside today. I freaked out. It's $2.16 a liter.
Dude, my car runs on compressed air, man.
Like the planes?
That's $8 and like something a gallon.
Well, I hate cars, so God, I wish we had more trains.
Yeah, if only we could live back in the early 1900s, Soviet Union.
God, I wish. I would kill so many liberals. Funnily enough, the Soviet Union was the first to legalize abortion.
That's what's up.
One of the first to also remove criminal laws against homosexuals.
That's my shit, dude.
Yeah, the early Soviet Union was a place of good hope. Then Stalin kind of fucked it up.
That's the first thing I look for when I join the country. I'm like, how are they on abortions? Are abortions illegal?
Well, the early Soviet Union was really loyal to the international communist ideal. What really fucked it up was because they were expecting Germany to rise into revolt, which they almost did. But the liberals sided with the fascists and they killed all the communists. And that's also what led to the Nazis rising in Germany.
And we almost like the Nazis more than the Soviets.
Well, do you know what General Plan Ost was?
General who?
General Plan. It was like a plan by the Nazis to basically colonize Eastern Europe.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, they were planning to basically kill all the Slavs. And, like all the Poles, Ukrainians, Russians. They took a lot of inspiration and, like, they wrote about it a lot.
What do they call it? Lebenstraum?
Oh, no, that was part of it. But the idea of it was called General Plan Ost, like East, like the general plan for the East. And it called for basically they were going to
food. Yeah.
No, up to like I think Moscow. They were going to.
But I'm just saying Ukraine was part of the plan. Like that's the food belt.
Yeah, like generally they were planning on doing a bunch of like intentional famines all across Eastern Europe. But they were going to enslave whoever lived, and then basically, and they wrote about it a lot. They took a lot of inspiration from from how the Americans colonized. Well, you know, their nation, how they got rid of all the fucking natives.
Well, there's only one U.S. You can try to beat us, but you can't beat us.
Well, the United States has access to like an entire continent's worth of resources.
That's right.
Like the United States has like some of the best fucking land in the world, dude. An amazing amount of rivers, resources, great farmland.
Direct access to Hispanic women.
Yeah, with their big, pretty brown eyes.
And everybody's blocked on both sides by the oceans. People think that China and India, or just China, is going to be the 21st century, but I don't think so, man.
Huh? What was it?
I think China is going to be like the big player on the stage.
Well, we're only 22 years into the 21st century, and I think they might be.
That's what I'm talking about. I think that when the 21st century is,
it's probably going to be the Chinese century. Yeah,
it could possibly be, but it's not all said and done yet.
Well, I think they just have more political will to do things. Like, the American Congress can barely get like a budget passed constantly.
And I think the Chinese are really good at making sacrifices for long-term plans. They don't have to try to get re-elected every 5 years. So
Well, it depends what part of the Chinese Communist Party you're talking about. I don't like Xi. He's too much of a liberal. Too much of a nationalist, too, honestly. I miss Mao. But the Chinese, even with their revisionism, I think they're probably going to eventually eclipse the United States, unless the United States has like another FDR like figure who can like buy the country with some more life.
Well, the richest person in the world right now is an African American, and he's taking us to Mars, dude. He's a claimant for the United States.
I do not like Elon Musk. Elon Musk should be shot.
Well, you can go talk to Putin and the future Communist Party of China, of Russia. And
well, no, there is a Communist Party of Russia. It's the second most popular party in the nation.
No, and Russia's the second most popular country in Ukraine right now.
Not sure about that.
Regardless, no, I don't think he should be shot, and I think he may be able to reclaim the 21st century for the United States on his own.
No, he's not. I just think he has too many brainworms. We need an FDR-like figure who is willing to like do massive like changes to the nation. Honestly, like FDR is the only reason there's like an America to begin with now.
Let's see, are there any Roosevelts left?
No, I'm not really sure. Both the Democratic and like conservative, well, the Democratic and Democrats and the Republicans are both institutionally like pretty committed to like these ruinous neoliberal economic policies. Kind of blame Clinton for that.
I don't see any Roosevelts. I'm looking at the list of Roosevelts. They might all be dead now.
Well, I don't really have much hope for the country.
Oh, I think we triggered blue with the if the nukes are real.
Well, I mean, it's a silly thing to suggest they're not real. I guess it's interesting to think about, but there's everything that we understand about chemistry is based on what we understand about nuclear physics, and vice versa. So it's like the
nukes
model
are the thing
that nuclear model, and they're based on the. I mean, these models are shown to be correct. You know, they substantiate each other.
Well, nukes are the only thing that have like preserved like the world from going into another world war. But I think Matt is
saying it because many flat earthers don't think nuclear weapons are real.
That's silly.
Personally, I've always thought they were real, to be honest with you.
I knew it.
Like, if there wasn't nukes, like the threat of nuclear warfare, like I'm pretty sure like the Soviet Union, the United States would have gone for like a battle royale.
Or they're playing us behind our backs and making us believe, and they're partitioning the world like two gangs. You take the east, I take the west.
Well, that was basically what happened at Malta.
What's the difference, though? If we didn't have nukes, we'd still have bombs. We'd still have military force with might. So I'm not sure if nuclear bombs is necessary to invent them. The idea of them just to scare everybody, because you can scare everybody with any other conventional bomb.
Well, like I think you could still have like conventional warfare when it was just like the 1940s, like nuclear bombs. But when like the ICBMs came in, and like like
sure,
like it just became much more destructive, and like the possibility of it was just too much.
Same with Sputnik, though, too. Sputnik, for the same reason. They're like, well, if you fly over our heads, you just drop a nuke over our head and spy on us anytime you want.
Yeah.
That's not a good example, because I guess you flat earthers, you guys don't believe in satellites either. So, well, that's not true. SC, you said you believe in nukes, but you don't believe in satellites. So,
Yeah, I'm not saying I know for sure nukes, but yeah, I've always believed. I don't see a reason why not to believe in it. But I tell you one thing, those videos that they show?
Yeah.
They're kind of shoddy. It looks like little models when you look at them.
Supermodels? What do you mean?
Those buildings where the videos where the buildings collapse? They show the wind, and then
those are models.
Yeah.
That's exactly
because they've stopped nuclear testing since what? The 80s or late 70s?
Yeah, look, I've seen some tests
it must
where
be more recent than that, because when I was a kid, they were still talking about how the French were doing tests in Mururoa Atoll.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I've seen some footage where they had I think, was it a battle group? And they tested a nuke underneath the water, and the video looks pretty convincing to me, man. I don't know if it was a nuke. That was one hell of a bomb, though.
Yeah, they would have British soldiers there, and whatever country soldiers, I know British at least, have them experience the full force of radiation.
Apparently, the United States, the USSR, France, and India are the only countries to have tried to use nukes for peaceful purposes.
What does that mean?
Scheme for a while about sort of rewilding or sort of regreening the interior with using a series of nukes to make really deep. I'm not sure underground reservoirs is right, because I think they were meant to be above ground but very deep, so they lost minimal stuff due to.
Yeah. They were also stuff like digging like deep channels and stuff like that. Like, it's interesting stuff, but mostly because the radiation comparatively, when you compare it to nuclear fallout from fucking nuclear plants going off, nukes, the fallout's only for a bit. Like, the radiation fades pretty fast comparatively, unlike Chernobyl, where it's going to last 1,000 years.
Yeah, because it doesn't seep into the soil and the ground, and it'll just mostly affect the air, especially if you don't do it on the ground. But regardless, Musk, remember, he wanted to nuke Mars. It was a crazy.
Oh no, that's a silly idea.
Well, it's kind of silly, but it's also.
Well, no, yeah. Most people would just put it offhand as silly, but the reason that he put it out for terraforming is a very silly idea. That wouldn't work.
I don't think so. I think this makes a lot of sense. If you do enough, this is a perfectly reasonable thing to do use nukes for.
The atmosphere is too thin in Mars to ever really do it. The mass is too small to hold on to it, and you would also have to reset the core to make sure that you have a what's it called, a magnetic. It's one of the things that keeps off solar radiation.
And then field stripping it away. But that's the whole point of the nukes would be, is to help create more of an atmosphere by putting that.
They just want to hold on to it. The mass is too small. Like terraforming is like a far future thing, because you would need to do a massive amount of like resources to even really consider doing it. It would just be easier to build like a space habitat or like a dome over a crater. That would honestly.
They're probably just gonna build it underground.
But well, no, I mean, just build like a atmospheric, like a dome with like atmospheric controls. You could just like control the heat, temperature, and like atmosphere of the interior, and you could just like settle the inside of that.
Yeah, and plus it would take a couple hundred years for the radiation to.
Well, like yeah, like the surface is already irradiated as fuck.
I think first they should work on their spacesuits there. The ones that are not going to be ready in 2024. Before talking about terraforming planets.
There's not even really much of a profit incentive to do it, so you need like a state that doesn't really care about profit incentives.
Do you know that the spacesuits that they say they're going to go to the moon are not ready yet?
And I was like, okay, I just want to destroy capitals.
Yeah, but yet they had a perfectly good working model in the 60s, right?
Made by Playtex.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably got perfectly working models that they could use now, but they probably want to. I mean, they don't use the same shit because they want to. They have different usabilities, and those ones weighed actually quite a bit. On Earth, I think they would have weighed 500 pounds.
Should have been a lawyer, bro. Should have been a lawyer.
Why? What are you talking about? These are
you're wasting your talents,
reasons, bro. Man. Somebody
what
said,
excuse can you possibly make, Kosho, that they had suits in the 60s and they don't have them now? What possible excuse can you come up with?
You're under the impression that if, let's say, they needed to go to the moon next month, if they needed to go to the moon next month because it was an emergency, there was actually a button on the moon that would stop the world from exploding or something, that they couldn't go. And that's crazy, because they actually could go. They can go to the moon next month. Yes. Yes, they could.
Hold on. They had the technology, but they destroyed it, and it's too painful to bring it back.
Some things are worth the pain.
So you're saying that they can go back with current technology now, what they have now? You're wrong, bro. You're wrong.
The problem is, or not the problem, but they're not required to neglect, safety and all this other type of stuff to rush something to the moon, right? So they're going through all the checks and all the. I'm talking about NASA specifically, to make sure everything is up to par, everything's going to be safe. Even the first moon mission was Apollo 11, and all the moon missions before that, or all the Apollo missions before that, were just to prepare for the Apollo mission. And I mean, that wasn't even safe enough. They're going to want it to be much safer than the Apollo missions. So
you're saying that tomorrow, if there was an emergency, a problem, that NASA could go to the moon and press that button. That's what you're saying.
We could probably in a month or two.
Serious?
Yep.
You got faith, brother.
I mean, it's when I understand that when they said they destroyed the technology, they didn't mean the smart people died and we're retarded. What they meant was the actual spacecraft that they used to get there is destroyed, and NASA has resources that they're using for other projects. If for some reason there was an emergency and they needed to go to the moon in 2 months, just like with COVID, they redirected all the resources so they can put this thing out in like a couple of months or whatever. That usually takes years and years and years to test for a thing like that. The same sort of thing. The technology exists. It's not.
There was just the political will to do it. Just kind of faded. Like, without this, the Soviets basically abandoned the space race, and then we started to abandon it. And then when we didn't really have many like international competitors in this, like, it makes sense. Like,
so nobody thought of the commercial interests, or
there's not really there's really not commercial interests in like that kind of like space travel at the moment. It's too expensive.
Not the space travel, advertising.
Advertise it like what? Are they gonna put a fucking Coca-Cola sign on like the side of the space shuttle? What?
Yeah, not on the space shuttle. No. How about starters, a camera on the moon with solar power, right? And you broadcast.
What would like the commercial interest in that be?
You're kidding me, right?
Yeah, like
you're kidding me.
Yeah, like honestly, like what's the big
People pay for a football game. They pay like for the Super Bowl. What is it? $2 million?
Yeah, but every
for
Super
30
Bowl,
seconds?
every Super Bowl is different. Like, what are they just going to put different like this is like in the hundreds of billion, like not hundreds, but like billions of dollars. They're not going to make enough money to do it. Like, there's too much risk.
The Apollo missions, they noticed that the first one, it was one of the most watched things on TV, but the last three or something like that, they kept the views were declining. There was no interest. The interest was gone because, it's like you said, it wasn't like something new was happening each time they went to the moon. So
wasn't there something like it lost, like one of the missions lost to a rerun of I Love Lucy or something terrible like that?
Yeah, he's right about that. Yeah. That's the story. That they were complaining when they put on one of the landings or whatever, one of the missions that I Love Lucy was on, is the story, yeah.
Yeah, right.
I just don't think
Was that
there's like
season
much
for the
commercial
finale?
interest in it. Like maybe if
Yeah,
it
but
was
I'm
like
talking about, you think there'd be no interest in the people having a camera and viewing the Earth, the place where you live, the place that they tell you where you're
I have
at.
one of those,
You don't
dude.
think there'd be no value in that?
There's one of
It's
those.
not
People have already seen
commercial,
it.
certainly.
People have already seen it, dude.
Oh, it's up, dude. There's up there now. I don't know why you're saying why would they don't have that if we have that. It's
Like, what are the astronauts going to have like a Twitch chat installed? Like, dude, piss in your suit, pog.
Oh, you guys are closed-minded, man. Seriously.
What they're saying is right. The Himawari does show you footage of the Earth, and nobody watches it.
I'm talking about the Discover, though. Discover is 4 times further
Because
than
it's
the
a
moon.
joke. They're looking at a joke. That's why nobody watches it, bro.
People like
But I mean, then
normalized.
why would
Like,
that change? What about that would change? If you're saying it's ridiculous that they're not already doing this, but then if you immediately say, well, it's a joke, why would it not continue to be a joke? Like the two are
Have you watched it?
Either
Have you?
it is fascinating, I would watch it, and
Yeah,
I
I
do
watched
watch it,
it a few
therefore there's
times,
money
but
in
like,
it.
it's kind of
or
boring after a while. Like,
it's a joke.
Like,
Yeah, I've seen it. I watched it. It's a joke. That doesn't look real to me. If
like
that
I've
looks
seen
real
it, I
to you and
watched it. I
convincing
just
to
got
you, God
bored
bless
after
you,
a
bro.
while. Like,
Yeah, certainly when that volcano went off, that looked pretty good.
That looked pretty cool, yeah, but like, it's just whatever. I mean, like, it's the Earth. It became normalized.
Wow.
Not as shocking.
Okay. All right.
It reminds me of my dad when I saw him, like, this is a while back, and I said, what have you been up to? And he said, I went out whale watching. And I was like, oh, what's it like? And he goes, seeing your first blue right whale or whatever it is breach the water is absolutely magical. Seeing your 34th whale gets a little bit dull. And that's the thing I think about looking at the Earth. Like once you've got that view of it, it's still going to be a blue foggy marble.
Yeah.
Why would you stay looking?
Whatever.
Why would you keep staring at that day after day?
Wow. Okay. I guess that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's why people stopped watching the moon landings. Unless someone like died, I think they would probably get a lot of views. But
Yeah. Or you heard like, something dramatic, some drama there. Like, not just someone died. That'd certainly switch people on for a bit. But I think like to find out 2 astronauts had like gotten in a fist fight or something, the first murder on the moon, suddenly then everybody would be watching day after day.
Jeez, you guys are really something, man.
I don't know why.
I mean, okay, so take something you think is real, that would be of a similar importance to you.
Okay, like C-SPAN, right? Like that's like the American, like it's like political TV. They like do live
Great
broadcasts.
example. This is how your country is governed. These are the decisions that get made that affect you every day.
One of the lowest
broadcast
rated
live.
channels.
Do you sit bolted to question time in the debates in Parliament?
Like C-SPAN's one of the lowest viewed things. I mean, if I would watch it if like Bernie Sanders brought out a cane and started beating Mitch McConnell to death.
I used to watch C-SPAN all the time.
What you want them to start like having like Mortal Kombat in there?
Yeah. The marketplace of ideas becomes the arena of ideas.
Yeah, the arena of who's got the strongest punch.
Also, American Congress, like, historically used to be much fucking cooler. Like, people were like bringing canes, beating people to near death, crippling each other, fighting. Then like this weird, like, very sterile, like culture of debate came in. Like, not even like exciting debate, but like, oh please don't like have like your voice raised, or we'll yell at you. Like your parliament just seems a lot more like energetic compared to like the ancient and decrepit like American Congress.
Australian, you mean?
No, I thought you were British, but
No. But Australian does get pretty robust. They had recently a change in the speaker, and it just got like rowdy, like people shouting and slinging insults, and it was like, oh, I would actually tune in to watch a bit more of this.
yeah, it feels more energetic. Like you like to see passion on your side, but when it's just like this boring, sterile like debate where you can't really yell at the other person.
And here's some of the conspiracy theorist in me coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if, in some ways, almost consciously, that was a decision where they went, we're held too much to account by the public. Like we are, we're doing this fairly tough job, but we have so many people come and second guess all of our decisions if we make it really accessible. So if we make it really dull and the language really complex and inaccessible, then maybe they just won't tune in enough to be able to do that anymore.
Yeah, I've heard that before, and I kind of believe it.
Like, yeah, if you make this bill sexy, suddenly the public will get switched on and they'll care about what happens, and as many promoters as you'll have detractors. And
I heard there was some recent drama in Australia about gay rights or something like that. Is that true?
recent drama about gay rights. I
It's
don't know, like a
stuff.
year a bit ago, gay marriage was legalized. If that's
Well,
what
that
you're
was
talking
probably
about.
it, yeah. Yeah. Oh wow. Only it was like you guys took it longer than us. Shit, that's surprising.
We were actually quite early on some, and then we're very late on others. We were like I think we're one of the first after New Zealand maybe to give women the vote. Because our women are more hardcore than your women.
Well, we're currently going back to like some like 1800s fucking social wars with like apparently some of these like some of our like more red states have been planning to like even ban birth control.
So deeply held beliefs will do for you.
Yeah, religion. But what's really strange is that Protestants in America used to like make fun of Catholics for being anti-abortion, right? Historically, Protestant churches used to view abortion as like a Catholic thing, as in being anti-abortion. It only really came up when like the culture war stuff in the United States happened. So it's just kind of odd.
Yes, yeah, just want to let you know I made you something, sir. Give me a minute. I know you couldn't see the eclipse, so I wanted to give you something to look at. Give me a second.
What do the flat earthers explain the craters on the moon to be, though? Kind of curious on that.
There's quite an interesting variety of answers from. There are many people who think the moon's not physical because if you terrible at using your camera, you think you can see stars through it.
Well, what about the craters, though? Well, what are they?
Yeah, don't understand how a light could have shadows.
Yeah, listen to the Electric Universe.
Definitionally opposed, right?
Yeah. I heard a few of them say that the moon emits its own light.
Yes, because that's something biblical. It is
Like negative temperature too, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Yes, it emits a cold light, is what people think. Because some guy did a test where he was like, it was quite a cool test, but flawed conclusion, I think, which was it was something like he put a thermometer out in where the sun had been, and then under a sort of seating umbrella, you know, those kind of ones you'd have at a pub. You'd sit under it at a table, and what he found was that the one that was in the open got colder as the moon came up. So he concluded that therefore the moon has cold light, rather than concluding that there was heat trapped under the umbrella.
Yeah, no, I redid that test and did it correctly.
You redid that test? You coming?
Yeah, I did it correctly though. And the whole point was to show people how to do it correctly. But and that means people have stopped talking about cold moonlight. But because you want to have the same. You got to isolate all the other variables, and you got to control all the other variables. I mean, isolate the one that you're looking at. So, I put them in a what do you call it? Tupperware containers, and then one of the Tupperware containers had black paper around it on the inside, so that I mean they were basically the same thing except for one had where light could get into it, and so you would expect that one to be colder since the moonlight gives cold light. But yeah, but what you were describing, yeah, it's exactly the problem. Is there's something called radiative cooling, which happens every night. But if you have like a garage or a closed area where the air can't really, cool, like can't dissipate as it's cooling, then it's going to stay heated. So. We're almost done, I see. All right, SC. This is what you wanted. God damn it. It's a very big file.
What you got, Kocho?
Well, you said you were very upset with the fact that, the commercial interest on the moon, we should at least be able to have, we should have something that's constantly looking at the Earth, from that distance that, shows the Earth and its majesty. And there it is. There's the Earth today. This rotation it did in the past 24 hours from the Epic Discovery, which is 4 times further than the moon. So, Bada bing, bada boom. What are you gonna do?
Still loading. Give me a sec.
It's a very big file, yeah. But yeah, you could even search. You could search just like, wait a minute, look at the clouds over Canada. What's going on? It didn't look like that today. And then just look at the clouds, what they look like over Canada. Match them up.
Take it easy. Don't get excited. I haven't even seen the picture yet.
This was yesterday, by the way.
SC, did you see the one I took just now?
Yeah, Buster, great shot, man. I'm freaking jealous. You guys are killing it. Nice pictures.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Is that Saturn or what is that?
I have no idea. I got a couple with stars in it, but I'm not a astronomer at all, so I have no idea what it is.
That's awesome, bro. I was planning this for a few days, and of course, the day we had perfect weather for the past 4 or 5 days, and of course, today, yep, raining.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be clouded, but it cleared up enough to catch it, so.
Great photo.
Thanks.
What do you reckon, Buster? You reckon the planets look like they're physical objects?
I have no idea. It's an object in the sky.
What to you they look like?
It looks like an object in the sky. I don't know. I can't go there. Can you go there?
No, I was just curious about whether they appear to you as objects.
It does appear to be an object, but I mean, that's just what I can view with camera.
It's definitely something there, right? We can say that. Look at it. We take a picture of it.
I can zoom into it. But what's weird is when of course, I'm not a lighting expert. So whatever, but you can, like when it's a crescent moon, yeah, you can zoom in, catch craters, you can catch all kinds of cool shit. But when it's a full moon, none of that.
Yeah, you can zoom in. I can see mountain ranges. Like, I'm not afraid to say it looks like a solid object. Now, I stress the word looks, right?
Well, what I'm getting at is like taking it a little bit further, that when it's a full moon, you don't get any of those. Like you can't.
Yeah, that's right. It's like you have to see it at an angle, sort of a thing.
Yeah.
When it's
like
not
shadows,
full, when
shadows
it's
on
like
the Earth, right? At midday, everything virtually doesn't have a shadow. Right?
Yeah, but
It's just towards sunset, or like as we would say on a full moon, towards the edges of the moon, is where you'd expect to see shadows. And you
I just have to ask, writing, have you done this? Like, have you zoomed in on the moon yourself?
Only with a camera. I don't. Well, I've actually got a telescope, but I haven't used it too.
Oh, fair enough.
But I'm not that mistrustful of other people's stuff. You know, like when you share that photo, or IB shares any of his, if it looks like it comports with other things I've seen, I don't have immediate reason to disbelieve it, then, you know, that's good enough for me. I'm not zetetic. I don't require that I do something myself in order to have confidence in the result.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just weird to me that, like, when it's like a crescent moon, waning or waxing, whatever, you can zoom in and get pretty crazy detail of craters. But when it's a full moon, like you can't hardly zoom on any part of it, or not zoom. Sorry, focus.
What I'd expect. It reminds me a bit of when you go skiing, how awful it is to ski at midday, and how it gets easier towards the afternoon, evening. Because as the light comes in at a lower angle, you can read the texture of the snow much more easily, whereas with it all a uniform color, and being white is a uniform color, and sun coming straight down so it doesn't cast any shadows, it's really difficult to tell if this is smooth snow in front of you or you're about to hit an epic mogul and fuck yourself up.
Yeah, like I said, I'm definitely not a lighting expert, so I wouldn't be able to argue one way or the other.
Speaking of lighting, another thing I find strange is a lot of times you see the moon looks really high up and the sun is just about to set. You can barely see it, like it's under the tree line. And yet it appears that the shadow doesn't match. You know what I'm saying?
No, not quite.
Crepuscular shadows?
No, like it's lit in an angle where the sun shouldn't be. I mean, how could I say it? I'd have to show you. I have a video of it. It's like it doesn't correspond. You know when they say hold up a ball and the shadow should correspond to where the type of deal. Like the sun is too low and the shadow is like too high up, kind of a thing.
Yeah, but you're looking at the wrong thing for doing that. If you got to compare the sun's light shining on two things, because when you look at the shadow, on the moon and you look at the position of the moon, it doesn't look like the sun can be in the position to give the moon that shadow. You know what I mean? So I guess it would be the same thing with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it looks like it's in the wrong place for that shadow to be at that angle.
The best shot tonight is that flare. Have y'all seen, like, scroll back up to the blue sky with just a little bit of the blood moon?
Blue sky with a little bit of blood moon. Oh, yeah.
That's probably that's the best shot I've seen so far.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, man. In the daytime. Yeah.
Yeah, like daytime blood moon. I didn't even know that was possible.
How did I miss that? The Selenelian eclipse.
Selenelian eclipse. Don't even go there.
Well, that's what we're observing. The place that's observing the sun when the sun's rising or setting, or the moon's rising or setting during the eclipse as it's occurring, that place is going to be where you're going to likely observe the Selenelian eclipse. If the sun's still up during this shot and the
it's blue sky.
Occurring, yeah, exactly. It's blue sky, so the sun's still up. Is what I'm saying. So in this place,
how's it a blood moon when there's blue sky behind it?
The moon is blood red for everybody in the earth that can see it.
In the daylight?
Well, there's a small portion of the earth that it's still daylight as the moon's rising during the full moon, or when the eclipse is occurring. I'm sorry. And in that place, like when the eclipse is occurring, it's occurring for everybody. And for some of the people, the sun is just setting. So there's people on the earth where the sun is just setting. And it's people on the earth where the sun's just rising. Those people are going to experience the Selenelian.
How long is this one supposed to be lasting?
The eclipse?
I keep getting clouds in the way. My camera's not. I can see it, but the camera's not focusing on it. So whatever kind of haze or whatever, that's what the camera's gonna focus on.
Dude, right now, like I've got the clouds finally went away, and you're gonna have a hard time focusing. That's what I was getting at earlier. It's like focusing on it is just.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to tell SC, don't just give up, because it rained hard here, lightning and thundering. And then I was like, well, let me go out because I'll be mad at myself if I could have gone out and saw it. And I went out and I was like, holy shit. And I came in and got my camera, and those were the shots that I posted. So you ought to keep going out and checking. And that's why I want to know how long it'll last, because I like to get some more too.
I hear you, brother. I took your advice. I'm on the balcony right now, and damn it, it's still cloudy.
Yeah, but you guys still another 20 minutes before it starts to leave the shadow. Or to leave the...
You guys are doing stuff. Yeah, it's cool.
We always do stuff, bro.
Well, yeah, I was just saying before to somebody in chat, I think that's what I was expecting when I joined the community, but the longer I spent, I was like, I don't think many people do test stuff, actually. It's a refrain that people often say.
Oh, I love this stuff. I caught the Mercury transit.
That's good. Have you seen my Saturn pictures, videos, eggshells?
Don't think so. Do you want to put them in the chat?
I'll try to find and post it.
Yo, eggshells. Testing stuff is a refrain that people say. Meanwhile, I refrain from testing stuff.
No.
I'm the ideas guy.
Well, most I'll be doing is my dioptra photos of stars across the world. I was thinking I could make it fun if I can find something to give away to be like, figure out where I am based on these photos of stars or something.
Are you going to disclude certain people from participating?
No. I mean, the idea would just be to get engagement for the YouTube channel. So if people are smashing it, I might exclude people like once somebody's worked out one, I won't. They're precluded from entering the next one.
Here you go, eggshells. I took this one last year with a P900, of course.
Holy moly, that's just with a camera. No, on a tripod though, I'm guessing.
Yeah, there's no way to do it without it. Well, unless you have super steady. Yeah.
Bionic arms.
Yeah.
Really cool. Yeah, because that clearly looks 3D, right? Looks like few things other than a ball with a belt.
Yep. Hard to argue against that. Now, what it is, I couldn't tell you, but it does look like a ball with a thing around it.
SE,
Yeah, bro.
did you get the thing where I can't remember when it was. Let me go ahead and post it. It was well, I got the moon, and then it was Jupiter, and then Saturn, and then Venus. Do you remember that conjunction?
Yeah, I couldn't get it. No, I tried. I couldn't get it, man.
All right, well, here I got. I mean, you can see it was cloudy, but the moon is right there peeking out of the trees, and that bright thing right above, that's Jupiter. And then, let's see, there's Saturn is about where the first dip, and then the tree sticks back out. And then, of course, that's Venus way down there on the right.
Nice, bro. That's a hard catch.
Yeah, in late April.
What's the thing racing up, like right above the moon?
That's Jupiter.
No, not the bright one. In the first picture, there's like something.
It looked like there was like a
higher
rocket
than Jupiter, like almost like a shooting star.
What constellation is that? Is that Gemini? Let's see, that's in what, November?
This was in November? I thought it was the one that just happened in April.
Yeah,
No, Gemini's never is by Orion. Yeah, because when you look at Orion, you'll see two bright stars off to the left, and Gemini lays on its side, so it'll be two other stars going to the left of that. I can't remember what that could be.
How many times have you wished you can chop down all your neighbors' trees?
You know what? There was a time when, before the neighbor got so growed up, and it's so much like this lady next door, that light over there, she must be expecting a helicopter to come in and land in the yard. And then the guy across the street, he's got a light on in his yard that's even brighter than that. And that's like, but what I was gonna say is, I remember when I could go outside and you could see the band, what they call it, the Milky Way, that you can see that band. Not real clear like in some pictures you can see, but you could see it. You can't see that no more. I mean, there's so much light pollution around here now. I mean, it's like I can see about half of what I used to be able to see.
Out in the country, you see that.
Fucking edit it. Oh.
What was that? What's in this picture?
At the top one, that's Saturn, and then the bottom is Jupiter. But there's a lot of stuff in that picture, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 moons, but then you got something over here. I think that's part of. I'm thinking that's Gemini. I'd have to go back and look at some kind of chart.
No, those all look like moons.
I think that's a moon. Yeah.
How good is that camera?
But that's rare to get that, because usually you see what he's saying on the left.
How did you?
I did that by hand too. I was sitting there holding my breath.
Are you serious?
What kind of camera is that?
Yeah, that's a P900.
Yeah, you have the settings correct then, because I've seen other people with P900s and they get shitty pictures. But I've seen pictures with iPhones where you can see the moons, but this is a pretty good one.
Yeah, that wasn't a first try either. I mean, that was probably after about 10 tries, but I was doing it by hand. Standing there trying to keep as still as I could, then take a deep breath and try to hold it. And then I finally got that one.
You found that one online at SE, or did you? What's that?
I took that one myself.
You took this one with what?
P900.
Wow.
Yeah, you can go out there every night and you'll see those things in different positions.
Yep.
What kind of zoom?
I mean, every night. It ain't like you go out there and it's the same thing. They'll be different every time you go out there.
Of course, yeah. What kind of zoom do you have on there?
Just a regular. The regular P900.
I don't know what's saying, but what's the max zoom? I thought it was what is it, 80?
It's 83 times, and then it's got the I think it's 2000 digital zoom. I got it right
one,
here.
Yeah, that was Galileo's. There was a contest in Venice. They wanted this. They needed a way to have like a universal time, so that like anybody in the world could tell time. You know, to tell exactly what time it was. You know, reference to each other, in a way that Galileo suggested, which didn't get accepted, but it's not a bad idea. But he was suggesting looking at I forget which moon it was, but one of the moons it orbits every 14 hours. And so if you were to track that moon from wherever you were, you could use that to tell time for anybody on Earth. But yeah, his way didn't get accepted. So
look at this configuration. You see there's two other stars there, one on the bottom right and one in the center. I never did figure out which one what they were.
And you got something at the top there too, way up at the top.
Yeah, yeah.
What's called a star.
You have the metadata for this one, SC, or when the date this was taken?
Oh shit! I don't know. Let me check. August 13, 2021.
August what?
August 13, 2021.
Let's find out that.
There you go. That's
Look
the
at that,
Jupiter in the
Chad.
daylight.
Come on, man. How the hell did you do that?
I just stood there, held my breath, and pushed the button.
Damn. Nice one. In the daytime handheld, man. You gotta be the man of steel arms.
I got one with a plane coming in to the right. That should be right near where this one was.
You guys that have never done this, trust me, it's very, very hard to do that by hand.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to see because I'm trying to look at this on my phone. I think it's this one. Yeah, see over there on the right, that's a plane. And that's Jupiter.
Nice,
now, how lucky was I to get that one? To stand there and get all that and not be blurry as shit.
Hey Chad, you got me asking, what state are you in?
Virginia.
Oh, never mind. Well, I know tonight. Well, no, I'm asking because at 4 a.m. tonight, I got a really good ISS view at right before the eclipse happened. It's very bright and very high, but there's going to be one at 4 a.m. that's even brighter and even higher. And I was just seeing because I could actually, when I was looking at it earlier, I could see I could see the shape of it. Like I could see like it didn't just look like a bright light. It looked like I could see like the arms almost. I was wondering if one of you guys would take a picture of it, you might be able to see something. Because you're getting pretty good pictures of those planets.
Speaking of planets, what do you think you're looking at here?
It looks like Venus.
Nice guess.
A guess? Wasn't a guess.
It wasn't a guess?
No.
Okay, good on you. That is Venus, correct?
Just like the picture with Chad had with the Jupiter, and he had the moons, and you could see Jupiter, and then you could see the phases of the moons, sort of. On if you see a planet like that, it has phases. It's probably Mercury or Venus, since Venus is the brightest object in the sky.
I remember when I first saw Jupiter, and then I got the right zoom, and I saw the planets, the moons. I mean, what they say are the moons, the lights there. It blew my mind. It's something you have to see with your eyes.
On Jupiter, you're saying?
Yeah.
That's what I keep telling people, especially if you think it looks crazy like that, you should go to an observatory and see it in one of the massive telescopes. You'll see it in pure detail, like you could touch it, like you could like it was something with texture all over it, and then you could see everything. It's very crazy, and the moons too.
You don't see the color though, right? You just see you see the clouds.
You see all of it, yeah.
But it's in black and white, right? When you
No.
see it too.
I don't know. You see it just like it was right in front of you.
When you see it through a telescope, you see the color, like it's the color that they show on the pictures, like the orange and the.
Absolutely.
You seen it yourself?
Yeah. The only difference is you're looking through. You're looking at glass on glass. There's no filters or anything like that. So you're gonna see exactly as it looks like. But yeah, and I was in West Texas Observatory, McDonald's Observatory. They have massive telescopes there.
Well, somebody needs to put Chads in paint and mark all over it, and then post it.
Oh, come on now.
No, buddy, I'm just kidding.
Hey, where you at tonight, Left Line?
I'm south of Phoenix.
We got a -4 magnitude ISS, 5 in the morning. I'm trying to see if anyone else is going to be able to see that.
Huh. I'll take a look at it when I get parked.
Well, I mean, no, I don't know about Phoenix though.
Yeah, you're in Texas.
Yeah, let me see. I got a bunch of different cities. I'm about to look up a bunch of different cities and see if there's anybody else who might be able to observe it. Give me a second. 5 a.m. is 10 a.m. UTC, I think. So I'm going to find Montreal. Find out.
It'll be 6 a.m. for him, depending on its azimuth and all that.
Well, he'll get the one right before that one. He'll see. He'll get a bright one in Montreal. You get a bright one tonight or tomorrow night. I mean, but yeah, not this one.
What are you talking about? Bright one.
The ISS. You'll get a really bright one tomorrow night.
I check that all the time. There was a good one. I spotted it yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. But it was 20 minutes early, and I only spotted it for like 3 seconds.
Wait, it was early? They're never early. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're always. First of all, 5 out of 6 times that I go look for it, it ain't there. Let's be clear. I did this last year. That the app, it's not always correct. Now I don't know what's up with that, or I'm looking in the wrong place, but I think I know which way the coordinates are.
I mean, every time I've looked, the timing is always almost exact. But you have to
not me, man.
You got to look out for the ones that are the brightest ones, and also the highest in the sky. Those are going to be the ones that you're. Because I mean, there's sometimes where it's going to be low and not like -2 or something, and I don't see them, but it's because them being that low, they're going to be in the sky briefly. But let me see who else might be able to see this. Let me see who else I can find in this area.
Bro, this is not a rare thing. I mean, anybody can do this.
Oh.
I filmed it myself with hand. It was a really crappy job, I must say. It's very hard to do. But the app that predicts it, it's wrong a lot of times.
Oh yeah, hold on. At 4:30 in the morning. So in the same one that Montreal. If you're going to be out there in the morning, Chad will get again right before the one I'm going to see. I'll get a -4 at the one. Hold on, 6. Hold on, give me a second. If it's 4:30, it'll be 5:30. Hold on. Well, no, this is my time. Yeah, that's right. So, right. So you'll be able to see the one right before the one I'm going to see. Wait, is that right? Hold on. Oh, never mind. This is your time. So you're going to be able to see it at 4:26. I'm going to be able to see the next pass. But you'll be able to see the one that Montreal sees. But it's not important. If you guys are awake, you should try to take a picture of that one.
Bro, there's clouds over here. Don't you understand? I missed the eclipse.
You know, it's funny, Jeremy. If Jeremy were awake at that same time, he'd be able to see too. You guys all get the same path. That's crazy. You and Jeremy always have y'all on the same path.
Yeah, we're a few hundred miles apart.
Yeah, I know, but you know, there's people who are pretty close, but it's depending on where it's traveling. Let me see. Did I show you that I used Coriolis to predict the ISS path?
Oh, don't start with that. It's too late.
You get very excited about the ISS show. Very excited.
God damn it, dude. I get excited about whatever I want to get excited about, dude. I was trying to see if I could see it with Don tonight because he's here in Austin, but no. What's crazy is this ISS pass. It's going south, which is weird. You know what? You said you're south of Phoenix. Let me see if Left Clan's going to be able to see this.
Go out any night on a clear night in the middle of nowhere, look straight up Kosho, and you will see more spectacular lights than the ISS. Way more.
Yeah, that's true. The ISS is only one light. Yeah,
it's pretty dull. It's pretty dull.
Well, really, I mean, it looks cool because it's so bright and it's moving faster than anything else. You're like, how's it moving that fast?
Really?
Yeah. I got to see its shape earlier. I was looking at, I was on the bus and I got off the bus and I was looking at it, and it was I could see the shape and everything.
You could see the shape of the ISS with your naked eye, could you?
Well, I could see the fact that there was arms on it. I could see.
Really?
Yeah, because it was very bright. It was like 86 degrees in my sky, so it was extremely bright, extremely high. I felt like it was the best. It was the most defined ISS I've gotten. I didn't have a camera. If I had something like with Chad, or if I had a P900, I wonder what it looks like in a P900. They probably get good. They probably get good shots with a P900.
Nah, I got a crappy shot.
The ISS? Yeah, well, you have to track it. It's very. I'm sure just the same way.
Could have
You
tracked it good. Yeah.
You got to move with it.
That's the problem I had. So every time I would move, I would lose focus. Then I would try to move it. It's quite quick. So
it's one of the hardest things you can do is track the ISS.
Yeah.
Well, you can use a tripod.
No. I mean, yeah, you can use one, but to do it yourself to track the ISS, it's one of the hardest things you can do.
I mean, if you have a tripod and you just set it up for where it says it's going to be, and you make sure that it's set up to where it'll follow its path, just have it move with it slowly. I mean, I'm sure it's
slowly.
You have to try it, bro. You have to try it to see.
Dude, you're way out of your wheelhouse saying you just track it's no problem.
I mean, I've looked at it with a telescope before. Like I've had to actually follow it in the sky.
Yeah, exactly. Try that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying. You just got to start from where it's starting from, and then move it with it.
You think it's easy? Just do it. Like that's one of the hardest things that you could do. As an I mean, I'm not an astronomer. I mean, like I take amateur pictures, but like I've looked into it enough that I know that tracking that light is not an easy feat at all.
We probably got to have a steady hand.
Maybe Chad could pull it off, but
yeah.
Well, the equatorial mount, you just set it up that way, but of course you'd have to have one then.
We would love to
then
see
you gotta zoom, and it's
I mean, I've done it before.
You gotta
I've
try
seen
it.
it with a telescope before, just not with a camera. But where you start off and you start from the direction it's going to be in the sky. I don't think I tracked it the whole time, but I remember being able to see it. And I was like a kid.
Okay. I'm just saying, to be able to verify it, like do it yourself and track it. Yeah, you got to be beyond amateur.
It tells you
Way
what part of the
beyond
sky
amateur.
it's gonna appear at.
Look, having it cross a light source and taking pictures of it, that's fine. I get what you're saying. You know, like if you're in a spot where you can see it transit the moon, great. But to track it across the sky, that's a whole other monster.
While zooming it, yeah. Trust me, Coach. Yeah.
You zoom into something like that and try to track it, it's
Wow, look at
Is
this
that,
image.
is that because it's moving so fast across the sky?
I don't know. I'm just saying, zooming in on something moving across the sky and tracking it and trying to get a good picture of it. I mean, it's way beyond my capabilities.
It's almost like trying to film something traveling 4 or 5 times the speed of a bullet. So they say.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? If it's
That's why I said what I said. Yeah, I see you coming, Charles.
you saw where that was headed.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I remember looking at it and saying, this thing is traveling. Sorry, I think I cut off there. I remember looking at it and saying, this thing is traveling at 17.5 thousand miles an hour. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was expecting you to say that. And I think I remember saying out loud, I think I even have it on camera, there's no freaking way this thing is traveling that fast.
Why?
And I'm able to film it. Not good, mind
Why
you.
not? But why not? Why couldn't it travel that fast?
Oh, I don't know. I just remember saying it to myself. I think I even said it out loud.
We gotta look at the angular speed, or the angular, change of speed or whatever. We're trying to determine if you can capture it. I think it's like, hold on.
Something is traveling. What does the average bullet travel at? What is it? 2,000, 3,000 miles?
1,000, 2,000.
Some 2,000, let's say. So this one is traveling, wow, many times faster.
120 meters per second to 370 meters per second.
Well, I thought ISS is like 70.
ISS is at 6,000 meters per second. 6,000,
Okay.
6,500. So it's traveling like 20 times speed of a bullet.
And you think people can ride on that?
And film it?
Sure. If it's constant speed, there's no known way to discern straight displacement, absolute movement.
Yeah, see that picture of the plane I posted? That's hard to do. I usually have a death grip on the camera when I'm doing that. I got a bunch of videos. I should put them up on my YouTube channel. That'll add probably at least 100 videos. Yeah, that's hard to do.
I was gonna say the same thing, Chad. I've tried to track planes flying, and that's tough.
Yeah, never mind the ISS.
Well, I've got a really decent head on my tripod, and to track a plane fully zoomed out, it's tough.
Yeah, it's like as soon as I get in, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm the man. And all of a sudden, oh shit! And then you got to start all over.
Yeah, zoom back out.
Yeah. Zoom back out, catch it again. Damn it, let me try it again this time. Zoom in. And so much as a sneeze, oh, you got to start all over again.
It's like telescopes, you got that finger scope thing that attaches to the outside of it.
Finger scope?
Yeah, like the what do you call it? On the outside of it?
Yeah, the eyepiece.
Yeah.
It's just not easy. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I mean, it's
I don't
just
imagine.
not
It's probably not. But yeah, I'm thinking about the telescope, but maybe with a camera without all the extra accessories to try to track it. Of course, you could have like a, what do you call it, equatorial mount or one of those scopes. But yeah, with the camera, you don't have any of this stuff, so you already got to zoom out and try to make sure you're on it. I guess the people who do it with attached, where the camera's attached to telescopes.
I've seen one guy that claimed to do it. Now that's just me personally. I like just in my brief searches of people that can track the ISS. Was one guy, and he had like handheld his like I think it was like an 11-inch telescope. Had all of the, had his camera hooked to it, and tracked it like basically had all the counterweights and everything you need for a telescope, and tracked it and took pictures. And I don't know, man. I wouldn't be able to do it. Especially the money. There's no telling what he had just in gear to do it. And then the ability to track it by hand like that. I mean, but even if you had an equatorial mount and you were able to set the parameters to do it, I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, there's let's see. So I've seen if you don't have an equatorial mount, they're really not put on. It says like if you have like a what do you call it, a tripod or whatever. If you know where it's going to be entering and exiting the sky, and you try to orient the mount so that's 90 degrees, the pole is 90 degrees from those two directions. You could try to, but you'd have to catch it just right and move it just right. It says 1 degree a second, so dang.
I'll see if I can find the one. I think this is it. Let's see. I want to see if this is the one before I share it. Is that it? Yeah, check. Okay. Yeah, I'll share this. This is the one that the best one I found. And this guy's gear, there's no telling what he spent, just the gear alone.
Through a telescope.
Yeah, he hand tracks it. You just got to watch the video. It's pretty phenomenal. And just the gear alone that he's probably got I don't know. I'm guessing like $5-6 grand in
I've seen
just
this
gear.
one.
That scope, oh man. Let alone the DSLR camera he's got attached to it.
Yeah, that's an expensive telescope, I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, but I've seen this one, or maybe I've seen this guy in other videos. Well, I've definitely seen JW Astronomy then. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude's definitely on point. I mean, that's one of the hardest things you can do is track something like that.
Yeah, I can only assume it's hard because of how many people try. And the images you sometimes get where like a guy tracks the ISS and you're like, it's this sort of blurry whiz.
Yeah, well, a lot of times it's because they're just taking still shots, or shots where it's still and they're watching it transit something.
Yeah.
I mean, I see some where there's pretty high resolution, so it's like they're probably long exposure, but yeah, the blurriest ones are not doing a very good job of tracking it. Especially when it's transiting the sun. I tried that once when it was transiting the sun, but it was just too blurry. That's really hard to do. Actually, that's a good website. There's a website that shows you when it's transiting the sun from your position, sun or the moon.
That's fairly easy to do. That's where you can just put your camera
and just leave it there.
Track the sun, yeah, and then just wait.
Yeah, I'm talking about getting a nice shot of it though, like where it's like.
Yeah, the focus is how you're gonna. Yeah, that's. Look, this photography stuff, you got to know what you're doing. Let's face it. It's not just point and shoot.
Yeah, not at all. So many variables.
Oh man, there was a moon transit just the other day. Let's see.
Do you have a good site for that? ISS moon.
It's called Transit Finder, and it doesn't just do ISS. I guess it does Hubble too. It looks like Hubble. What else?
Transit Finder.
Yeah, it's just Transit Finder. Here, I'll post.
Is it an app?
I mean, it might be an app too, but I don't know. But it's just a website. And all you gotta do is put in your location. You press a button for your location, and it'll just show you.
Look, there's no question. There's something up there. There's no question. It's bright. There's no question. It's traveling fast. Now, what it is, who knows?
Come on, man. You know what it is, dude. Don't be disingenuous. What do you mean, who knows?
Well, you don't, for one. I guarantee you that. I was being genuine. Absolutely. I told you I've even filmed it, seen it, tracked it. But it's a light. What I saw is a light in the sky. Could have been anything. But you know what it is, right? You're sure of it, right? You'd bet your life on it, right?
Yeah, man. It's not cheese, I promise.
It's not
I can
cheese,
bet
huh?
my life on it, dude. I can bet my life that it's not a orb of energy. I can bet my life on that, dude.
When did I say it was an orb of energy or cheese, dude?
Hey, Dicelo has said it's an orb of light before. So yeah, you're probably just like him.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Good assumption on your part there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
There is no way that this. I'm watching that video.
Wow, those are
There's
clues.
no way. There's no way a craft that is about the size of a football field being able to be seen at 252 miles away. There's just no.
Not that far away, dude.
Traveling 20 times the speed of a bullet.
There's something up there, but not that far away.
You realize
Come on, man.
if it's getting lower, then what you are having to suggest is that there is something that is traveling at that speed, going 20 times faster than a bullet in atmosphere.
It's not that.
No, did you know? Let me answer that question.
Yeah,
did you know that the atmosphere, by your own admission, at around, what's the height? 150,000? Is it 100? Somewhere around there. They say it's 0.05% of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
So what's to stop a craft from traveling at tremendous speeds there?
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be 250 miles up.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. The lower you get, the bigger your problems are. So if you say, oh, it's quite high up, then yeah, your problems are less. Right? The closer you get to its actual altitude, the fewer problems you have denying its altitude.
Yeah, but you seem to have been alluding before that only at that altitude in space can you travel that fast.
No, I'm saying I think we're agreeing. As far as I can tell, we're agreeing, which is that objects will be limited or able to travel in proportion to how much whatchamacallit, they like resistance there is, right? Aren't we both saying basically the same thing there?
Right. So it's conceivable then that a craft at that altitude, 150,000 feet, being such low altitude that it can reach those speeds, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be at that height. Can we agree on that?
So what height are you proposing it be at?
Well, space. The ISS is supposedly in space, correct? And you seem to be
well, I mean, there's not a clear there's only a legal clear delineation of what space is, so that's why I need.
So now 250 miles is not space?
Yeah, 60 miles is 62 miles is the beginning of space, but the ISS is supposed to be 250 miles out. 250 miles up, roughly, isn't it? The ISS, 250 miles up. So it's in space, isn't it? Is it
the Kármán line, to my understanding, is just a sort of legal definition.
It's the beginning of space. That's where space begins. This is where Richard Branson supposedly and Jeff Bezos supposedly claimed that they've gone to space. Although
that's where
Branson only went 55 miles, I think, but Bezos went 60 supposedly. That's where space begins.
I'm just trying to say, what is the
that is the official start of space, 62 miles up. 100 kilometers. That's where space begins, officially.
You know, it does experience
for
drag.
most of the world, Jin. For most of the world,
it does experience drag. You know that, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't believe that they can go up that high, but there you go. You know, but it's what they say.
No, my point is, Jin. There's two of them lines. Like the U.S. Yeah, the U.S. Air Force has another idea where space begins.
Okay, yeah, right. I see what you mean. Yeah,
it's like saying, where does purple begin? You know, I've got a gradient going from red to blue. Most of us would be able to point at a color somewhere in the middle and say purple, but there's
nice try. Nah.
there's not a clear point where you could say here's where purple begins. That would be down to debate. That's
No,
what
the
I'm saying.
Kármán line is officially where space begins.
Right,
That's what.
so I'm agreeing on that. I'm just saying
what
that as far as I can tell is a somewhat arbitrary legal definition, because it was
that would be the
idea
Kármán
was
line.
it was
62
where
miles up.
ordinary flight wouldn't be possible anymore. But I forget the rebuttal to that. But it's something to do with actually you can have powered flight above that, or you fail to have powered flight far below that. I think is actually.
And you can tell it's arbitrary because it's like I said, there's objects that still, like, even though that's what we say. Okay, well, this is where the atmosphere is going to affect these planes. Planes can fly this high. Well, even if you're as high as the ISS, you're still being bombarded by the atmosphere, which is why it decreases. It decreases like 3/4 of a centimeter or 3/4 of a millimeter every second.
Okay, before we get into the debate of where space starts, Kosho, and begins, can we finish off with eggshells about the speed what we were talking about?
17,500 miles per hour.
Yeah. Do you concede the eggshells that you don't have to necessarily be that high up to attain fantastic
I don't know. I'm sure there's some sort of coefficient of friction and blah 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 blah. But yeah, giant. Particularly if it is like the pictures that Kosho's posted with those giant solar panels, very very poor aerodynamic design. But yeah, I'm sure that it's possible that something could travel comparably fast, a little bit lower.
Perfect. Okay, so that's my point. At least you admitted that. Okay, good. Thank you.
Same. Yep. There you go.
Okay, but what's the limit to that? How much lower? How much lower are you talking about?
150,000 feet.
That's insane.
That would be the
well,
height.
the atmosphere is
120. That's what 20 miles. Hang on a minute. We're talking maybe 25, 30 miles up. That's all.
You're talking about a height that balloons can almost go to. So there's still there's still enough air. There's enough air up there for an object that's going for an object to not even be capable of going as fast as ISS is going.
No, I think it's probably roughly about 400,000, give or take, about around there.
There's 0.5 or 0.4% atmosphere there, so it's almost nothing, Kosho.
That's not almost nothing.
Yeah, but man, there's always something. Like when it comes to ham radio, all sorts of things. When it comes to scattering, ducting, if you know what ducting is, right? When they use line of sight. Yep, space ducting. Yep, it's always at 62 miles. What is there? Even sprites come off around about 62 miles as well. What is there?
Kilometers.
Yeah, yep. That's why I stay with 400. That's why I stay at 400,000 feet, because something is there.
That's where the atmosphere, is decreased by a lot more, sure. But even at with the height that you said, it's like 150,000 feet. If balloons can float up there, that means they're floating on top of something. That's way too much atmosphere for something to be moving as fast. 16,000, 17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point. What do you think about that?
25 times.
I said higher, a little bit higher than that, right? They burst at around 120. So I think at around 150 or something, they say it's 0.0 something, like a very negligible amount of atmosphere, right? Okay. So I don't see why you can't achieve great speeds there. There's hardly no friction, right?
Especially to add to it that the readings of electromagnetism is higher. The voltage is higher as you go.
What does that have to do with anything?
Okay.
It would have so it'll have more of an effect on your materials that they use. They can repel them. Just like remember the CubeSat that I don't know if you remember that, what the Michigan students are going to use. They're going to put it up there.
It's using it through the charged particles in order to collect energy.
Give it propulsion, to propel it. Just the magnetic field.
Just moving through them and collecting energy. What does that have to do with what? I don't understand what that has to do with what we're talking about. Is what I'm saying.
Me neither.
Well, if they're in a less denser medium, right, and they're closer, higher up, there's more readings. Wouldn't that, be a variable to take in consideration? Like, what can they tap into? What fields?
Good point. Good point.
Well, so you says a good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
He does have a good point, because even in your own
what's his
shuttle
point?
fantasy, have you heard of the tether? They had this tether experiment where they laid out this tether.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand.
They supposedly collected electricity. So by your own fantasy, that
you can collect energy by moving through charged particles or charged field. At one of these electromagnetic fields. Yeah, you can collect energy.
Yeah.
But that's not my question. My question is,
Anyway,
what does that do with what we're talking about? We're
Yeah.
talking about objects.
I've yet to see.
We're talking about
I've
objects
yet-
moving through a medium and the capability of doing so at certain speeds.
Like a weather balloon.
No, I wouldn't say
I've
weather
yet-
balloon. I would talk about.
Sorry, I was going to say, I've yet to see an experiment where objects can be seen falling round a spherical object. Keep on going and falling round.
We've been
I've
looking
yet
at them
to
all night.
see
dude.
that.
Except Jupiter.
Yeah, we were
Jupiter's
looking.
pretty good example.
No.
It's
Here
these
on
taken-
Earth,
Jupiter's not a
demonstrate
weather
it,
balloon,
please.
it's a planet.
None of that shit up there. Here on Earth, because it's not that in itself is a violation of nature's laws, because that never happens. When
hang
objects
on, Jen.
Yeah.
Just said,
What?
please show it
How
to
so?
me, and then I showed it to you, and then you just. Are you really just going to throw it out like that? Or are you going to
Not in
respond
space,
to
mate. Not in space, please.
Yeah,
Here
that's what.
Earth.
Well,
But
Jupiter's in
Jen, that
space.
would break the laws. If we were able to show you that here on Earth, that would be breaking the laws.
That's why you're breaking the laws in space, because no one's been up there.
So is Jupiter
See?
breaking the laws because it's in space?
No.
Give a shit about Jupiter.
No.
Jin's habit
I'm
is
talking
to
about.
ask for
I am not
proof.
talking about Jupiter.
No, Jupiter is breaking the laws. Whoever asked that, and I'll tell you why. It's a gas giant in a vacuum. So yeah, law broken right there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right there.
But
exactly.
so
How can you have a gas
the sun
as
the
a
sun is
ball
also a
in the
gas.
vacuum?
That's what they tell us. Yeah.
Reaction. So is it breaking the laws too?
What gas produces a near perfect black body?
They're not perfect black bodies.
Near. I just said near.
Stars.
Like the sun,
Gas.
for example.
Which gas?
Stars. That's the answer to your question.
No, here on Earth.
Gas.
What gas on Earth can produce
Dude,
a
if the
black
sun
body?
was on Earth, we'd all be dead. We'd all be burnt up. And
No,
shit.
I'm asking you a question. What experiment will show gases producing a black body?
I don't know what a black body is.
It means that
What's a black body?
It absorbs all electromagnetic.
It appears to absorb all the
I
light.
assumed we were talking about like physics. I didn't mean. You guys are talking about black.
That was just a joke. He's talking about something that doesn't reflect anything. So you fire radio waves at it, and they will all be absorbed. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That is correct.
But if it's a gas, right? Show me what gas turns into a near perfect black body.
So stars are observed to be near perfect black bodies. So there's no such thing as a perfect black body. So.
Oh.
Can't agree with that.
Is this conversation for real? Or are you guys just fucking with me?
Well, I'm not fucking with you. Like I said, I'd like to see an experiment where we have objects going around a spherical ball that doesn't exist. We don't.
How
have
do we
proof.
go? How do we go from talking about weather balloons to like black bodies in like 5
Thank
minutes?
Kosho for that.
How's that work?
I didn't bring it up. What are you talking about?
I did. You guys talking about gas? Gas and the You guys say Jupiter's a gas in space. The sun's a gas in space. Yeah, it's a near. I never seen gases turn into a black body.
Dude, I see the sun every day. What are you talking about?
Here
It's
on
fucking bright as
Earth,
fuck.
demonstrated, experimented.
You've never seen the sun? Dude, it's so bright you can't even look at it. How can you not? How can you not know that?
Are you being retarded on purpose?
I'm gonna say yes, just to see what your
That's
response will be.
That's maybe.
Yeah, once again, you know, I'd like to see the experiment where we have a spherical ball in nature and objects can fall around and keep on falling round and keep on falling round and round and round.
I posted it for you.
On falling round and round and round like they do around Jupiter.
You
With
mean like the moons?
Cavendish, round and round they go.
Like the moons?
Like
but we all know
conversations in the flat Earth.
Cavendish was not Cavendish is not an experiment.
Don't fall round and around.
Naturally observed. It's not an experiment because we don't have a naturally observed phenomena where things attract to each other. That's absolute bunkum.
Right. But provided you just disregard every example that there is, you would be absolutely right in saying
There
there are no
is
examples.
no example
Very
of
clever
mass
maneuver. I like it.
attracting mass, unless you're talking about a magnet attracted to another magnet. That's about all you've got. Apart from that, no, we don't have a mass attracting mass anywhere on this earth. Never been seen in nature.
Does have some pretty good explanatory power, though, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Seems to do a good job of explaining the roundy we see with the Jupiter.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
And the moon.
I don't understand.
Explains why the moon floats around there in the sky.
Never been replicated. It's rubbish.
Apart from the times it has been replicated.
It's a rubbish apparatus contraption.
It's never been replicated.
Yeah, it's a rubbish contraption. It's no good. It's not an experiment.
My glass of iced tea.
We do not naturally observe phenomenon first of all, and then your dependent and independent variables are what? A torsion bar.
My glass of iced tea seems to be attracted to this table. I'm not quite sure why.
Dependent variable is the mass, and the independent variable is whether it moves.
But my
it's all of your
glass of
silly
iced tea is
QE
not
things all of you repeat verbatim.
Yeah, but it's still not mass that's superseded, man. You're talking about
naturally observed phenomena. We don't have it. Yeah.
But do you observe? Do you observe? But do you observe like your glass of iced tea, like being attracted to the table? Can you observe that?
No.
Of course you
do.
do.
No, that's got nothing to do
What is
with.
the glass of iced tea?
You're assuming the Earth is the ball number one, which you haven't proven, and now you're giving that, and then you're bringing gravity to life, which is an unproven theory. And even Sir Isaac Newton said that. Sir Isaac Newton himself said he did not agree with the theory of mass attracting mass. He thought it was an absurd idea.
I don't get the whole
he couldn't prove it in the book Principle of Mathematics, 500 pages, and he didn't prove gravity. He doesn't know what it is. So no, we do not have a naturally observed phenomena. You need to have that first.
You're obviously new here, 40. Jin just talks at people. He doesn't. You're not really going to get a.
No, I will tell him what it is, and in which gravity are we talking about? Whether it's Newtonian or Einsteinian, because one's been superseded by the other. I'm not going to explain it. Why do I explain shit?
Okay,
it doesn't exist.
You don't. I'm just asking.
It doesn't exist in my world, so I don't need to explain it.
In my world, it seems
you need to explain it. You're the ones who believe in it, and before you do so, be sure you've explained and established that the Earth is indeed this spinning ball in the vacuum of space. So until you can do that, you can't even go to gravity.
No. I'm not trying to. No, all I'm saying is that when I stick it's like it's like it's for whatever reason it's attracted to the table, and I don't know why. I don't.
Not attracted. It's not attracted to the table. You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding the naturally observed phenomena.
Okay, walk me through it. Tell me something new.
It's not due to any force going to any center of any core that we do not live on such an object, and that hasn't been established. So no, it's not gravity.
Okay, so what is making it happen?
It's the natural order of things, the way the Creator intended this Earth to be. Anything heavier than the medium we're in will drop down to the ground. Anything lighter than the medium that we're in will rise up and find its equilibrium. That's all that's
heavier
happening.
or lighter.
There is no. Hang on a second, please. There is no magical force pushing me down or pulling me to this ground. No, that's not
Jin, honestly, does that sound to you like an answer to his question?
It's what that's the answer to the question.
I want to hear about. I want to hear more
he's
about your
going to
creator.
get. That's the answer he's going to get.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, he just described a magical thing happening and then said that there's not a magical thing pulling you to the ground. When you just literally described a magical thing pulling you to the ground.
Well, no, maybe his creator is not magical. I don't know. I'm just asking.
I'm just saying that, we don't have a ball. We do not have this magic gravity nonsense that you guys talk about. That's an unproven theory.
Correct. Okay. You do not have an explanation for why things go down when you let go of them.
Nobody does, to be frank.
Dude, it's relative.
Nobody does. Nobody knows exactly why. It's an observation we have. And anyone makes any claim to that is a liar.
It's relative density equal incoherent dielectric acceleration. That's simple.
But I mean, does that mean
that's something that has to be proven? You need to prove that.
Graph
If you're making a
yeah,
claim, you've got to prove it through an experiment, hypothesis, and your independent variables.
One at a time, please.
Come on, guys. Yes, please.
Sorry, 40 was still trying to ask some questions, and I jumped in a bit. Do you want to?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
What? Who? Me?
Yeah.
Well,
you said I've got some more questions. I thought you said.
No, that wasn't me.
Well, then I'll carry with what I said. You need to prove that magnetic, whatever you just said, in an experiment. Prove it and show us. Show us it. Bang out words, please.
That ain't go.
I could show you in a way that you couldn't find a way to say nah.
Just got to demonstrate your experiment, your hypothesis. Show us it, and bring it to life, so we can actually see this thing. Because nobody, hang on a second, please. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when he was asked, "What is gravity?" I have no idea. Next question.
Well, I have a weird idea. Like, what if when weather balloons are going up, they're actually going down? Depending on your perspective,
We don't live on a ball. You need to establish that. So again, it's an assumption on your part. Just like Aristophanes assuming the earth is a ball without any proof. So it's just an assumption. So you fail again miserably. So.
Well, no, I'm not trying to fail. I'm just asking you a question because it really doesn't matter if you live on a ball.
It does matter because we need to know this. It matters because that needs to be established. It hasn't been established, so we can't. Why? Because that's
why does it need to be established?
It has to be established.
As it debunks his worldview. If you get him in the right way, he does eventually admit this. He just says because that would mean we live on a ball, and I believe we live on a flat Earth.
I know we live on a flat Earth.
When he doesn't realise what he's admitting to.
I know we live on a flat Earth. There's no need to believe on that one. No assumption there.
With the weather balloon thing, I don't see what the problem is.
Well, the weather balloon is rising above my head. That's it. So how can it be going down?
Well, maybe you're looking down and you think.
No, there's no maybes about it. There's no maybes about it. No maybes about it. We know
maybe
where up is. We know on this flat Earth we live. Everybody, a child knows what up is, and a child knows what down is. So if we take it from the child's mentality. No, what you're saying is absolute crap.
So I'm supposed to believe what children
we get, the more it makes sense.
Children believe in Santa Claus. Am I supposed
to? No. In the case of up and down, that's something that we know. I lay my life on that one. Santa Claus, no, he doesn't exist. I won't be laying my life on that.
You've proven he doesn't exist.
Well, that's because you're not a child anymore, right?
He does not exist. I never believed in Santa Claus once. So
well, you're one of the special few.
No, it's not that at all. It's just it's not one hat fits all. When your family's economic situation is different, you soon realize that Santa Claus doesn't exist. So those of you who had wealthy parents, hang on a second, please, that could buy you presents on Christmas Day and pretend to you Christmas, fine. I didn't have those kind of parents, so we were living pretty real. So we knew Santa Claus was a fantasy.
You didn't even get a chunk of coal? Nothing?
No, we knew Santa Claus did not exist. We knew this.
Yeah.
My brothers and sisters knew
So anyway, back to the weather balloon thing.
Right. So you have to remember that. Not
we
one
digress.
hat fits all. Okay. Yeah.
It's not about who got the most Christmas presents. It's about the weather balloons.
Well, it's just the reality of Santa Claus, and I never believed in it as a kid. It was nothing. It was nothing. I never had any beliefs in it. I knew it was a fake already. I knew it was fake already. I mean, come on, Santa Claus bringing presents down the chimney. Come on, man.
Come on, in one night.
On, man.
Would you agree, Ken, though, that many kids do believe that's real?
Well, yes, of course I believe that they think it's real. But I, as an adult, will not be placing my life on that. But the fact that they know what up and down is, I'll place my life on that one. Yes. Okay.
So would you say you agree with them you agree with children's views on things where they agree with you, but not on other ones?
No, where they are in reality, yes. But when it's a fictitious,
define reality,
and I know that I'm not going to put my life on that, am I?
No. I got to hear this.
So, and I can trust the children's intellect. Of course, I can.
Define reality. I'm curious.
Define reality. It's the now and here and now, where we live right now. Now, in reality, right now, where I live.
Okay. Interesting definition.
Yeah.
Where you live right now is reality. What about
right now? Where up is up, down is down. Yeah, the air flows. There is no spinning ball. I get the darkness of space. Okay.
Where you live, I get that. But what about where I live? Is that reality too?
I don't know. If you're saying you live,
you have me with I don't know. You have me with I don't know.
Hang on a second. Yeah, if you said that, how could I know? But if you're saying that you're living on a ball that is spinning and hurtling through the universe at breakneck speeds, then you're living in a fantasia type world. You're not living in reality at all.
Okay. You have me with I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't know, would I? Your world, but if you're saying, I don't know. Yeah, if you are saying that you're living on a ball, then that would be fantasy.
Dude, I'm not saying shit. I'm just asking.
Okay, so then I don't know about your world, then, do I? So obviously, I'm
like you said, you don't know.
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah, that's right. I can't really answer to that. But if you are saying you're living on a ball, if you are saying that you are living on a ball, then
I'm not saying I'm living on a ball.
Okay, then I don't know where you are. Then you need to tell me what your reality is. Like I told you what mine.
How many realities are there?
There's only one reality. There's only one real reality, and then there are those.
Your reality is the only one. Got it.
There are those who are delusional, and they think they're on a spinning ball, hurtling through space. They think we've gone to the moon. They think we've gone to Mars. They think they can fly the Ingenuity on Mars, a little helicopter that flew in less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere.
Obviously, not everybody thinks that, because you clearly don't.
Oh, of course, because it's not reality. Of course, that's why. Obviously, it's not reality, you see.
Got it.
We can't do that. We don't have a Himawari sunflower type satellite out in space looking at Earth from 1 million miles away. No, we don't have. That's never going to happen. It does not happen. We don't have the technology. We never did. We never will. Okay.
But we've got the technology to do the
I don't have the technology.
Have something like the ISS traveling at very, very,
we don't have that technology at all. That technology doesn't exist.
I don't have that technology.
We don't have. We can't make anything that can move 25 times the speed of sound. We can't make anything that can do that. We don't have that technology yet today. It's bullshit. That is BS. The ISS is not up there. The ISS is not up there.
It's the thing that is commonly identified as the ISS is up there, and we can definitely track its ground speed.
Yeah,
not reality, because, like I said, we need to demonstrate here on Earth objects can fly around a spherical ball, around a spherical. I'm talking now. I'm still talking. I'm going to carry on. We need to demonstrate here on Earth through an experiment that objects can, fly around a spherical ball and keep falling round.
Does the model claim that happens on Earth, or does the model claim that happens around planets in space?
As far as I'm concerned, you understand my language. We need to demonstrate that here on Earth that objects can actually fall around an object and keep falling round and then let's see how fast it can go, and we can scale it down. It's never been done, and we don't, and you haven't proven that the Earth is a spherical ball.
Right. Do it on here where
haven't been
drag is
proven.
a thing. Yeah, do
Sorry?
it down here for sure, because that's the best place to demonstrate
You need to
something where
demonstrate that
drag is not a
in nature
problem
here. We need to see
in a
that.
place where drag is a problem.
We still need to see that, I'm
I
afraid.
agree, Doofus. I agree.
Build a vacuum chamber and get it done.
It's like show me
Get
X
it done.
and X
Get it
will
done in a
fundamentally
vacuum
be
chamber.
equal is quite
Get
funny.
it done in a vacuum
What are you
chamber.
guys
Get
arguing
it done.
about?
Cool, I don't know.
You know, we just get to the point where we just start ignoring Jin because he just does this.
He's
No,
fun,
it's
though.
not. It's
Of
not
course.
that I
Hey,
do
Jen,
this.
how come I saw an eclipse tonight? How come I saw the full lunar eclipse tonight? What caused that, by the way? Just, I'm curious.
I do
Dude,
not
you
know
saw
your
an
fantasy
eclipse
world
tonight?
that you live in,
Cool.
sir.
The moon did it.
Yeah.
The moon, was it a projection? I mean, it was a perfect outline of the Earth on the moon, and it lasted exactly as we predicted it to last. And it was a shape exactly
not of
as we
what you
predicted it
speak.
to be. And now it's over, and it was spectacular. What would cause the moon to go dark, turn
I
bright
know
red?
not of what you speak. I know not of what
You know,
you speak.
you don't even listen to what people speak. Because in the middle of a sentence, I can
know
always
not
count
of
on you
what you
saying
speak is
something
my
like you're
answer
saying
to
now.
that.
It's unbelievable,
Explain.
uncanny,
I know not of
uncanny.
what you speak.
Guys, let's
so
have
In
a
the human
decent,
race,
let's have a
people
decent
like you exist.
conversation. Come on, decent, so people can
Yeah. No,
enjoy
I
it.
just said I know
Okay.
not of what you speak, so I can't answer to it. That's my answer to that.
You've never seen an eclipse?
Again, I don't know what eclipses are. No one knows. It's all
You
an
don't know what
assumption.
an eclipse is?
No one knows exactly what an eclipse is. No human being. You haven't gone up. You haven't been up there to verify that. What you see down on Earth is exactly what's happening
Something
up
casts
there.
a
You haven't
shadow or
done that.
something.
So it's an assumption at this point.
You've seen
At best.
shadows before, though, right? So you know what a shadow
It's
is.
still. It's got nothing to do with the Earth shadow on that moon. That is a fact. Or
An
the sun.
eclipse is just a
Or
really
the
big
sun
shadow.
shadow. Again, you need to go up there and verify that no human being has done that. So it's an assumption.
No, the sun doesn't
human
have a
being
shadow.
can
The
make a
sun doesn't
claim
have a shadow,
100% that they know
knucklehead.
what eclipses are. No
Jan, will
human
you
being
let
can make that claim.
Xanax respond? Yeah.
Yeah, he can. He can. Go ahead, Sonic.
Ooh, this is wild.
Unbelievable. You're gonna let me talk?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Unbelievable.
Sonic. Shut
Yeah,
up. Go
so
ahead.
the sun doesn't have a shadow. We know the shadow is occurring by the Earth on the moon because the shape of the Earth is on the moon. The exact dimensions for how far it is away and how far the sun is away all are predicted and seen by an eclipse. And you not admitting to us you've ever seen an eclipse is bullshit. Everybody has seen an eclipse that has had a decent lifespan.
Well, even if you haven't, you've seen like the shadow of.
No, I haven't. That's an assumption.
Or I
I've
like
seen
to jump.
eclipses.
I like to
I've
jump.
seen
Phases and
eclipses,
shit.
but what
Like
they
half
are,
of it's
I don't
dark and
know.
the other half
It's
of it isn't.
why they happen. It's again an
You
assumption.
don't know why
on our
shadows
part.
happen?
We need to,
You don't know what it
we
is,
need
but
to
you do
go
know it's
there.
not the Earth.
We need to go there
Let
to
me jump
verify
in.
it. Excuse me, I'm still talking. You need to go up there and verify that what you
Yeah,
observe
we heard.
from Earth is exactly correct.
Therefore you
So
know.
it's an assumption at best.
You
Yeah.
don't know, but yet it can't be the Earth. Why? Why can't it be the Earth?
This is
Because we
why,
live,
because the
we live on a
Saturnalia
flat Earth,
eclipse.
and the sun and the
Okay,
moon
okay.
It's a
orbit
shadow.
above our head.
It's a shadow.
That's what we observe. That's what we've been. The human race has been observing for thousands of years. So no, we're not.
All right, the Saturnalia
problem
eclipse,
with the
Xanax.
shadow.
Xanax, the Saturnalia eclipse where the sun and the moon are both. The sun and the moon are both above the horizon. Explain it.
Yeah. Well, light does bend around the surface of the Earth. We see that same exact
God.
principle.
Shadow
and why the
casts
moon
the
is
shadow.
illuminated. God, unbelievable. You ask me a question, and 5 people start talking as soon as I have one word out of my mouth.
Go ahead.
We all know how the selenium works. We all know how it works, right? We all know. Why are you asking me that? You know it's refraction. You know the moon and the sun are going to be about a half a degree higher than they normally would be, and that little half a degree allows them both to be visible at the same time that coincidentally a eclipse occurs. So it's no surprise that can happen.
So
Yeah,
refraction causes a shadow now. So basically, what you're
No, that's
saying.
not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
You said it's refraction.
It bends the light.
It
That you're
bends
seeing.
the light. So light will cast a shadow.
Nope.
What causes the shadow at the bottom?
Block is a physical object. Blocks a shadow.
What's that?
Okay. So
The Earth.
shadows.
and then
I want you to understand. I want you to clearly understand.
It creates a shadow.
I want you to clearly understand that both moon and sun are above the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay.
By half a
Let's
degree.
take this not to scale diagram and figure that out then.
The Selenelian eclipse, yeah. How do you explain that?
Ask you some questions I asked about this once before, Jin, to see if your answers are the same as they were before.
The Selenelian eclipse we're talking about at the moment.
Right, yeah.
But you can do, yeah.
Eclipses generally, would you say that the shadow that's cast on Earth is a circle or has a shape?
The shadow that is cast on Earth from where?
From an eclipse.
Hang on a sec. Jen, we're getting some feedback.
I will not say that.
Jen.
No, I don't believe that a shadow is
Jen,
being.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm just getting some feedback from your speakers, I think.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm
Thank
sure
you
if you
very
can
much.
sort it out, please.
I don't hear any feedback.
Well, I can.
Yeah.
There's a little bit. Right, just now.
Loud and clear for me.
Well, there's not much I can do about it because when I talk, but I'll talk when I
Get
can.
yourself some headphones, Jin. Be a big spender.
Last time we had this conversation, Jin, I was asking you, do round things cause round shapes? And if you saw something that looked like a hand doing the rabbit thing, you'd think it's probably a hand doing the rabbit thing. And it seemed like you didn't agree that that would be the case. Is that still your view, or you think round things cast round shadows and hands cast hand shaped shadows?
Oh, my previous position still stands. That round things don't necessarily mean they cause round shadows because Karen B put that in a video. Hang on, Karen B. If I can just finish off, Karen B. Flat Earther Karen B. She actually did that on a video. She proved that different objects can cast shadows like a ball on a ball. Okay. Different things. So no, my
so round
position
things
hasn't
don't
changed.
cast round shadows. What would you say is the most reliable way to get a round shadow then?
No. What I'm saying, round things can cause round shadows, but things that are not round can also cast shadows that look round on a ball. Is what I'm saying to you. Okay. Yeah. So my position hasn't changed at all. It never will.
Okay. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
True science never changes.
Well, if you take a marble and you shine a light on the marble, and then you take like a big basketball,
We lost you there.
Uh-oh.
Has the noise gone away now? I'm using the headphones. Has the noise gone away?
You sound a bit better. Usually you sound like
I don't
you're
hear any
shouting
noise.
across the room in a bed sit. Now you sounds like you're in the
No, I'm in
same
your
room.
head.
I
I'm
don't
in
hear
your head
shit.
now.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
this will mean less shouting, more conversing. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
there's definitely no feedback now, Jen. Thanks for that.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, sorry about that.
Never heard any to begin with.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
No
some
noise on
people
my
don't.
end.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, that's why I carry on using my system without the headphones. But my man Globius was complaining there a little bit. It's annoying. Okay, put the headphones in. But yeah, no, but my position doesn't stand. You know, we need to establish some fundamentals, prove that the Earth is a globe, and then we can start to dance. But until then, no dancing, mate.
Maybe we should launch a couple of weather balloons or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Why not? If it's going to help.
They're actually kind of cheap.
Well, the CubeSats are
It
crazy
doesn't
cheap.
cost a lot to launch a weather balloon. Like the layman can do it.
Yeah, I don't need to. Yeah, at this point, I do not need to spend any money to know that this Earth is not a spinning ball. I don't have to time investment. Yeah, put some time in, but as to shed a single yen, penny, pound, no need.
Hey, I want to ask the new guy a question real quick. How do you, 40? I posted a image in the chat right there. Can you see it?
I'm not actually looking at the chat.
Live.
I'll seek it out.
Yeah, it's in live stream. Can you let me know if that looks like a sphere?
Hang on 1 second. Live stream text.
Yep.
All right, cool. Hang
Just
on.
quickly, Don. I was talking to Stingray about Blender, right? And he's prepared to do anything you want on Blender live. So
Nice. Yes. Fantastic. Fantastic.
All right.
I got the numbers who I need. Sweet.
Yep. So maybe hit him up with a message, whether or not you want to do it here or over on your channel or whatever. But he's prepared to. whatever button you want him to push, he'll push it for you.
Nice, nice.
Well, yeah, you were asking about something about that the other day. What were you? Because you never finished telling me. You said you wanted something with light.
Yeah, real quick. 40. Does that look like a sphere?
If you're talking about the black part up top and the blue part down low, if you're asking me if there's a curvature between the two, I see the curvature.
Yeah, does that look like a ball though?
No, it looks like curvature.
Does it look like
between the black and the blue?
Okay, it looks like curvature. So I'm gonna post. It just looks like curvature, like Earth curvature, or just curve.
I don't really know what I'm looking at. I don't see a sphere or a ball. I see a two-dimensional picture. And
well, what about that? Is that just a curvature too? A two-dimensional?
I'm looking at second picture, and I am seeing.
I see a ball.
I see in the top part of the picture, I see kind of blackness, some weird grainy shit going on, and then in the bottom, I see a yellow ball.
Oh, yellow ball. Okay, what about this one right here? There's the ISS right there. What about that one? Does that look like Earth curvature?
I don't know. Like, what am I looking at here? I see two pictures. Like, I see a top picture and a bottom picture.
Yep, it comes with it. Yep. All right. Well, a lot of people that show it, people that show it to, they'll say it looks like a ball. I don't know if you're trying to find I don't know, but it's just the circumference of light over a Mercator map in Blender.
Yeah, I don't know.
And it looks like a sphere. If you angle it at 20 degrees, because that's where the ISS is, angled at 20 degrees onto the Earth. If you look in that direction, the max visible distance of light, 360 degrees around you, will look like a hula hoop. It's a scattering effect due to light traveling through a gradient from hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold temperatures.
That's a bunch of baloney.
It's not baloney. Light does. So you're telling me light doesn't travel different in cold air versus hot air?
No, I never said
okay.
that.
No,
whoever said that.
That's not the reason it. That's not the reason it travels differently.
Does it?
No,
does it not travel
no,
differently?
it doesn't. It travels exactly the same through hot or
So
cold.
there is no refraction. There's no such thing as
arguing
refraction.
with the wrong guy.
Refraction is not determined by the density of a medium.
Really?
Yes, it does.
No,
Yes,
it's determined by let me finish. It's determined by the differential density and the angle of attack and the angle of incidence
and the medium it's in.
That's what I'm talking about. The medium. The medium's characteristic has a differential medium, and there's also an angle of attack. Excuse me, angle of incidence on that light with respect. Stop it, you fucking idiot!
Shut up.
Oh,
You are.
goodness.
Hang on a second.
Why do you got to interrupt me?
He's confusing matters. He's confusing matters with the
Hold
differential.
on, Gin, hold on, buddy. Right? If he is confusing matters, what you got to let him do, you got to let him finish, and then you can correct him. Okay?
You're lucky.
But you
You're lucky.
But you got to. No, you got to let people finish, and then if you think that he's confusing things, then you can jump all over him.
Yes.
All right, Ban. So you're lucky. You're lucky, Vanek.
Well,
Thank you very much. Yeah, Jim, just control yourself. Refraction is caused by three things. A differential in the medium's characteristics. We're talking about the medium, Jim, as you requested. It is about the medium's differential characteristics, and the angle of incidence of the light. That is what you need to have refraction. If you don't have an angle of incidence, you can go through a differential medium and have absolutely no deviation of light's path whatsoever.
Right.
Well, okay. Yeah,
because the differential medium is not the answer. It's the angle.
You stated the obvious. You've just stated the obvious, and I agree.
So light travels the same speed through a cold medium, which is more dense than hot air. I
didn't say that.
Okay, so that's why I was
talking about the speed of light.
That's what I was getting to until you
I know you were, and that's why I answered specifically. It's not.
No, you didn't have
medium.
to specifically. You interrupted unnecessarily to state the bloody obvious. Shut up.
No, because he's talking to speed. Speed of light is not refraction. The speed of light and refraction are the same thing. No.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
That's right.
That's not what I'm preferring. There is light scattering. If you have hot to cold in different gases, light will behave different in each different medium. It won't see the same.
What do you mean by behave? What do you mean by see the same? You're using very strange words.
Okay, so like it will refract more, say, in
No,
nitrogen.
there's no refraction based on differential medium. No, that's not how refraction works.
So if you have helium and nitrogen and you shine light through it, a laser through it, will it behave differently?
If
Oh
I
my
may
goodness.
interject,
Zero.
Just to break up the argument, if I may interject, Don, the picture that you posted at 12:55 my time, you got the space station thing with the lines going, and then the one below it where you have that original picture that you posted.
Right. You cut out.
The one with the blue, with the black up top and the green and the blue in the bottom. Did you create that in Blender?
Yeah, I did it with a guy named Armo. Yeah, it's just the circle.
That is fucking horrible, dude. Blender is capable of so much more than that. Why the fuck did you create that in Blender?
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But is that necessary now in the middle of his explanation? Blimey.
All right.
I'm just asking.
All right, it's just the circumference of light over a Mercator projection map. And looking at it upon certain angles, we did it with this one right here. We did it with a ball. It did
terrible.
It gave that look.
Even on the resolution, all of it, it just fucking sucks. Why did you create that?
Okay. So you suck as well with that interruption. Come on, man.
Why? To demonstrate that the circumference of light. Okay, so you have divergent rays. They will cast a circle over the Earth. Now, when people go out in big bodies of water, I have noticed, I did it myself, and it looked as a hula hoop, like a circle in 360. I went up to about 240 feet in elevation, and they got wider and bigger. So now when people assume that they're seeing spherical curvature,
240 feet. Okay.
Yes, 240 feet. It just spread out more. The circle, the hula hoop, just gets bigger and bigger. This is a diagram right here. I got it.
Right. The problem is that you're starting from a premise that you haven't verified, that the sun's rays have to be divergent, where if you look at this particular example, the sun is behind the person taking the photograph. So it's not necessarily true that the sun's rays are divergent.
Sorry, buddy. That's anti-compuscular rays. I got photos of that.
I think that's okay, though, to test an idea before you've confirmed its validity. What I think, though, is kind of important, which is a point that
that's what that is, dude. This anti-compuscular rays.
Raised there, which is, if this was the case, wouldn't you see the horizon as in that's all the light's hitting, but beyond that is still matter that we wouldn't see anything through. So we wouldn't
it's just the max
through it. We wouldn't see stars. It would just be blackness. But what
no,
we
it's
do
just the max
is stars and sun seem to meet with the curved horizon.
Yeah, it's just the max visible distance that we could perceive light at a given time.
Right, but what I'm pointing out, though, is we can see light beyond that.
What do you mean light beyond that?
So if we're if we're looking at the horizon and that's the visual vanishing point, then why do we see something bright like the sun or the moon or stars dip behind it?
Because they're
I just don't understand the point. I mean, I can use Blender to make a very realistic zombie, but that does not in any way prove that zombies exist. So I just don't understand the point.
I'm not trying to prove. I didn't say anything. Prove Master Strongman. It's just evidence of the circumference of light. Even on a sphere, even on a ball, it will still cast a circle of light.
But you can manipulate the physics and the way light shines in Blender however you fucking choose. That's the beauty of the program. Fantastic. You can make light bend backwards in Blender. So what? What does that prove to me?
Right, and one additional issue is that with a limit on the range on how far you can see on the surface.
But
you can
you
see
can
objects that are. You can
But
see
you can
objects
control
that
the
are.
range.
You can
also
see the
control the
objects. You
range
can
on
see Jesus
That's the
Christ.
whole point.
We can see. We can see Jesus Christ, Don. All right. Even given the limited distance
That
of the
wasn't me.
surface that we can see, you can see things in the distance farther than that range that are partially obscured by the surface of the Earth. So it's not a limited. No, it's not a limit on the light for sure.
I'm talking about rocket
It's
footage
just fucking
alone.
Blender, man.
I'm talking about rocket footage alone. What we see on rockets. I'm not talking about on the Earth.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
so if you
rockets,
take
that's
rocket
something.
footage, actually, I'll
We're
just
now
draw
we're
you
in
what
the
I would
realms of
expect to see.
speculation now, aren't we? Rockets in space. This is speculation stuff now.
Here, I'll just draw you what I would expect to see, Don, so I can kind of make it clearer.
Yeah.
Cool. I want to see
And
this drawing.
as for the horizon, it's not a physical place. It's a natural, real optical illusion. That's all it is. Okay, it's natural because it's happening in the natural world we live in, and it's an optical illusion. It's not a real place you
How
can
did
go
you
to.
determine it was an optical illusion? Was it because it
Because
doesn't comport with your
because
beliefs about it?
hang on a second, please. Because in the reality that I live in, I know that the sky doesn't touch the water. I know that. That's why.
Right.
So that's
because
why
it doesn't comport with your
so
pre-existing beliefs, it is therefore
no. It's
Interesting
because I
premise.
know you're making a mistake. Because I know that the sky does not indeed hit the water. So obviously, it is a naturally occurring optical illusion. That's what it is. Period.
Bro,
What's
I just saw
what's
the.
not to
I just saw
understand?
The Earth
the.
was flat, it would be fine, but it's because it doesn't
Bro,
comport with your
No,
preconceived
that's not the
notions.
reason why. That is not the reason why I'm saying that.
bro,
Because
I just saw the
if
trippiest
we were
shit,
on a
dog.
globe, we would have curvature to be seen, and the same thing would be there. Sky would
See
not
what I
be
mean? He
hitting.
says the quiet part out loud. He's not clear about what he's admitting when he admits that.
Bro, I just saw the
Not
trippiest
admitting
shit,
anything.
dude.
True.
Dude, what'd you
Bro,
see?
bro,
Yeah.
bro, I just saw the trippiest shit, dude.
Go on.
The moon was coming up over the horizon. It was a half moon, dog. It was a half. No, I swear to God, I'm not crazy. Like my friend saw it. Two of my friends saw it. It was a half moon coming up for the horizon, completely dark on one half. It just looked like a half moon coming up. That was
Okay,
fucking
fine,
like
yeah.
that was like
Yeah.
that was like half an hour ago.
Yeah, we're back to
Right now it's a
shadows. I
full.
get it.
Right now it's a full ass moon. It was the weirdest thing I've like. All my friends are freaking out. Like we think
Yeah.
like that's the fucking
Dude,
weirdest shit I've ever
just a
seen.
lunar.
Like,
It was just a lunar eclipse.
oh my god, dude! Dude, the world might end.
I
So
thought it
I'm
was just
telling
a
you, the
shadow.
world might
Are
actually
you
end.
trolling
'Cause
right
that was,
now? Is this guy
dude.
trolling?
I swear to God, the moon went from half to full in half an hour.
Numpty, don't worry, Wow. it's just a phase you're going through.
Your trolls are getting weaker and weaker, man.
I get the joke. It's just a phase you're going through.
I love it.
But,
Yeah, I have to full to half. Lovely.
So, anyways, that's my flat Earth report. Because
Thank you for that.
I don't know how that
Exciting.
fucking even. I don't even know how that occurs. Like, and like me and my friend, I was like, my friend is like, "Is that suspect?" He was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Yeah, that is suspect, right? It can't just change from fucking half to
It's kind of
full
sus.
out of no. Yeah, it's extremely sus. Like, I don't even know how to. Well, I feel like Jesus is gonna come down soon or something. Like, I'm kind of scared.
What?
Like, this shit is not fucking normal. This doesn't happen. I've
Yeah,
never
this
seen
is
something like this
very,
happen.
very rare. You're right. Everybody is about to be raptured. Do not fly in a commercial airplane in case the pilot has been a particularly good one.
Private
Bro, I'm pretty
airplanes
sure I'm not
only.
getting. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be here with you, Foolish. It's gonna be you and me. We gotta
You've heard of a lunar
make it out
eclipse.
alive.
Steer clear of the commercial airplanes.
You've
How about
heard
the
of a lunar
5G
eclipse,
towers?
though.
You gotta stay away from those too.
Yeah.
You like Escape from New York, Escape from LA, Escape from Rapture.
Escape from the commercial airplanes.
With Chris Christophs.
What's happened
Yeah,
to
so-
Foolish Decisions these days? I haven't heard from him for a little while. Is he around still? Foolish Decisions? He hasn't
No,
been
he
for-
died.
All right.
Well, sorry for you
After
guys' loss.
after the rapture, me and Foolish are gonna have to fend off the zombies.
Dude, the zombie.
Man, I'm not even joking though. Like, I swear to God, we just seen this happen. Like, I have two witnesses.
You're lucky. You're lucky, man.
Your mic keeps cutting out.
You're lucky.
Bro, I'm gonna ask my friend if he took a picture of when it was a crescent moon, because I was about to take a picture because I was like, that's a weird. Like I was like a fat crescent moon was coming over the horizon. I was like, I should take a picture, but then I was like, I zoomed in with my camera and I was like, nah, like this iPhone camera is shit quality. I'm not gonna take a picture.
And then no, you should have done. You should have done.
Yeah, I should have, bro. Because right now,
I think what you're missing.
I'm looking at a full ass moon right now. I'm gonna go ask my friend if he had.
I think what you're missing here is the fact how this, as you so rightly said, how this just proves the flat Earth.
What?
What, dude? This proves that the rapture's coming. I don't know what you think. Listen, this is the end of the world, dog. I'm fucking getting my. I'm gonna go get a picture.
I am a flat Earth. Oh, that's right. I remember the firmament.
Yeah, that's tough.
Don't forget there are 7 layers of it. If you're going with your sort of Sumerian / sort of Eastern Levant / sort of Judaic kind of belief systems.
Would you say it's septuple filtered?
Quite possibly so, but at least the Sumerians gave us the material that each layer was made out of.
I'm sorry, my friend didn't take a picture, so I guess I don't really have proof for my claims, but like, this is fucking ridiculous. I don't
Yeah,
even know
a lunar eclipse did just happen. Yes.
Are you still there, Numpty? Have you been raptured, Numpty?
I don't think.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, foolish. Have you got a cold? You sound like you got a cold.
Nah.
Or you just
I thought
recovering?
the lunar eclipse was supposed to make it red though, because I've seen a lunar eclipse a couple months ago. The thing turned red. This thing was not red. It would look like a half moon. Like one half of the moon was dark. Like I was looking at like the phase of the moon where it's in half. Like I swear to God.
Like it says in the Bible, when thou dost see a half black moon during a lunar eclipse, verily the rapture shall come, and ye are all so fucked.
Man, the things people believe in, honestly. Oh, a minute. The junk that gets tossed around.
I know, it's amazing, Jen, and the irony of you saying that is rich in the extreme.
I don't even know if I believe in the rapture, to be honest with you.
You did there.
I just think this is weird, bro. Seems like some end world events.
Oh, why?
Which world?
Bro, like I feel like there's gonna be an earthquake or something.
Maybe it's just the fact you guys all spoke to it too much last night, got a little bit paranoid, and now you're carrying this forward into the new day.
Listen, I literally seen it half an hour ago, and I was even commenting the whole time like, this moon looks like it's moving fast. Like I literally saw it coming up from the horizon, like, and then I seen it.
Numpty, the important question is, who was holding the bong while you said that?
Dude, I swear to God, it literally was in half.
Notice how he's avoiding answering the question.
It was literally in half, and right now it's full. I swear to God.
Still avoided answering that question.
I swear my whole family's life, dude. It was literally in half like 40 minutes ago, and right now it's full.
Didn't swear it's the family's life that he didn't have a bong with him, or someone in the group didn't notice that.
What is the horizon anyway?
Bro, we all
Where's
saw
this
it.
conversation
Two
going?
witnesses.
A naturally
What is a
occurring
shadow?
optical illusion.
What's below the horizon? Does anybody know?
Dirt.
Your mama.
Well, the sky is up, the water's there. So, yeah. Of course.
That was pretty wild.
Is the flat Earth like a disc, or does it go on forever?
I want to know how a fucking half moon goes to a full moon on a globe. Please state that for me, thank you. Because this is fucking bullshit, dude. The moon was literally in half 40 minutes ago.
I think the creator was giving you a sign, letting you know you're on a flat Earth, especially to you.
If the Earth is flat, how thick is it?
That's all.
Well, we only been about 7.6 miles deep, roughly 8 miles deep.
Okay.
So if the Earth was a globe, how thick is the globe?
Yeah, 7.6 miles.
What do you mean it doesn't
that's
have a
correct,
thickness?
Yeah. 7.6 miles. And the Mariana Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench is 7.6 miles, so we know it's that deep at least. We know that.
Okay. So if you take the
Yeah,
flat Earth
it's still it's a
perspective,
relevant question. It's a relevant question.
how thick is the flatness?
There's 7 miles.
There's mountains. There's trenches. Blah blah blah.
So I like to answer that question.
Yeah, go for it.
I like to answer that question by saying it's thick enough. It's thick enough. It's thick enough for us to have life and live on this earth. That's how thick it is. And if it's only 7.6 miles thick, then it's thick enough for us to live. But I just want to make this final little point that
it's thick enough where Jin should say we just don't know because he doesn't.
Yeah, hang on a second. When Russia was drilling that hole over 20 years, what they proclaimed or predicted that they were going to encounter as they were drilling was absolutely wrong all the way. Now, if this Earth is indeed a ball, how could they know what is 4,000 miles deep and molten metal?
Actually,
that's my question.
Jin, we've been through that before, haven't we? And when we actually went and had a look at it together, they were absolutely right on the density of materials that they were going to find. They just predicted the wrong ones.
They were still wrong. They were still wrong all the way. They were not correct. They
Density at every single layer for the drill bit, correct.
That's because
they were wrong.
But they also thought nationalizing farming
Americans
was
would
a
have
good
totally
idea. So
predicted
maybe
it,
we
right?
shouldn't be listening to the Russians. Sorry, that was a shot. But
That's
we
a good
don't
point.
need to
That's a
talk
good
about
point.
it anymore.
Putin's got a crosshairs on your head now.
He loves his communism.
Remember what Ukraine is in Russian, isn't it? Ukraine.
What?
Say again? Say that one again, I missed it.
I said, don't you know what you complain in Russian is? It's Ukraine.
All right.
It was a thinly veiled bad joke.
Wasn't that thinly veiled?
Wasn't really veiled.
So, like, what if we were able to drill a hole all the way to the bottom of the disc? Like, what would be down there?
We're at the basement of the
I
universe.
think this Earth has been so that we don't have any.
Would I fall through the hole? Would I just fall forever? Like, what would happen?
I'm trying to answer the question.
Natural state of equilibrium be.
The waters of the deep would come out and shoot you out like a cannon.
I must be
Well, I
muted.
doubt that.
That's why we got craters on the moon. It's because of Earth bukkake that the Earth did on the moon during Noah's flood.
What?
I've been reliably told that by someone who's told me they know it's true. And because they know it's true, it must be true, because I hear people say that
Dude,
a lot.
I don't know shit. I'm just asking questions.
So there you go. Craters on the moon were caused by Noah's flood and the waters of the deep bukkaking on the moon.
Which websites have you been searching the word Noah on?
Is that why the moon is white?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was your answer, Jen? I wonder if it was as...
No. I was going to say
it's the moon flat
it's
too?
It's not possible. It's not possible for humans to drill through to all the way through the Earth. That will never happen. We don't have the
Well, how do you
technology
know?
to do that.
How do you
We
know?
don't.
Because Jin knows. He said he knows,
Says we
so
don't.
therefore you cannot question
We
it.
don't have it at the moment, do we? Right?
Could God
So I
drill
do
through
believe
the
that.
But how
I
do
do
you
believe
know?
the Creator has designed it that we will never be able to do that.
So it all goes back to
we
the
can only
creator.
we can only get 8 Mile at the moment, can't we? So
Well, the ancient Atlanteans managed to drill all
we
the way
haven't got 8
through.
miles. We've got 7.6 miles. That's all we've got.
well,
we've got 8
we'll
miles.
give them 8. We'll give them 8.
No, I'm not going to give them 8. I'm
Eight
not
it
going to
is.
give them. No, I'm not giving them 8.
And we know that
7.6 miles is all you're getting.
that the Atlanteans drilled all the way through the Earth and got to the bottom because it's said in Socrates that Atlantis sank beneath the waves so fast that no one could escape. And that's obviously the fact that they hit the waters of the deep on the other side when they drilled their hole, and that's what sank Atlantis.
What
So the
technology
water-
did they
So
have?
the water flowed up from the other side?
No, waters of the deep. You guys are all going to go to hell. You're all heretics.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Jesus.
feel like a heretic. I'm just a
Really
dude
selling
asking
it there,
questions.
Dross.
It's a big club.
Yeah, and you know what happened to people who ask questions in the wrong religious society?
They got like killed and stuff.
Off with their questioning little
Burn-
noggins.
Burn them to the stake.
Fuck. Well, now you're making me not want to live in a religious society.
Well, they were drowned first, and if they didn't drown, then they were burnt. So.
Yeah, well, fair if nothing else.
I'd like to ask questions and not get killed for it.
You were doomed either way. Either way, you were doomed.
Hey, this guy's asking questions about asking questions. Get him.
I know.
Please don't.
People were being locked up for proposing the heliocentric model back in the day, weren't they? 100 years back or so.
So I'm told, but I don't know what to believe at this point.
Uh-oh.
For all I know, there is a slat.
It's observably so.
Well, to be precise, it's actually a Euclidean 3D plane.
Okay.
Yes, well, I posted those 44 documents earlier. Governmental documents admitting to flat Earth. So if anyone's interested, I can post it again.
Post it again, if it suits your fancy.
Well, I mean, if you want to see it, I can do that. It's beautiful.
I didn't say I wanted to see it, but if it suits your fancy, post it again.
Well, no, I'll post it if anyone's interested. If no one's interested, I won't be posting it. Simple.
All right. Why'd you post it last time? Were people?
Oh, because
last
people.
time?
Yeah.
There you go.
But Jen, if I posted thousands of documents saying the Earth is a globe, would that trump your 44?
Well, you'd have to. There has to be evidence of this globe, though. That's the thing. There is
Yeah.
evidence.
Loads of evidence. We've got loads of it.
I thought it was a ball.
Any? You don't have any.
Well, it is a globe. Yeah.
The 44 are pretty strong. They're pretty strong.
What's the difference between a globe and a ball?
Well, a globe is technically, you could say, is a sphere, which is a geometric shape, where a ball is kind of just a casual term we use for something that's spherical-ish.
Oh, okay.
Think of the ball. The ball is a 3D shape, and the globe doesn't reference the Earth.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I thought.
We try and avoid the word sphere just because then they say it's not a sphere, it's pear-shaped.
Do you guys hear that? Do you guys hear all that?
Yes, it's Mike. It's Jin's mic. But yeah, a sphere is, I think, talking about the surface of a ball.
I just want to make sure it wasn't just me.
No, it's your mic, Jin. It's like it's got a loose wire, or your mic is rubbing up against something.
Or you're wearing an awful lot of polyester.
It could also be a dirty headphone jack. That's also possible.
Possible.
Okay, there we go. All right.
That would be a great name for a DJ.
It is. Me mute myself quickly.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
You say that so often.
Did somebody say three-dimensional Euclidean plane before?
Yeah, I was trying to get my head around that.
Okay, so what is the best argument for flat Earth?
We see too far.
That you guys have come across?
Yeah.
We trust your senses.
No, I definitely got an observation that will definitely blow it. I could post it.
All you gotta do is
it looks flat.
No, it's not that it looks flat.
No, I don't want to see some stupid ass fucking video. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Like, what is your best argument for flat Earth?
Yeah, so it's not a video, it's a photo. Slow down and listen. Right?
Okay.
All right.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I already know what they're going to go with right here. So the observer is Dr. John D. looking on France at 3 feet.
Dude, I'm not asking about Dr. John D's perception. I'm asking about your personal perception. What is your best argument for flat Earth?
All right. You should let me finish, right? First.
She said.
Right? Let me finish first, and then you can, interject.
Sure.
right? All right. So he's 3 feet above elevation. The geometric horizon would be no more than 2.62 miles, yet we're seeing beyond 11 miles. How is that possible?
It's good fucking.
On a globe with a radius of 3959.
I don't understand.
Were you there?
Yeah, that's tough.
No, I'll tackle this in a normal flat Earth way. Were you there? Were you there, Don?
In spirit.
You know, did you know the specifications of the camera?
No, I wasn't there. No, I wasn't there.
My problem with what you're saying is when you say 3 feet above elevation, I don't know what elevation is. Like,
Elevation is derived from mean sea level.
Okay, so you mean 3 feet above sea level?
He means 3 feet of elevation.
Yeah, above sea level.
3 feet above sea level. Okay, that makes more sense.
And the geometric.
Even though the sea itself, like the water, I mean, there's like waves and shit that go away like a lot higher than 3 feet.
Well, use mean sea level. How's that?
You must be real new, right, 40?
Yeah. I've only been here like a week.
Yeah. How long have you heard about flat Earth, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know. Probably, 4 or 5 years. Well, actually, now that I think about it, a lot longer. I mean, it's kind of an old school idea. Actually, it's kind of been around for thousands of years, now that I think about it.
I see. So you never really took the idea serious, is what I'm taking, till about a week ago.
Correct. I have never taken the idea
That's
seriously.
that's what I figured.
But I figured, hey, fucking A. Maybe I'm wrong. So here I am.
Well, how is it possible that we're seeing beyond the geometric point of tangency, that, bulge, that physical Earth curve? How are we seeing beyond that? 11 miles.
I don't know what that means. The bulge of what? What does that mean? I'm not joking. I'm asking.
Well, don't leave him hanging, Don.
Sometimes you just got to know when to,
Yep.
When to what?
know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run.
Okay, so you're a Kenny Rogers fan, and I don't understand how being a Kenny Rogers fan has to do with what you're trying to...
Look, describing all this to you, man, you don't even have the clue of certain things, obviously. So it's kind of like...
I have a clue that you're a Kenny Rogers fan. That's about it.
All right, let me help out Don real quick. What he's having an issue with is that, assuming a perfect geometrically straight line of sight, you should only see so much of the surface of the Earth if the Earth were spherical. However, in this particular example, given the altitude, if it's correct, you can see more of the surface than
the altitude of 3 feet above sea level.
Right.
Yeah,
Given that parameter, we're seeing more of the surface than a straight line of sight and a spherical Earth, both at the same time, suggests. So one of those two assumptions must be incorrect. Well, one of those two assumptions, either straight lines of sight or a spherical Earth, must be incorrect, and Don has chosen the Earth being spherical as the one that's incorrect.
Well, I think that's a...
No, I'm saying the radius value of 39.
Water isn't like totally flat, especially ocean water. Like ocean rises and dips, well above and below 3 feet. So, I mean, I don't get it.
Do you know the radius of the Earth, 40?
No, not off the top of my head.
Hey, 40, I got a question for you. If let's just say, let me ask you this: how would you, beyond trusting what someone might tell you, or something you might read or study,
you cut out.
How would you go? Did I cut out?
Yeah.
No, you're good, man. I hear you perfectly.
He cut out for me.
Okay,
Yeah,
can you
40,
hear
you
me?
might have an internet problem.
Okay, beyond studying what the heliocentric model proposes, or something that someone might tell you, how would you go about proving that you live on a spinning ball to yourself?
I don't prove.
If you had to prove it to yourself, how would you go about that?
To prove that I live on a spinning ball. I would never describe myself.
You cut out.
as
What
living
was
on
your
a-
answer?
He
Okay,
was
never
about
mind.
to give. So 40, you have an
Apparently
internet.
my internet connection sucks.
Yes,
Yeah, I
yes,
was
it
asking, how
does.
would you go about proving it to yourself without the help of somebody just telling you or studying what the globe model says? How would you go about proving it to yourself?
Just by looking around and stuff.
And what would that tell you?
Well, it tells me that I'm not living on a spinning ball, nor does it lend any credence to the idea that I live on a fucking flat disc.
Well, locally, no, there's not a disc. I mean, if you think that flat earthers think it's a disc, then you just don't know about flat Earth. 'Cause it's
Some
not
of
a
them
disc.
do.
Most likely an
Some
infinite
of them
plane.
do.
No,
Wouldn't it have to be
just
a
the ones that
disc?
aren't really familiar with the idea.
I don't think that's accurate. I think many think it's a disc, but they don't want to describe it that way and say things like we don't have a model.
I'm not trying to get in a
It's
fight with these guys.
necessary. It is
Hey, wouldn't it
necessary.
have to be? Bro? Wouldn't it have to be a disc?
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, it's
What do you mean? Would it have to be a disc? Infinite plane is not a disc.
Some flat earthers think it's a disc. Others
Don't make me pull it.
No respectable flat earther thinks it's a disc.
So the problem is
There we
what
go.
you guys describe is normally like whenever you guys describe flat Earth, that's what we think about is a disc with a sun circling overhead. But then when we point it out to you, you say, no, that's a straw man. That's not what we believe. But
Dude,
that's what
I
you
don't
describe.
fucking know.
No,
I'm
it
here
could
to
be
start
an
a fight.
area. It could be an area that's like a ring within an infinite plane. What about that? Like there's like domes. Like think about bubble wrap. There could be
Okay,
lots
so
of
if
other
it's
towns, right?
so it's an infinite plane, right? So what is flat Earth attached to then? Is it just go on forever down, or
Is
forever in all directions?
So is
Well,
the Earth
who
an
knows?
infinite plane?
Who knows? I would assume it's infinite until proven otherwise. Yeah.
Then if it's an infinite plane, then as you went up, the horizon would never drop.
Not true.
Yeah, it is.
Not true?
That's not.
Unless you've got to invoke light doing something funny.
I could totally pull it off in Blender.
Be 100% at your horizontal.
I could pull it off in Blender.
Never be lower.
I could make that effect happen in Blender for sure.
The fact of the matter is, we don't assume it's a disc, and we don't know exactly how far it goes. That's all.
Do you think that's accurate though? Like, don't you think there are many flat earthers who, if you got them to draw it, would draw a disc with a bubble wrap kind of?
Nope. That's like that. That's only the way that the mainstream is portrayed to make it seem stupid. That's the only thing about it that makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not getting this from CNN. I'm getting this from the mouths of flat earthers. That when I invite them to talk about how it is,
CNN hasn't got to the point where they're talking.
Hold on. Do you know exactly why you guys don't go with that model? The reason why you guys don't go with that model is because as soon as we try and test it, it falls apart.
How is that?
No, we don't go with the model at all because we just know that the spinning ball thing is just ridiculous.
So
we don't know.
Wait a minute. How is that?
Circling above
spinning ball thing.
The sun's circling above the flat Earth. Don't you guys agree with that or no?
How does it fall apart? You made a claim.
The sun's circling above the flat Earth. Is that not what you believe?
No. I don't believe that. I don't even know if it's circling. I don't assume anything. I don't know.
But that's normally what flat Earthers
No, it's not normally. There might be some talking pointers that are like, very popular here or there, and they say, oh, it could be this, it could be that, but people, mistakenly like take out the it could be for it is, right?
Okay, so what is it doing then? What's the
I don't know.
What does the sun look like it's doing? What does it look like it's doing?
It looks like it's moving past us above our heads.
Is it in a circle?
And no. How could I see that it was going in a circle? How could we ever see that it's going in a circle? Think about that.
It doesn't looks like it's going below
a place in a very big expanse, and I'm supposed to see it moving in a circle above my head? No, of course I don't.
It looks like it's going below the water.
Well, it's moving really
It
slowly.
might look that way, but you know what? Just like you, Not optical illusions abound in this world?
Yeah, but most optical illusions are explained.
No, they're not. You're saying most
Yes, they are.
optical illusions are all explained.
Yes.
Sure.
Wow.
Most of
Bold
them.
statement.
What is optics really?
No, because optical illusions could have many different ways where that yes, they could be explained, but okay, you know what? You might be right. They could be explained in many different. No, wait, hold on. Let me just clarify this. They can be explained in many different ways, but that doesn't mean we know which one is actually what is actually happening in that instance.
Well,
So we can say that yes, it does look like it's going over a curve, but guess what? It can also look like it's just moving farther away, and from our vantage point, it's moving farther to where we can't see it anymore.
no,
What's
because
moving
when
farther
I
away?
think
It
of
doesn't
on
appear
small
to us like
scales,
that.
when I think of
Nest
things
and hedge.
moving farther away, I think of things getting smaller as they move farther away.
Yeah, if
That's
you're at
what we
eye
see on
level.
the Earth.
Yeah, because you're
But
not at the
you're not
same
taking into
elevation
all
as the sun.
variables.
Why doesn't the
There's so
sun
many
get smaller as
variables.
it moves further away?
You're not at the same elevation as the sun.
I
Are you
didn't
eye
know.
level with the sun?
I had no idea the sun was moving further away.
Why
No,
does the
it's
sun
not.
get larger
On
as
the,
it moves
on the
farther
flat Earth,
away?
it would
That's
have to be
interesting.
farther away. That's the
It
point.
doesn't.
Plus,
Is
we
the
have
sun
refraction.
moving further away?
On the flat Earth, it has to move farther away. Isn't that what you guys describe? Or you guys going backpedaling on that now?
I'm just wondering if the sun's moving farther away.
No, it's not. No, it's not. On the flat Earth, it has to be because it's circling above.
No, that's incorrect.
Oh, okay, so I get what you're saying because you're like,
What is
oh,
the Earth? What is
the
the
sun
sun
is moving. No, it's us that's rotating. Can you show us proof that we're the ones that are rotating when we can send a drone up, have that drone sitting there for hours and hours, and it's the sky that moves while it sits steady against the land?
Oh my God!
The question was about.
That's a good
Say
point.
that.
The question was about falsifying an idea about where the sun is or what it's doing over a assumed flat Earth.
We should
What's
fly a
that's
drone
where
over
the
the
discussion was
sun and
coming
see what
from.
happens.
How do we get off track?
Right. So if we have a
I
sun
think we're totally
somewhere
off
up
track.
above us, if we have a sun somewhere up above us, and observers around the Earth can all see the sun, passing by
While
them,
it's daytime.
it is safe to assume then, if you assume a flat Earth, that the sun is circling in a plane parallel with the ground. That's a
Yes.
safe
I just put a
assumption.
video on the live stream that does a good job of going through how the heliocentric model describes the sun and how it might work over a flat Earth. If anyone's interested.
If the sun is going in a circle around a flat Earth, like why is it nighttime sometimes?
And you know what's funny? That's the same exact question I asked the first time I heard about flat Earth.
It would be a close and local sun, and it actually would get dark because the sun goes away, goes too
So
far
the
away
sun
to have.
would be
Very easy
smaller.
question to be
So is
answered.
the sun
Answered many
smaller
of
than
times.
the
Oh, it's a
So in
question
the
of
flat Earth, is
distance.
the sun
I see.
smaller than the Earth? Is the sun smaller than the Earth in the flat Earth?
I don't know.
That
Obviously,
is one
right?
possible.
Well, it
That's
depends on
one
if it's an actual
possibility.
body of some sort. We don't know
Yeah,
what the sun
it's
is. You can't
possible it
claim to
might
know
be
what the sun
smaller.
is either.
It's
But
possible
it
there
seems
might
to be
be some
smaller
other
than the Earth.
thing.
Yes, that's for sure.
Now, if the sun is smaller than the Earth, doesn't that raise so many more questions about other phenomena?
Yes, of course. That's the whole
Such
point of
as?
science, isn't it? There are so many
Such
questions
as?
to ask. There are so many variables.
Yeah,
What about this? What about that? Maybe we should
but a lot
investigate
of those
this. Could it be
questions,
this? Why
but a
don't you
lot of
look
those
into
What
that?
other phenomenon? What other phenomenon are you mentioning
a
though?
lot of
Just
those
put it
questions
out.
are answered by the heliocentric model.
Yeah. Give me one example of one
Like
of these questions.
hey, just for instance, didn't we just have a lunar eclipse tonight?
I don't know.
We
Yeah.
did.
Yes,
What
we
does
did.
that?
I'm
What
in
does that got to do
California.
with
I
a
saw
small?
it.
Wait.
Yeah.
What does that got to
How
do
does
with a
the
local
flat Earth?
small
Wait,
sun?
how does the flat Earth get in between the sun and the moon?
Now we're going all over the place. Now we're
I
everywhere.
know. This is
I know.
great.
It's really
Just all
exciting.
over the place.
You know what's even
That's
funnier about this?
an
You
assumption.
want to know what's funny is so this is Earth is Life that's coming in here real hot with question after just scattergunning this question, that question, this question.
I like
when
questions.
there's great, me too. I do as well. But not when there's like one after the other, after the other, after the other. When we have new
I'll ask
people
a
in here.
question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
go for it.
It would be
Let's
better if it was
tackle
calm and cool and
one
collected.
at a time. If you want to conversate, be all about one question at a time, or do you want to,
I
throw
got my.
like a million
I want to
in
hear.
all at the same
I want to
time?
hear
And
all
you
the
Hey
guys
guys,
questions.
answer in
And
it.
especially
guys!
Alright,
You hear
so
Bandsaw talking, right?
No, I got this.
Guys,
come on.
hey,
Yo,
hey,
Hey,
Arch's
seriously,
wife,
guys, get
Arch's
order.
wife.
Maybe when Mum and
Hey,
Dad find
hey, Ben,
Hey,
you might have to mute him, dude. You hear Bandsaw talking, don't y'all? He's the moderator.
now,
And
instead of, sorry?
Do you want to get muted?
I'm supposed to be scared of Ben.
Anyway,
Banter's my best friend, dude. And,
Exactly. Exactly. Right.
That didn't work out too well for him.
No, it didn't. Did it, Hannah? Now, Earth is Life. If you want to ask one question at a time, that's fantastic. But don't scattergun. So ask one question and discuss it. But you've got to slow down, mate. You've got to take a breath. Like, be one with
No, I
be
was
one
I
with
was I
yourself.
was talking about different phenomena
All
that
right,
are
so
Well, hold on.
Right. Stick with
I had a
nighttime.
point. I had a point too when it comes to Earth. So I came over here because I got hit up by a couple people saying, "Oh my goodness, it's cool over here. There's some new people talking. Come over here and listen." But instead, I'm hearing Earth is Life, scattergunning questions after question after when he's been here for a very long time. He knows the arguments that we're going to come back with. All these different things. Like, let's allow the other people to have a few questions as well. You know,
listen, for one, I don't come here that often, so if I was scattergunning, I apologize.
it's okay. No. It's all good.
Apology accepted.
We all get excited. I do it as well. Like, no harm, no foul, you know? We all do it. I'm just saying, like, I was just surprised to hear when I came over here. I was like, wait, it's Earth is Life. You know? I don't know. I was just surprised by that.
If we want to play in the if we want to play in the newbie sandbox, we can just stick with nighttime. You want to try that one?
I want anybody who's willing to talk. I just want it to be calm, cool,
He
and
was
collected.
asking some questions. He's the one that's new.
Yeah, whoever's talking, I just want it to be like, let's just chill and talk, not where we can't actually answer because it goes from one thing to the next, and we can't really focus on anything.
Okay, what do you guys want to talk about?
Sorry if I'm being an asshole.
Same. I'm sorry for being an asshole too, guys.
Okay, so what
Hey,
do you
I'm
guys
not
want?
And
sorry.
I killed the room.
I'm not
Okay,
sorry for
let's
being
bring it
one.
back to fun again.
I'm sorry for not
guys, I didn't
contributing
mean-
anything to the conversation.
I will be an asshole when need.
Yeah, where
So
were we
Bandy,
anyways?
Bandy, what do you think? What do you think about the ball?
What ball? The basketball?
No, the ball, like the ultimate ball.
The ultimate ball? What's
Yeah.
the ultimate?
The ultimate.
What is the ultimate ball?
This question I don't think was well thought out.
42.
That was me.
42. Yeah. What does that have to do with the ball? Just because you're trying
It's
to
the
invoke
ultimate ball.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, now all of a sudden that means 42. The meaning of all life meant the ultimate ball that is Globers. I don't think so.
It's not the meaning of all life. It's the meaning
culturally
of,
appropriate 42 for the
it's the
ball.
meaning of life, the universe, and everything.
Well, what's the ultimate goal? 42.
I mean, it was like there was no meaning. I mean, it was just a number. It wasn't even spelled out in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Yeah, there were planets in there, and a globe and an Earth and another Earth and all this. We got to move you off this Earth because we're going to destroy that Earth and we're going to do something else. And then there's a cube and there's
but that right. But that's just some random book. What I'm actually asking is
that was the joke that he was making.
Question for Bandy: do you think the Earth is flat, or do you think it's a ball? Bandy, go.
Well, I think everything starts on a horizontal level plane and is built up from there.
So you think the Earth is flat? Okay.
No, I don't think the Earth is flat. No.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I told you exactly what I thought.
Got it.
Pretty clear.
All right. So do you think the Earth is a ball?
The idea of flat Earth is to not make any assumptions, because that's what got us into this mess.
You guys get into this mess every night, don't you?
No.
Yes. What do you mean, no, Vandy? What do we do every other night?
No, I was answering his question.
Oh, right. I thought you meant, no, we don't get into this. It's like, yeah, this is pretty much all we do. Turn up here day after day to argue about flat or round.
ball
They
or
tell us
flat.
we believe in Neil deGrasse Tyson. We tell them they believe in a flat disc. We both reject those assertions.
Exactly, writing. That's hilarious.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
All right, I got it.
Okay.
Well,
cool.
welcome to Flat Earth then.
I know, right?
Crystal clear. All right. Welcome
Yeah.
aboard.
The
Welcome
less
to the
sense
club.
it makes, the more you're getting it.
Got it.
No, well, you're not getting it now. God, back to square one.
I think I am.
What sense do you need?
If you think you get it, you don't get it.
Yeah. What do you think you really understand writing? What do you think you understand?
I think I got a pretty good idea of many different people's views on why, like the sort of how they hold a belief and why they hold a belief about flat Earth and about round Earth and stars and stuff. I think I get that. That was my major thing that brought me in here in the first place. Not so much what is the shape of the Earth, but why do people disagree on that?
So you don't really have a good understanding of where we are, what we are, where we're going, and where we've come from.
No, my feeling on that is it's like expertise. You can either understand an extraordinary amount about a very small part, or a tiny bit about all of it. And so yeah, for most of the conversation about Coriolis and gravity and dark energy and stuff, I'm comfortable saying I've got not a fucking clue. All I can do is repeat stuff I've read. Other bits do interest me, like as you well know, I got pretty interested in the whole nautical celestial navigation business.
Yeah, navigation. Yeah.
In fact, I put up my dad's memorial. You can hear somebody giving a eulogy on him, talking about how he used to navigate by sextant.
Oh shit, man!
Which
your dad's dead.
Harry or the writing?
I'll send it to you privately. It's a unlisted video. There's Dick Smith talking about it, which is pretty cool.
Oh, Dick Smith, the electronic wizard.
Yes, yeah. He and Dad were good friends. Nobody else is going to know who we're talking about.
Nope.
He circumnavigated the globe in a chopper.
Wasn't he full of irony? He made his fortune on importing Chinese knickknacks.
Yeah.
And then was a proponent about Australian made. It's like, what am I listening to?
Yeah. Actually, I think he's responded to that criticism somewhere. I don't remember what his criticism was, but I do remember because my brother and he butt heads sometimes. They disagree on certain topics.
Didn't he buy Australian Geographic? Was that him?
I have no idea.
He has extraordinary amounts of money. So.
Oh, does he what? He's got a garage for his helicopter that he parks underneath his house. It's insane.
Yeah, he's got a train on his property. When we went to visit him, he was like, "I'll come pick you up from the airstrip in the train." I was like, "What?" And this fucking it's on a half-gauge track or something, so it's a slightly smaller train than you'd expect, but still like reasonable. And then you get on the train and he's driving it there. I think from memory he even had a train hat, and then he goes, "Doot doot."
No, he did not.
He's around his garden up to his house. It's bloody amazing.
Oh, that's gold. That is gold.
Wow.
Wow.
You guys talking about your time in prison, old prison days?
No, I don't think
I
so.
went to prison to do a workshop.
Oh, cheers, writing.
It's an hour long. I don't expect you to watch it.
Yeah, no, I'll watch it later.
Banson, I'm sorry for getting upset with you last night. Although you did annoy me very badly.
You guys having a lovers' tiff?
Well, I did.
I just wanted to.
I may have pushed one or two buttons that.
Yeah, on purpose. Yeah. Eggshells left on a note, and we were making points. We were arguing about pendulums. No, we were arguing gyroscopes and planes. Somebody expressed.
You were the one, Kosho, that suggested that planes would fly into outer space, not me. You're the one that suggested it. Right.
No.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'll just say, never mind.
Come on. You got to back down from you think that planes would fly into outer space now? You're going to back down from that
I'm not
comment?
gonna let it get to me, man. Okay, I'm not gonna let it get to me. The point is, I just want to get back to whatever we were talking about because whatever it was,
What were we talking about?
Our celestial navigation, that's what we're talking about. How celestial navigation shows that we are living on an Earth with 2 poles.
Okay. And? Can a flat Earth not have 2 poles?
Well, where do you put the South Pole?
I don't know. Where do you put the North Pole?
Well, they put the most flat earthers who claim they don't have a model put it right in the middle of their model.
You said it yourself. Most.
Yeah.
But some do.
Yeah, some think it's an infinite plane, so
They're like
obviously an
they're
infinite
they're
plane
the
can't have a
fringe.
center.
They're the fringe flat earthers.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
radicals.
what's interesting about the people who believe in an infinite plane, they also, many of them hold the view that you can't have gas pressure without a container, which is another flat Earth argument. Not realizing that if you're on an infinite plane, then the plane is infinite, then you're never going to fill it up. You're never
Well,
going
what
to
if?
unless you've got infinite gas, and then you've got both infinite pressure and zero pressure. It's
Well, wait a
it's
minute,
just
Ryden.
in terms.
Wait a minute. What if it's infinite, right? A plane that's infinite, right? And then it turns into a sphere.
Yeah, there's a model like that. Let me find it. It was somebody posted an image, and I copied it into my little flat Earth folder because I have no life. And it was
You actually have a
like,
flat Earth folder? Damn.
yeah. That's how I can get you all of my choice
Impressive.
memes so quickly.
Impressive.
And yeah, their suggestion was, what if we're on a flat Earth that's like a tiny little pockmark in a giant, here we go, in a giant spherical shaped thing.
You know what's so funny about that writing? So you're able to accept this, that, okay, so yeah, it's this bigger ball, but, we're just this tiny thing on it. But you're not even willing to accept that, well, maybe it could be this other thing. Because it wouldn't make sense. Like, if that were the case and the Earth was ginormous and we were just this tiny little thing, then that blows every single thing that has ever been said about rockets leaving to the moon, how the distances, how things are circulating, all these things. So you would
Nope.
be willing to accept that, but not
That's wrong.
that it could be a different shape? Like,
He didn't say he accepted it.
To clarify my position on it, I'm happy to accept any proposition as possibly true because I think it is more honest. So it is possible the Earth's flat. That doesn't mean I think it's flat. So it's possible as well that it's a giant
okay, that's
Swiss cheese
honest.
Earth, but I
Okay,
don't think that's
Yep,
probably either.
brilliant. That's way more honest. Now I get where you're coming from. Thank you.
Yeah, just it's often a problem with I'm not still not yet good enough at speaking and effectively demonstrating the uncertainty that I'm trying to convey. I'm working on it.
What are you conveying?
We all are. We all are.
I think it's better to speak to honestly hold positions of uncertainty and to speak in that way. I think it's more effective than saying
I
I
do
know
too.
it's more effective.
I agree. 100%. I'm with you on that.
Well, did you know, fun fact, China, did you know about their ISS, right? They proved the Earth to be a titty.
Nice.
Hey. Did you see the footage?
Yeah,
Are you talking, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the footage that I sent you from the Jeranism thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Why do you think that looks like a titty? Like
Man,
that
hey.
long, drawn out, tubular, up and down wave. Like that's what you think boobs look like, Don?
Well,
Are we
they
in
proved.
kindergarten
Yeah.
trying to figure out the anatomy of women today?
Yeah, I mean, if I can find that the Earth is shaped like a titty, then maybe they'll also find some clitoris.
Maybe. I don't know. I still think they're very far away from that. It's like, trying to find the, split an atom or whatever they're trying to do over there at CERN. Like, I think they're still working on that. They even put it on hold. They're like, we're going to hold off on this.
Well, wait
We're
a
just
minute.
not there yet.
I actually came up with a tit Earth model.
Did you?
That
Hey,
works.
I'm gonna
That's
send
a
this
flat Earth
video to
model.
you.
Yeah, breast Earth or tit Earth, whatever you want to call it. I'll post a picture.
Mother's milk. E-way
I like that one better. Yeah.
of the galaxy.
All right, hold on.
Here you go. It's right here in the chat, Ryden. It's coming that way. Yeah, definitely.
Definitely turns into a tit.
My stuff's not organized. Hold on.
Well, with the patriarchy that we have, guys, I mean, men love round things, so I guess we are not able to settle for less.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, here it
That's
is.
just how things go, man. Right? Wouldn't you agree? 50?
There's curvature in that video you linked.
Yes.
New premise. The new premise is men love wrong things.
Round objects.
Oh, I thought you said wrong. My bad.
No, round, right.
Also, an interesting premise.
Don't you like round things?
I've never really thought about it.
What about now?
No, not so much. I mean, I don't have a dislike for round things. I don't have a like or love for round things.
That's tough.
Frisbees are cool. So are basketballs.
What about fupas?
They are not cool.
What's a fupa?
What about a
You know
super
what?
duper
You say
fupa?
that now, but guess what? When you get older and you get one, you're gonna be like, "Damn, I shouldn't have talked shit about that fupa."
I don't even know
I'm
what a
really
fupa
worried.
is.
You got to be careful what you talk shit about because
During my
karma
dad's
has a
memorial,
funny way of creeping up on you.
I didn't realize I was talking shit. I don't even know what a fupa is.
my dad was quite
I don't
fat,
feel like
and
I'm-
I was
I don't-
like, I'm never going to let myself get like that. And then I saw I was again doing this memorial video for him. Saw some videos of him at my age. I'm like, oh damn, he was skinnier than I am at my age.
I still don't know what a fupa
Exactly.
is.
It's
Well,
a
I'll
fat
explain it
upper
to you if you
hold
want me
on,
to.
hold on. I can say it really easily. It's an acronym. It's the fat upper pelvic area.
Nope,
You can use
incorrect. It's the
pubic,
fat
Everybody knows
upper.
what P stands for.
No, that is
What?
incorrect, woman.
That is
It's the
exactly
fat.
what it
Oh
is,
well,
man.
a super duper fupa would be
That's not a
super.
fupa branch. That's just the belly.
Well, it's the fat upper pussy area.
No. Or pelvic, penis,
Yeah, 'cause
whatever
it's a
you want to
men can
call
get
it.
a fupa too.
Yes, exactly. It can be
I thought it
male
was
or female.
pubic area, but yeah.
Well, but it's
pelvic,
round,
whatever you
right?
wanna
That's the
call it.
point, right? It's round.
Yeah,
you guys-
it's
Yeah,
the
but
fat
men get it
upper
too. It hides their
pelvic
dick.
area.
It makes it look like they've got no dick.
Maybe
you guys-
that's
round.
Earth shape. Maybe Earth is the fat upper
Are you guys
pubic
talking about
area.
fat people?
No.
Hey.
You don't even have to be fat to have a fupa. You can be skinny and have a fupa.
Yeah.
Wait,
I got a bit
50,
of
are
a-
you
Have a
body
fupa,
shaming right
or
now?
guys. Exactly.
Don't body
Nobody's
shame.
shaming.
Don't shape shame. Why are you shape shaming?
There's nothing
It
wrong
could
with
be
shaving your
round. It could
body.
be
Do not
flat. It
shape.
could be, dodecahedron. There's all kinds of shapes that it
My
can
brother's
be.
name.
Don't shape shame.
Okay. What does this have to do with the Earth being a ball?
Nothing. We were just having fun for a second. It happens.
Okay.
Sometimes we all
Well,
get
what
along.
about a icosahedron? That's got 20 face triangles. There you go, 50. You learned something new today.
Is this really live streaming?
Yeah.
This is top
Okay.
shelf content. What are you talking about?
I mean, honestly,
I
wouldn't you
won't
wanna
have
listen
this.
to
I
it?
won't have you questioning comedy brilliance.
Exactly.
What are you guys talking about?
Golden. You got the golden ticket. What are you
I'm
guys
com-
talking about? Made
I
it
am
funnier.
completely
See?
lost.
ticket.
Every time somebody says something even funnier. What are you guys even talking about, Dawn?
Well, wait a minute. I'm completely lost. I thought we live in a patriarchy and, things are round.
Why would the patriarchy have round things? Wouldn't they have more,
Dick-shaped
building
things?
esque?
What eggs? You would say that.
I was
Give
taking
me
the
enough.
piss when somebody brought up the patriarchy, so I have no idea what's going on.
It will just keep going. If people keep taking pisses, it'll just keep getting drenched. That's what happens around here.
Well, people do have to urinate from time to time. So.
Yep.
What if he didn't have to, though?
What if he'd have to
That would be
urinate?
so
That'd be
amazing.
cool.
Actually,
That'd
I
be
would
fucking
love
cool.
it if we never had to do anything in the bathroom, but then we wouldn't have any gas. So,
Well,
that's
not
another
everything in
story.
the bathroom, but
We wouldn't,
urinating,
have things to,
waste of time.
generate our vehicles or run or you know, all those kinds of things, create oil. You know,
that was what made me. That was what made me
Create
stop
oil?
believing in heaven. That question.
Did
I
she
was like,
just
when
say
did we
create
never have
oil?
to poo?
Yeah, it is part of heaven.
I've never created oil in the bathroom, so
You
I
can
don't
eat
know.
whatever you want. No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about recycling it. Haven't you ever been camping and you get some manure? I mean, what are bombs made out of? Don't you use like manure? What is all the fuss about
there is a few
cows?
What
bombs.
the
Yeah,
fuck are you
have you
talking
you don't
about?
even
Yeah,
know this?
fertilizer bombs was
Fertilizer. Thank you.
Didn't Timothy McVeigh make it? Wasn't his bomb partly a fertilizer bomb?
Yeah,
What,
it's
what does
fuel.
that have to do with going to the bathroom?
Fuel and fire. I said if there was no manure from anything anywhere, we wouldn't have all these things to create oil, to
What
create
the fuck does
gases, to
What?
create
Yes,
all this stuff.
conversation?
dude. Did you know manure can be used for almost anything?
I've been trying to tell people for years and
Man,
years,
you could use
and then Vice
Dookie.
magazine came out with what the shit do you know? And I was like, bruh, I've been
So can I
telling you
take a
guys.
shit and fuel my car?
Telling you.
I
With
was
my
just talking
shit?
about
You
taking a
can, yes,
piss.
you can.
Yeah?
You can definitely fuel your
Yep.
car off of your shit. And that's what I'm saying. Like,
Really?
what are they doing with all of our
How many
shit?
miles
Where
per
are they
gallon
putting
will I
it?
get? Will
I
I
didn't.
get
I
my
didn't
money?
take a shit. I took a
Not that
piss. I was
smart.
talking about
Haven't
taking a
actually
piss.
Well, you could
done
add
it,
piss to it,
but you can
perhaps.
definitely, yeah, fuel your vehicle off of that.
God,
For sure.
you guys
I
are
imagine it's
crazy.
just very inefficient. I imagine what you would need is thousands of people's shit to go a very short
Exactly. Or
distance
Yeah.
and a lot of
like
waste
millions.
product to deal
That's
with.
why.
That's just not
Yeah,
efficient.
but writing, you can
That's
still recycle it, could you not? Could you still not recycle it, turn it into something that is
Absolutely.
productive? Exactly. So they're
Well, like
charging
when
us
I
for
think about the stuff
disposing of
that
all
should
this, and then they're gonna turn it into something that's
That's what
brilliant.
they're
Like
doing right
everything's
now.
recyclable. It's all recyclable.
Right.
the
So,
stuff that should be recycled that isn't is crazy. Like there's petrol in all of the
exactly.
plastic you chuck out, in all of the packaging of everything. The bit you throw away, there's petrol in it. Like it's just nuts how much we just chuck in the ground and go, oh, we're not going to need that later.
all I did was
But I
take a
think that they are doing
piss.
something with it.
Well,
I think
you
they
know
are.
what, 50? You know what you should have done with that urine? When I know a buddy guy, you know, he would have told you to just drink it. You know.
Oh my God! Don't invoke his name. Don't summon him. Please don't.
Well, what?
Now,
I mean, come
now
on.
I
What's
want to hear
wrong
what
with
he
that?
has to say.
Everybody here's cool right now. This is a nice chat.
It's a totally cool
Wait,
chat.
whose name? I missed the name.
Well, Cherry
Now I
on
wanna
there,
know.
right?
He goes by a different name every
yeah,
time. His
no,
name is
no.
Piss Jesus. His name is Piss Jesus.
Yeah. We've been dealing with him for years on end. Like, I'm good.
I mean, he's not okay.
Do you
He's
not want
not
him to get
okay.
in here?
No. He's definitely.
Well,
this is
He's
ban
either,
him.
he is either a complete troll that is just master of the trolling, like the woman that's black that goes out in New York City and has like the baby, I'm murdering babies, or like whatever, does like the crazy street stuff, or there's something wrong. So either
What does
way,
he
you
say?
understand, like I'm good.
I'm
That he
murdering
basically no,
babies.
he
That
says
was
that
What
he
does he
is
talk about?
that he is.
Shines, you're just
I'm not gonna get into it. Let's not talk
Jesus.
about it. Let's not talk
dude. You
about
guys
Oh.
are prejudiced against piss drinkers.
You're the
That
one who
is
brought him
wrong.
up. I don't even know
That
this
is
fucking guy.
that's
I
that's
just
not
asked
right.
what the name was. That's
I
all
only
I did.
just realized that Don's drunk.
Freedom
God,
to piss
Dawn.
drinkers. Freedom
So
freedom
what?
for piss drinkers.
I mean, it's
Writing,
okay to be
just
prejudiced
Oh
against piss
no,
drinkers.
Don's drunk. Oh no.
We're all prejudiced. Prejudice is a good thing. Can you imagine being like, oh, I need to get my car fixed, but I don't want to be prejudiced against a bad mechanic. And I want
Exactly.
equal
Thank
opportunity
you.
for shit mechanics to fix my car. Like
Yeah.
nobody's really lacks prejudice.
Everyone.
Like nobody's been robbed by any particular group of people that you do not belong to. So I don't mean being robbed by white people, but if you've been robbed by like Somalians or Indians or Chinese triads or
What does this have to do
Well,
with
you're
the
just
Earth being a
mansplaining.
ball?
You're
It would be weird.
mansplaining right now. You're
He's
just
actually logically
mansplaining.
correct.
Some of it.
He's
Or
logically
prejudice
correct.
towards spiders.
Sound.
Do you want
That
to?
is logically
Do you want
sound.
to get? Do you want to get back to it 40?
It's not really about the Earth being a ball, is it?
Well, the Earth isn't. So we've
That's
already
true,
established
Banjo.
that. We've already established that. So
It's about Somalia.
unless you have
Quote
something,
established.
unless you actually have something 40 like that you want to bring to the table.
Dude, I
to
have
be,
nothing to. I have nothing to bring
well,
to the table.
Well, then
I knew it.
that's pretty much par for the course. People pretty much bring nothing.
Oh, you're a golfer.
When we look for it, we shout out 4. All right, and we
Who's we?
find out that
Who's
the
we?
evidence really hits nothing.
But
Comes up
who is
empty,
we?
right?
But who is we?
The evidence generally ends up in a triple bogey, right? It's
Oh, yeah.
disastrous.
Yeah, I know
I'll
about
ask
that.
again. Who is we? Who is we?
Who's they?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Who's
Who's
us?
we?
Right.
Who's they?
Who's them?
Who are you talking about?
Did you know you
Yeah,
can see the
me?
back? Did you know you can see the back of your head due to refraction?
Uh-huh.
50. Did
That's
you know
right.
that, dude? You
I
can
did not
see
know
the
that.
dude.
When is
If you have-
people?
If you have a powerful enough telescope, you can see the back of your head.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
Oh,
So the movie goes.
I don't have a powerful enough telescope, so okay.
Well, GoFundMe.
Yeah, you got to get with Rumpus, the guy named the Rumpus.
All right,
He'll
I
help-
will
he'll
collect
hook
the
you up.
funds. I will collect the
Yeah,
funds.
he is
so I
your
can see
guy
the
for
back
that.
of my head.
Yep.
Hey, what were we talking about?
Well, you were trying to talk about the globe, which doesn't exist. So, you know.
Oh, so there is a difference between we and me. Okay, now that makes
Oh,
sense.
you are you.
Dude, I'm
When
just
is
talking
them?
to you guys.
Well, what if my name is actually We?
We.
I was just
That
about.
would-
You beat me to it.
That would be an interesting name.
We.
Bandsaws you. How would we
Apparently,
converse?
apparently, we're speaking in French now. I don't know what's going on.
I thought we were talking English. And Cherubim. was
Oui,
about to
oui,
chime in.
yes, English.
We.
I was taking a wee.
Hey, 50. Hey, can I ask you a honest question? How do we have gas pressure on Earth?
I don't know. I don't even know why you're calling me 50.
I was like, wait a minute. I went to your name and I was like, I know I haven't seen you here before, but I was like, wasn't his name 40? Like, wait, where are we right now?
I gave him a
That was
10%
funny.
grade.
He did. You gave him an upgrade. 50.
You gave him a 20% upgrade.
I made it equal.
Yeah, he did the math even better.
25.
Math is cool.
I don't even know the fucking math.
Yeah, math's cool.
I'm too tired to even pay attention.
I like 50. Don't you
So
like
what
50?
do we know? If we want to ask questions, here's the one that I brought up again. What do we know that can travel that fast?
Fast as what?
What's
Is
fast?
the
and what-
ISS 6,500? I'm going to guarantee you all. Everybody on Earth can test this unless you live inside either of the Arctic circles.
Can't even
You
test
can
it.
check. You can check the speed of the ISS. What do we
No,
know
How
that
many-
goes at six? Let me just say it though.
17,000
6,576 meters per second.
Okay,
17,000 miles per hour.
How many Arctic circles are there?
Oh, God.
2. Oh, Antarctic and Arctic, but you know.
You said Arctic circles, like they're.
Yeah, you know what I meant, right?
No, I don't. That's why I was asking.
All right. If you don't,
It's new, man. Come on, be nice.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, North and South poles.
I think I am being nice. I'm just asking.
Yes, you better be nice.
How
I'm
would
not
I
trying to
measure
be
it?
a dick.
So what you could do, Bandy, that's a great question. What you
I've
could do.
got two fence posts here.
Yeah.
Right, and I can sit in my backyard, right, and I can watch it go from one fence post to the other, and I can time.
Yep. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
What- Okay.
And then
What
all
are you
need to do is
watching?
get the angular width of that. So how much of an arc of a 360 degree did that go through? And then
wow.
Then that's the only thing you need to know. That's the fact you need to know. And then what you need to do is get a variable that is altitude and slide that around. We can probably do this right now, actually, if you want.
Can I do it in Blender?
Can you do Blender?
You could do it in a Home Depot.
Fuck yeah, man. Open Blender. That's awesome.
Yeah. Like earlier, some guy was like, "Hey, check this out," and I was like, "He's like, hey, Blender." I did Blender. I was like, "Dude, that's fucking horrible. You can do a lot cooler shit in Blender than that." So yeah, let's do it in Blender.
Awesome.
I think it was
Somebody give him
Dawn.
streaming permission.
I don't have that command.
Geo might be able to.
Yeah, it was me, buddy. You just don't know the argument, though.
What's the
Well,
argument?
yeah, so we don't need to know what it is. I agree, Shines. We just
I
need
think
to
we
go,
do need to know what it is. I think it's
what
very
can
important
go
for
that
us all to
fast?
know what it is.
We just go, what can go that fast? What can do that distance that quickly?
Well, it
No, no,
depends on the medium.
No, because no, you're assuming that the ISS is so you're like, oh yeah, those are all great points, but yeah, we still need to figure
I'm
out
not
what can do
assuming
those
shit.
speeds. No, I'm talking to writing right now.
Okay.
We don't know that it's actually doing those speeds. That's my freaking point.
What we can do, though, what we can do,
We don't know that it's doing in that. So
and
yeah,
what
we
we
can find
can
stuff
do
that might be
is
doing
with-
that,
But
what
what
we
if
can do
Andy
is test
knows?
how fast of an angular speed it's going over us, and then all we need to say is either flat or round. We know it's not going at 0 altitude. We know that the altitude of that thing above the
I
surface
get
of
what you're saying.
mean
And so it
sea
could be
level
something that we don't
is not
know.
0. Then we can give it any value. You can make it 400,000 kilometers away. You can make it 4 kilometers away.
Blender.
And you can test all of the variables. And it's only going to change this. It's not going to change the speed on a flat Earth at all because they're parallel lines on a flat Earth. So how fast it's going in the sky is how fast it's going on the
You can
Earth.
create
So
a flat
what
Earth
they're
in
doing-
Blender, and you can also create a
Never mind.
spherical
You
Earth
can do it in Blender.
Yeah.
And you just go, I know this thing's going from here
You
to
can
there.
test
for
all
another
this
amount
shit
of
out.
time.
Yeah.
And yeah. And
Let's see what happens.
what you can also do is get people in 2 different cities to go, it's going over my head now, and then 20 minutes later it's going over their head, and it's in exactly the position they tell it you will be in the
So
sky,
you wanna
and it's
know-
coming from the bearing it should be coming from, and it leads
That's
in the
the
bearing.
beauty of Blender.
Hold up. Forget Blender, forget the simulations, forget whatever, because when you put it into the simulation, you're going to be using a model that you are like, okay, this is our model and this is where it should be. Okay, it totally lines up. Oh, well, I beg the question, it totally fucking works. So what you need to realize is that the government has technology way more advanced than anything that they're fucking giving to us, and anything that they drip out, it's like, okay, cool, we just got this. God, I can't wait to see what they figured out like 15 years ago.
Yeah, but
that
why
we'll
should we
soon
trust the
figure out.
government?
Like, hold
Gio,
up,
can
let
I
me
go
finish
live?
this. Even go ahead.
Yeah, go live.
All right,
No,
thank
I
you.
want to still
Clear.
talk to you, Shines. I
Freaking
want to still
excited
talk to you,
about it.
Shines. No, Shines, I want to still talk to you. I just want to ask Gio, can I go live?
I don't think he's here.
Dude, why do you need Jerry's permission to go live? Just go live.
Because it's his channel. That's why, and
Yeah,
he's
I
streaming
still think
his
it's okay to.
own
Just
channel.
go for it, man. Like what's
Hold
the
on.
worst thing
Little
that's
thing
gonna
called
happen? What's Jerry gonna do, right?
Come on, 40. Geo.
I'll send him a
Just
message.
go live. Just go live.
You're not.
Dude,
Okay,
you gotta have a role to be able to go live, dude.
What?
Yeah, don't pressure people to do things as a new person. Like, just stop.
I'm
while
just
you're ahead of
saying,
yourself.
dude. If he wants to go live, he doesn't have to ask Jerry. He can just go
hey,
live.
Hang on, guys.
Button it, right? It ain't your channel.
It's 2020.
Hang on. Doofus, did you just want to say something, mate?
You're literally
I think I was
asking.
going to mention. Yes, I was going to mention that this is going out on YouTube. If he's going to, start up a camera stream, that does actually go out to YouTube live. So Geo should know about that.
Exactly.
Thanks for that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So he ain't about to give permission. So best not.
Okay. So go back to what you were saying anyway, Shines. If you can know where it's going over one city to another city, and you were saying, I think a point that's quite fair,
She
which
left.
we don't know what technology the government's got. Would that technology need to obey the laws of physics in terms of the speed something can travel through atmosphere?
Right, real quick. She left. She'll be right back.
Oh.
Yeah, she'll be back.
Right, and there's
Really?
the zenith to zenith measurement when you have 2 observers along the path. Observing it cross zenith for 2 observers eliminates the, well, we're going to model it out, kind of, well, you're begging the question sort of quote argument, because you're not begging the question there because you got 2 observers, you got an object crossing zenith at both of those locations, so you have, with no ifs, ands, or buts, a ground speed of that object.
Yeah. Have I drawn it correctly here? Essentially the zenith in one place to the, hang on. I'll get. Globus, are you talking? Because it's super quiet for me.
Oh, he might have something on in the background or something.
My apologies. I did have something playing in the background.
All good.
Well, that was fun.
Quieting down a bit now.
I mean, you don't have to go with something super detailed. This is just paint, right? Or oh,
And so if I know that I live here in Australia and you're over there in England and it goes zenith
you
to
would.
zenith.
Well, you would typically do this along the path that the ISS is going to be over. Australia and England is a real rare occurrence where they be on the same orbital
Yeah.
path. In addition, it's sufficient to use smaller distances, like 100 miles apart or even 80 miles apart is fine.
Yeah. You can test it, you can map it, you can put it with a GPS, you can get it down to like the centimeter in some cases. I've got a really nice GPS. Like, do we really like? Because if I take your Shine's word for it, sorry, Shines, I tried to throw back to you. I know you get talked over, and I do it a lot. And I'm sorry. You were saying we don't know what technology they've got. It's a thing. That thing that somebody's captured themselves does look like this thing, which is clearly a computer rendering. And it travels overhead from a known location zenith to another known location zenith that you can call up and talk to on the phone at 17,000 miles an hour apart. And we've got to put it at some height because it's not at zero. So then we just have to dial the height up until it makes sense. Right? We know that that thing doesn't like go over your house. We'd know about it, right? It's way
In a
up.
zenith to zenith measurement, you're going to get the ground speed directly, so you don't have to put in any height or altitude or anything.
Wow.
Right, but what they need to be able to do is get that speed, but their challenge is when do they get to the dome, right? If they hit the roof, they've got a problem. Because if they agree that that is high enough, then the whole gas pressure without a container argument is dead. Because they're saying, I agree that there's a thing that flies in such a rarefied atmosphere it can travel at 24,000 kilometers an hour. And that's
What?
What they're saying is, I recognize I do not any longer require a dome because I think that there is zero atmosphere when you go up that high or close to zero.
I'd like to interject real quick. Bandsaw, didn't you or who was it that said they done a test showing that a balloon that hot water and then cold water in a 70-foot pipe, and the balloon.
That was Brian. That was
Okay,
Flat Earth Test.
Okay, so he demonstrated that he can have a gradient, different temperatures, but it requires a container. So no, it doesn't actually. Right.
So did it require a container? Did he test the variable of containment? As in, how did he disprove the variable? So the independent variable must be requires container.
Yes.
What dependent variable did he shift in order to be testing that proposition? So did he test that one, or did he just use a container and claim that it was necessary?
Yeah, it was the container that was necessary for the balloons to expand. And what do you mean? Yeah, that's the only way. If you remove the container, you wouldn't be able to isolate that hot and cold air or
Right.
water.
So if you can't do it without the container, have you really tested the requirement of a container? If you've only got one condition you've actually tested, and that is with container, is that really a test of container?
Yeah, it's a test of container.
By only using a container, they're testing whether you need a container.
Did you test it without a container? Did you try testing it without a container?
Well,
we can definitely set up a gradient.
I'm going to be right up here. I don't know how you do that, but if what you're trying to test is container necessary, then you must be able to conceive of a test that can hold A and B variables such that both are there and one gets shown to win. Because all it says is I've used container and I found that to be necessary. That doesn't mean it's always necessary because you haven't tested that. You've just used that. That's not a
Right.
dependent variable. The point of this DVIV
Absolute fucking nonsense. Jesus Christ, eggshells. Are you listening to yourself, bro?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is
point of the dependent variable
So,
is
so hold on.
that's the one you're fiddling.
Right.
That's
So
the one you're fiddling.
here's the independent variable. One, I use the container. How do you use it without a container? Okay, taking the container away. See if it actually works. Well, there you test it without a container.
Right.
So yes, if it's your claim,
question about whether or not we can set up a gradient without a container is easy because, as is mentioned in these arenas many times, the garage floor type demonstration where they have inferior mirages that they demonstrate on that floor is showing that there is a gradient there. You're inside of a building that is now open to the outside world. It's not really containing anything anymore. There you go. There's your demonstration of a gradient without a container.
In a building?
plenty of
In a
demonstrations.
building. Congratulations, you're
in a
already
building?
and in the container already, in the giant container.
Exactly.
Already.
But
So
you have the
that's an important
gradient,
point. That's an
and you
important
didn't
point,
add the
Vaughn.
right. You have the gradient, and you didn't add a container in order for that to happen. You
He
opened
just said
you opened the build. You opened the building to the outside world so that it was no longer containing anything,
through
and there
the
was a
building.
gradient present.
And there are two things that have also happened. One is you're ignoring the main fact that you are not testing containment if your only condition includes containment. But the second thing, to say that I don't know how would you test that is admitting you can't test that. You've got no conception of testing that. So how can you claim that was your result if you said just yourself a moment ago, I don't know how I'd test that. You tell me how to test that. I don't know how to test something without a container. So you haven't tested it.
Can you elaborate on the testing on the non-container part? Can you elaborate on that exactly? Just go into a little bit more detail.
Okay, if I say
Right.
all chairs must be made with wood, and then I make 2 chairs out of wood, have I proven the proposition that all chairs must be made out of wood? No, I haven't, because I haven't tested that. I've just built 2 chairs out of wood.
Hold on,
If
I
I
just
said
came back
all
right
chairs
now.
must be made
I
out of
wanna hear
wood,
that again.
and I make one out of wood and one out of steel, and the steel one doesn't work, inherent to it not being wood for some fucking reason. Now I've tested it, but like, if I just always use a container and then claim that it's necessary, that's fine. That's a claim, but it's not a test. That's not what you're testing. You're obviously testing something else, or not doing a test.
It seems not to be able to be possible without containment, eggshells. There doesn't seem to be something like a non-containment test. It doesn't seem to exist other than what you just literally just made up with beautiful sophistry, by the way. I compliment you highly on your bullshit.
What you're saying is, I don't know how to test this.
Wow.
I agree. I also don't
Somebody's
know how to test
butthurt
this.
today.
The only difference is I wouldn't claim that therefore I've tested it and found it to be true. If you can't test it and I can't test it, why do either of us claim that this must be true?
I don't know. It's a natural law.
Where do you get a natural law from? Can I test this law, or do you just laws? What do they come from the Bible? Do I test them?
How are laws made?
What does that mean, man? It's just a law. It's not something we can test. It's not something I can show you. It's just a law. Like, what kind of?
Right. So it's something that is absorbable, right? It is actually something that's described.
It's described. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Are there any other qualities that make it a law?
Shines is
It
back.
always happens. I don't know.
Yeah, always happens, I would agree.
He's
Yeah.
using, I think he's using the tactic of going into absurdity.
Thanks for trying.
I'm trying. Hold on, guys. You just jumped all over the top of Shines.
Sorry, go for it, Shines. I'll shut up.
No, I actually wanted you to talk because I came back in and I love hypotheticals. I love listening to people give hypotheticals. So I wasn't quite sure where this conversation was going, but I heard a hypothetical about 2 chairs. But I kind of missed the tail end of it. So I just wanted you to repeat it. But then you guys went into deeper conversations. You guys probably worked it out. Probably all good now. Maybe you guys figured it out. If you want to continue the conversation, I'd be more than willing to go through the hypotheticals. Otherwise, we can go on to something else.
Sure, you call it.
No, it's up to you, all y'all. Like, whatever you guys want to do.
And the point we were talking about was you need to test the variable. If you say that containment is always required, what you're really saying is I can't think of a way that it isn't required. Everywhere I look, it seems that it is required. That's fine to say I've never seen it any other way, but to say it's been proven or it's some sort of law, I guess just seems strange, because a law to me is something that can be tested.
Yes.
And every single time you test it, you will fail. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You
Well,
cannot
how
get
about
around this motherfucker.
well, what
But
about containment? Because this is my thing. When people say containment, like it needs to be something like that's solid. Like it has to be ice or diamond or, some solid barrier. And I look at water and I look at air and I'm like, they're contained. They're separated. And there's no actual barrier between them, but there is a separation between this and that. We have air, our medium of air, and we have our medium of water, and they're completely separate. You can try and mix the two together. It's kind of like honey and oil or like whatever you want to do, but they
Water's
will
above.
remain separated no matter what.
Like
So
salt
this
water
whole
and
idea that
fresh
there has
water.
to be- so this whole idea that there has to be something that is like this barrier, I don't necessarily like. It can be that's why I wanted to hear your hypothetical about the chairs, like where you were going with that, because I think there are many things that people, when it comes to the globe Earth, when it comes to the flat Earth, level is horizontal, level is curved, is basically the way I like to look at it. Level is either curved or level is horizontal. Forget flat Earth, globe Earth. Like it's either level is horizontal or level is curved. And based off of those two paradigms, we can get into the intricate facts of like what's going on here, what we do know, what we don't know, try and figure out the things that we don't know, right? So where were you going with the chairs? What was your I came in on the tail end. So if you do want to
So
repeat,
to
I would
link it to what you're talking about, it's just the idea of, can you test something and do we know what a good test is? When we talk about this observed phenomena and independent and dependent variables and all of that sort of pop quiz that I think is QE nonsense. What is behind it is really important, that QE is absolutely right about, which is it's fantastic to dream up possibilities, that what's useful is to test them. And so the idea that I'm saying
if
about
you're talking about QE, he's talking about experiments, not tests.
well,
He
but
doesn't-
to me, an experiment is a word for a fancy particular
Okay.
kind of test. And
There you
I prefer the word test because I'm not able to control variables as effectively as scientists can. That's why they do it in labs with coats. I don't wear lab coats. I ride motorbikes. So for me, it's tests, which is like create a condition. And the crucial bit is this, where failure is possible. So the hypothetical I was saying about the chairs was like, if you build two chairs out of wood, have I tested the proposition whether all chairs must be made out of wood? If I've only ever used something with a container, have I tested whether the container is really necessary?
Yeah, and so yes, and so this is even exactly, and so this is my point, that this whole thing about containment, that yes, there is some sort of containment, but does that contain? This is my whole thing, that even if this is where it gets stuck between globe Earth and flat Earth, and curved is level is horizontal, whatever, is this whole containment issue. So when we're talking about containment, even for the globe Earth, this is where sometimes I'm like, you know what, they could still even have containment if they even know how to argue their points. Like people need to get better at arguing their points, arguing the logic, arguing the things that we don't know. Because if flat earthers are allowed to do it, why couldn't globers? Like, it could be this, it could be that, blah blah blah, whatever. We're trying to figure it out. If people were just honest and really on this mission of we're trying to figure things out rather than we know that it's this, I think we would all be better off as human beings. Like, let's just be in this game together and figure out, what could it possibly be? What are the best solutions for this? Could it be this? Could it be that? Could it be whatever? And I think that when it comes to containment, for sure, water and air. Is there containment there? Do we? You know what I'm saying? Like,
This
let's
sounds to me
think
like
logically about it.
This sounds to me like it could be this or it could be that or it could be unknowns kind of an argument from eggshells, which is weird because eggshells is a glober, right? And the whole thing is that they know what everything is, so it's kind of unfair for him to come up with this unknown analogy.
No, it's not unfair. No. This is.
I feel you on that, Matrix. I totally agree.
Wait, hold on. No. I don't think that that's correct at all, Jay, at all whatsoever. Because what's happening right now is we're hearing honesty. So to say that a glober is not allowed to be honest, that's unfair because they're now being honest. I don't think that that's fair. I think that that is them bettering themselves to be like, you know what? Damn, it could be this. And it could be that. And then it broadens their horizons to, wow, what could this be? Or what could that be? And then they start figuring out that there is shit that we don't know that we don't know. And then we don't know that we don't know that we don't know that we don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
The problem is we're not talking to somebody that just came into this movement, right? We're talking to the same people that we've been talking to for years, right?
And if
That
they're
they
willing
have access to the same amount of information that we've all have access to, that have one way, shape, or another convinced us that there's something shady going on. These are the same people, right? What you're saying make logical sense for new people, right? But he's already been down this path, right? Tomorrow he's gonna come back and have the exact same conversation in the exact same way, acting like today didn't happen.
Hold on. Because logic always wins no matter what, Jay. No matter what, logic will always win, right? And so if people are logically sound, that's why we're in these arguments with people and we're like, you're being dishonest. So if somebody then therefore is saying, I'm going to be honest in this and say like, you know, this is a possibility and that's a possibility. And, you know, it's not probable, but, you know, I will take it up. Like this could be something and I'm going to walk down this road with you and even just be willing to do it. Are you going to dismiss them because they're actually willing to change their way and like say, you know what, I'm willing to do this with you? Or would you rather have the person that's just going to scream and yell in your face every day and not even try and have the fucking conversation? I would take the person who's willing to change every single fucking day. And
I would take that into consideration. I would take that into consideration if I felt that the point was sincere, right? What he's talking about is something that I deem absurd, right? To test non-containment. You know, and then he doesn't have an example or way of a possibility to be able to test it.
Example. No. I just gave an example. I, as a flat earther, just gave it. Sorry, guys, I'm sick, so my voice is going to crack from time to time. Still, I just gave an example of containment. We have water. We witness it every day when people talk about density and buoyancy. We have the honey, the oil, the this, the that, and they're all resting on top of each other. There's no containment between. There's containment on the sides, yeah. Right. And so we can then go deeper into that and be like, okay, cool. So now we can say that, yeah, this containment can be electromagnetic. It can be magnetic. It can be, you know, water and air type of thing. There's a different kind of formula up there that we're not even sure of. Like, let's go into these areas and like, how can we discover what these things are? Right. And then we can get into the conversation where there still needs to be like some kind of containment on the sides, which they would say would be land. Right, but that doesn't make sense and so we can still get into those arguments.
Yeah, actually, that's raised a really interesting
areas for us to just like be able to like instead of just being angry with each other all the time, like like if we have people that are willing to actually talk about these kinds of things and broaden their minds, I'm willing to talk to them. I don't know. I'm willing to give people a chance and, you know, instead of just having people rage, yell at me for hours on end, I'd rather have like cool conversations and then trip them up where their logic fails. Like, no, your logic doesn't work here. Nope, your
As opposed to you, I actually prefer to be sophisticated to death and to be completely demeaned and undermined. And you know, but I just love it. I just love it when it sounds like British. You know, when they have a British accent, I'm more willing to listen to whatever bullshit they have to say.
Why are you upset with me at the moment, Matrix? I don't get it.
Pilkington. Let's listen to him all day because actually sometimes he's fucking brilliant. So yeah. I don't think it's the accent either. I think he's a fucking gem. But go ahead, writing.
Australian.
What? I said
Not
go ahead,
British.
writing. Carl Pitt.
I don't know. I don't know what's I've said that's upset you. Sorry, Matrix. Like all I'm trying to describe is not that you should have done this test, because I'm with you. I agree. I don't know how to do the test. What I'm saying is, if we don't know how to test it, then we can't say that we know that it's necessary because we haven't tested.
How will we know is a thing? How will we even know is a thing then? If we don't know how to test it, if we don't know anything about it, how do we even know it's a thing? Other than you're just bringing it up as some sort of gotcha point that is again, this is why I think it's absurd what you're saying.
Wait,
you don't know how to test it. You don't know what you mean. You can't define it, but it's there. It's like the unknown unknown. You understand what I'm getting at here?
Yeah, what it sounds like what you're saying is if you're saying we don't know this and we don't know that, then how can you say you know? I'm not. That's at that point. Listen to what the start of what you said there was. If you're saying you don't know and you're saying you don't know, how can you say you know? That's exactly right there. It's where it stops. I'm not saying I know better than you about anything. It's possible you're right about the shape of the Earth. I give it a very low probability, but it is absolutely possible.
Let me
But
redirect the conversation.
you
Hold on,
think that?
Jay, please. I've been trying to
Let
get
me
you for a
finish up with
second.
this point.
Fuck,
Let me
no.
finish up with
I
this
can
point.
fix this so quickly.
What makes you think that this specific point that you're dwelling on is even something to take into consideration, right? What is the train of thought that has you convinced that we should stop the entire conversation on this non-point?
I didn't think we should stop the conversation. I was having fun.
Huh?
And I might be hogging the mic a bit. Jerry might tell me to shut up in a bit, but no, I'm having a nice conversation. I'm not.
Dude, I'm sorry to overtalk you guys, but okay, so I came in late to this conversation. Did this conversation start out with Jay and writing in the very beginning, or did Jay just come in? Let me start off there.
I was trying to ask about
the
the ground state
conversation.
of the ISS.
The conversation, as far as the experiment was concerned, started off with Brian's test of
Okay, perfect.
gas pressure without a container,
Exactly.
and then writing brought up the point. Well, how do you test it without a container? You can't really demonstrate it or show it, and then we did start off with the ISS, but then it kind of drifted onto that, and now we're here.
It came to the container, and now Jay is upset about him wanting to do a test or whatever. Where actually it was that this whole containment issue. I feel like there is like this conundrum going on. I don't know if anybody else has caught it, and now that it's been so many people talking, like I'm kind of losing my talking points. My head is still fuzzy from being sick, but it seemed like the conversation was about fuck. And now my son just woke up. I gotta go, guys. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, Metal Slugs, tell us what you're
Conversation
saying
is
about this
very fluid.
parsimony in science. Metal Slug was saying something about science has this principle of parsimony, which is extreme unwillingness to spend money or use resources.
Dude, I can't prove this at all, but what I think just happened is Eggshells just killed the conversation purposely. He just killed it.
You really don't like me, huh, Jay?
No, dude, it isn't about liking you or not. You know what I'm saying? But dude, I listen to you, right? And if I'm not on here, I'm listening to the live, right? And I'm very aware of your positions. And when it's convenient, you seem to be very wishy-washy. But then certain times, you seem to be very sure of yourself, right? Very scientific, very right. I'm trying to figure out where are you coming from with all of these different positions.
So my view is that you are a circle. What you are is a big circle of things you can do, right? And if you are stuck just being one way, then you're a small circle. You're like a half a circle, right? You're lopsided. If you can be confident but also uncertain and open to the fact that you might be wrong, the Earth might be flat, that maybe its carbs are bad for you, or broccoli is good, or carrots make you see better at night. If you say like maybe, you can do both things. You can be both confident in positions that you hold quite strongly, but you can also accept that you might be flawed and make mistakes. So it's about being both. I don't think people should be stuck just being arrogant pricks or uncertain idiots.
But wouldn't that be called like hubris when you're sure about something but really not? Like you understand? Isn't that what it's called? Isn't there a name for that?
Yeah, hubris is exactly the word for it. Yeah, absolutely nailed it. I 100% agree. So be both confident but aware of how big your circle is, right? If you can say like I can do these things, then it's not hubris. But if you're like, here's what I can do, and then there is, here's what I tell people I can do, let's say, then there is like disharmony there. There's like, I've been boasting and I'm not really that good. That would be hubris too, I think. Yeah, like or overestimating, which we all do All of us do it. So that's what Dunning-Kruger says. We all overestimate our understanding of every topic that we're not like experts on.
Interesting.
And I mean, is it possible? Is it possible that one can understand the topic without having to be a quote unquote expert?
Sure, sure.
Because I mean, I'm just gonna keep it like I'm just gonna keep right the way I understand it. Right, we seem to understand physics inherently. We might not be able to put the equations together and the numbers and do the whole whiteboard full of the numbers. We might not be able to do that because that seems to be a system that you learn, right? But we inherently just seem to understand that if we lean a little bit to the right, we're going to fall. We lean a little bit to the left, we're going to fall. If they throw a ball at us, we have to figure out how to put our hand right. And all those things seems to be physics, right? We have people that know how to parallel park fucking giant trucks, right? That they have to be throwing calculations every time they make a turn. They're making calculations in their head, right? We have people that do parkour that literally put their life in jeopardy over, flipping and don't you think they're doing calculations in their head as well? Also, people that skateboard, people that do any kind of sports, they're making some form of calculation, some trigonometry, something they're doing in their head. So to say that normal people are not able to understand these things simply because they are not able to put a fucking bullshit equation, I think that whole idea is deceptive.
I can get why it'd feel that way. Like it feels, if it sounds to you like some of what you're reacting to is that it sounds arrogant, that they're like, we know better than you and we know better than your own vestibular system. And you're like, if you're able to do all of this physics that you inherently get. Here's the thing. I think one of the things you raised that was really good was trucks, right? How you parallel park a truck. I don't know, but I have backed up trailers in cars before, and it is really counterintuitive. You don't really get it till you've done it wrong a bunch of times, right? I don't know if you've ever done it, but like your steering wheel's going backwards anyway because you're reversing, but you need to go like backwards by bizarre angles to try and keep it straight. And it's not something you inherently understand until your life has intersected with having to do it. And my life hasn't intersected with the shape of the planet. So I don't know what an ISS traveling at 17,000 miles an hour or 24,000 kilometers an hour, whatever it is, I would be able
See, but
to
that wouldn't be what we're talking about, though. Those are the kind of things that would be more number related, right? Because we can't go to the ISS, we can't physically touch it, right? So we only have words and numbers, and supposedly is going through this speed and that. You know what I'm saying? We don't. I don't think we have that inherent. Those things will have to be taught to us for us to be able to believe it. But the other things that I'm talking about also require some form of physics, some sort of numeric system that we have in our head that we just understand.
Sure. Would you? I would agree with that, because I think I often say physics as we understand it is like, if humans have been around for how long anthropologists think we've dug up bones, which could be way out of whack. I like, we can put it anywhere at any kind of range, but if it is anything close to 100,000 years, then all up until like your parents' generation, it was like people clubbing one another to death and stuff, right? There was very little law and order. And so I think we did need to understand physics, riding horses, chucking spears, firing arrows, watching out for people trying to do that to us, trying to figure out how fast we need to go to not get run over by that cow. For near and close things, I think you're right. I think we are unparalleled. We're far cleverer than most other animals if you look at what we do as athletics and stuff. When we understand it inherently, when we are experts at it, when we are among like 1% of people on Earth who can do this, that's when we really get those things. But I've never traveled at 24,000 kilometers an hour. So you're right. I absolutely agree. It just goes off into maths. It's like, mathematically, I get that they are falling around the planet at an extraordinary speed. In my gut, do I know what that would feel like? Not really, I've experienced weightlessness though. That's pretty cool.
In an elevator, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. The
Yes,
Tower of Terror, Disneyland. That's like my favorite ride. Or over at Great America, the whatever that was called. Like when you go up there in the Tower of Terror and they drop you and it's on the algorithm where you're constantly following it. You never know when to expect it. And if you didn't have a seatbelt on, you would just be floating. It's like the most amazing ride ever because you're floating, you're floating, you're floating, you're floating until it starts bringing you back up again, and that's when you start hitting that, okay, now that bottom belly, I'm coming back up. But there's like these quintessential moments of just like you're floating. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bizarre, cool feeling. But like, yeah, can you imagine that just continuing for weeks? Like, what? Where you would keep things, like all the different stuff you'd have to learn. It's, it would be weird. Yeah, so in essence, I don't really know. Like, my answer to.
So I saw a video the other day of this bird that they have like this technique that they do their nest that is like sewing, right? And I asked myself, human beings have to develop machines and teach themselves how to sew and then develop the yarn and even the metal and the plastic to be able to make the machines. But these creatures somehow, right? Not being humans, they're able to understand physically that if you put this hole and this yarn to this one and over that one, it tightens up, right? That seems to be, to me, that sounds like physics, right? But I'm pretty sure they didn't get taught by a human.
You said physics. It didn't get taught by you or by humans.
By humans, but I'm pretty sure they didn't learn it from us. What I'm trying to tell you is that maybe there was more to what people deem to be education or even knowledge, right? Maybe there's an entirely different way from that people actually gain knowledge, and it has nothing to do with education or quote unquote formal education.
Yeah, I could agree with formal education, but I mean, I still think that there are reliable methods to educate yourself about stuff, like read articles, read opposing opinions, find experts. There are methods that can help, right?
I would agree with you on everything other than the expert part. See, because I would beg to differ on what would you consider? Because I'm pretty sure if you were to describe to me what an expert is, it would not be the same as what I would describe as an expert, right? So it's highly subjective.
So let's start with less contentious topics then and see if we agree on experts. I'm worried that I've blown a head gasket in my car. Who would be the expert I would talk to on that? We both say mechanic, right? I think I've got a rotten tooth. Dentist, right? We'd all go to a dentist. I think I've got a rash on my skin. Maybe a doctor, could be a dermatologist. But you wouldn't go to a mechanic about the skin rash, would you? So
if it was a family member that knew about that thing, then yeah.
Yeah, like just the person in the shop when you want to ask products, that's your expert closest by that you go up to and you go, which of these phones has the most memory? Because I got to download lots of memes in order to get my check from NASA.
Yeah, those seems to be systems that we've developed, maybe somehow mimicking nature, because we seem to have these ants that they all seem to have their role. Some of them seem to be the helper. Some of them seem to be the enforcers. We also have this thing with the bees and how they handle themselves, right? So you're describing these the medical field and all these fields. They're all seems to be human developed systems, right? To pretty much replicate what has been going on in nature since the beginning of time.
Sure, yeah. And we might want to understand nature and what's been happening since the beginning of time. And I, for that, might go to a gardener who would understand nature, or a biologist or an anthropologist or something like that. And it does promote the question that you say we might not agree on who an expert is, because indeed, if you talked about some health things, and I won't get into them, let's not talk about them, but there would be people who would say there are different experts, is all I need to say about that. So we might get into debates about which is the better expert. For me, if I want to answer that debate, my shortcut is what are their results like? So if there's one mechanic says you need a whole new engine and another one says, no, I can change the head gasket, maybe the one that's claiming to be cheaper plans on turning around later and going, nah, it turns out you do need a new engine, but he's already got $1,000 out of me. I don't know, right? So if I look at past results, maybe just Google reviews, and I go, oh, he fixes lots of people's car. Great. You know what I mean?
Until yeah, your analogy is a good analogy. You know, until that day that you piss off the wrong Karen, right? And you don't fill her tires up appropriately, or do the minorest littlest thing that really had nothing to do with the job, and then she writes a bad review, and all of a sudden, the perception of the people, right? A false perception in this hypothetical, people would actually consider that false perception. So. What you're saying, the other is good in analogy. They're also highly subjective, which also begs the question: then who's right and then what is truth? Is do you have a truth? Do I have a truth? Is there a universal truth? Who holds it?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Not one person holds it, right? We're all. I think about it this way: we are all of us, myself most of all, wrong about most of the things we think we're right about, because. Provided there's much disagreement on the topic, but even on the shape of the earth, there's disagreement on the topic. So all of those views about abortion, about violence, about death penalties, about anything that we disagree with somebody on, if we anonymize the people, we immediately go, it's got to be 50-50. They can't both be right if they think the other one's wrong. In fact, they both could be wrong. So it's for me, disagreeing with any person, I'm worse than 50-50. That's the way I look at it.
Well, I tend to question the options, right? Option A or option B. Who's providing these options? Why should I go with option A? Why should I even consider option B? Right? Maybe there's an option C around there that I don't know about because I'm constantly being bombarded with option A and option B.
So then how come you're not thinking for yourself to be like, okay, there is option C, D, E, F, G, H, all the way through the alphabet into numbers and like everything. And then, that's what these debates are about. And that's why science and all conversation should allow for any kind of variable, any kind of anything. It's like Alex Jones was right how many fucking times, and everybody was like, "Oh, he's so crazy." Guess what? He was right, and he was right again. And he might have missed a few, but he was right. Like people
You
don't
remember what he
allow
used
for
to say?
variables. Like
You remember when he used to say the Chinese are coming? You remember those videos that he used to yell out, "The Chinese are coming!" And look, they fucking own everything over here.
There's so many different things. Like we need to allow for people to have freedom of speech and freedom of thought. And we can't say that we know, oh, because of this statistic, which all lie, because of this scientific paper that was peer reviewed. Yeah, follow the money, not the science. Because when you follow science, you end up just following the money. Like no matter what, like people just need to be free and be honest. Be honest, number one, with themselves. And especially not let their ego get in the way. Not be like, oh, well, I knew this thing. And then when they hear somebody say something different, like, well, no, I know this. It's like, well, take a minute, take a breath. Okay, well, I just heard something new. Let me sit on this for a second. Could this possibly be it? If you're in the middle of a live debate that is like a structured debate live on YouTube, like you're a modern day debate and somebody throws something at you, you're not going to just be like, at least I wouldn't be like, oh, wow, I just heard this new fact. And I'm like, that's stupid. I would be like, you know what? I haven't thought about that yet. Like, do you have more information on that? Or can I have a couple minutes to look this up? Or I might have to get back to you on that because I don't know yet. And I don't know what my logic, like, I want to process that. Like, people need to just slow down and not be so quick to be heated in the moment of like, I just want to attack the other person. Like, let's think
Okay,
together.
I have a question
Buddy,
for Shines.
Just
if you guys can
two
hear me.
secs, Moon. Just two secs, buddy, and I'll let you jump in. All right, just 2 secs, man. On a similar topic, Reckonor's got a question for you, writing, and also to the panel. And so, if the answer was revealed in 2 minutes that the Earth was absolutely the opposite of what you believe now, right? Sphere or otherwise, sphere or flat. How would you feel about your conduct, behaviour regarding the subject or related? So I think
I'd probably feel pretty guilty about some of the ad homs. Like I was getting a bit trolly the other day, and people kept going, "What does this evolve into?" And I got so sick of answering. I just kept saying, "Another flat earther." It's like I'd probably feel pretty silly about those things. I'd certainly feel very silly because there would obviously been some proofs you'd presented that I see what appear to me to be holes in it that obviously are staring me in the face and aren't holes, and what that says about my ability to discern fact from fiction. So I'd feel very silly. I don't think I'd feel guilty about my behaviour. I don't think I'm rude or unfair with people. I feel like I talk too much when I talk over Globers too.
definitely do talk too much.
That's about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
What
can I
about you,
ask my
Sean?
question now?
Well, I would say it's funny. I don't know what's happening lately, but I'm agreeing with writing more and more as the days go on, which, my first experience on Discord, the first day I was on here was on a live stream with writing, and I was like, I'm out of here. Like, fuck this shit. Like, so, he is growing on me as the days go by after, what has it been, like 2 years or something like that.
Thanks.
But I have to
Yeah,
say,
maybe
like,
you're gonna
I
be a
agree with
Glober
you
now, then.
because I wouldn't feel guilty for anything that because I'm not a mean person. I'm not a vindictive person. I'm not somebody that's like, I'm not like an evangelicist about my thoughts or like, you have to think this way. I'm a very free, I think that people should be free to think and explore. And so there will be times where I will hold people to the wall and hold myself to the wall, of, oh, we think this, oh, well, and so I will play the devil's advocate. And sometimes I can do that a little bit too much where it can really frustrate people. Plus, I overtalk people a lot, so that's probably an issue, so that's just self-reflection on anything. It doesn't matter whether the shape of the earth changed, like, it's just me bettering myself. So I would have to agree with writing, like, yeah, it's been a really good time, and if I was wrong about it and we knew for certain that it was this other, I don't even care if we were both wrong, or, even if I was right, I would still feel the way that I still need to better myself about the thinking and whatever, if that makes sense.
Yeah. All
Can
right.
I ask? So one follow up, sorry, of Sean's.
Just quickly, because Moon wants to
Think it
jump
would
in.
intersect with it all, or change, or make you think about your belief in God generally?
The shape of the earth would never change I think that there's a creator, no matter what.
Cool.
No matter what the
Yeah,
shape.
good.
I'm not religious, but I
Just
think
because
there's a
so many
creator.
flat earthers say like, I think it's because you want to hide God. I'm like, okay, so would that mean if you believe Paul? Yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
That was all I
it
was
wouldn't
curious
matter.
about.
It wouldn't matter.
All right. Okay, well, let's give Moon the floor. So away you go, Babs.
Go, Babs.
Right, I just have a quick question. Is there a way we can determine the shape of the Earth without taking measurements or without making any measurements?
Depends what you mean by determine, like to know with 100% certainty. I don't believe in that. I don't think that's a...
Yes, you can. You can. I believe so. Yeah. Especially when
I
you're saying
also
it's round.
believe that you can determine the shape. I also believe that you can determine the shape of the Earth by making measurements. That is possible. And why would you think that that's inconclusive writing?
As for the reasons I've been stating before, I think certainty is a maladaptive trait. I think it is bad for you. I think it makes you it makes me cranky. So I leave room for doubt so you don't ever prove things. Can you come to a high degree of probability that the Earth's about the Earth's shape without doing a measurement? Yeah, absolutely.
No, I think you can only come to a degree of certainty by making a measurement. If I took a tape measure and measured my height, I could tell that I'm 6 feet tall with a degree of certainty. Why would I have any doubts in regards to that specific measurement?
Yeah, that's saying the opposite of, like, that's the sort of denying the consequent or something. Like, I'm not saying that. That's still true. It is a good way. I just don't. For me, it's not the only way. A measurement absolutely would work. Sure.
Well, you're making it seem as if it's ambiguous. It wouldn't result in any kind of conclusive results by making measurements, but I doubt that that is actually true.
Can I ask what measurements you're talking about making that you are confident in?
I'm talking about making measurements of the Earth.
Yeah, I get that. So I'm saying, what measurements of the Earth are you talking about making? Like, yeah, we can stand somebody up and be like, okay, we're taking a measuring tape. This is how we constructed this measuring tape based off of, what we create as inches and feet and whatever. We can roll this up a person. We could even be wrong about that measuring tape because the person might have, not made it correctly. What is an inch? What is a foot? How did they actually create this? There
Well,
has
that
been
that
glitches
wasn't
in the
that
tape.
wasn't what my
But
question was. My question
exactly.
was, can you determine
Furthermore,
the shape of the Earth by making measurements? I didn't reference any specific measurements. The question
okay,
was
so you're
just
not
that.
referencing any measurements. You're not saying that we can
No.
measure it. You're saying, would you say that the Earth can be measured?
No, that is not my question. My question is, can you determine the shape of the Earth without making
Oh,
measurements?
determine the shape of the Earth. Sorry, you're really hard to hear. I don't know if anybody else is having an issue, but
Yeah,
it's
no,
really hard for me to hear you.
you
I
are
turned you up
fine.
to
But
200, and it's really hard for me to hear you. So, can we determine the shape of the Earth with measurements? I would
No,
say
no, no, no. That's not what I said. I said,
this is okay
can
for
you
you.
hear me now?
Sorry.
Is this better now?
A little bit, yeah.
yeah.
Can we determine the shape of the Earth without making measurements?
Oh, without
Can you
making
hear that?
measurements. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And now I heard it. Thank you, finally. I'm so sorry. It was really hard to hear you. Can we determine the shape of the Earth without making measurements? That's an interesting question. I think that it might be possible.
I don't think that it is possible.
I think that it might
Because
be.
what would you use as a reference to determine the shape of something if you haven't measured it?
Just because you're not measuring it doesn't mean that you can have like a pinpoint here, a pinpoint there. Somebody somewhere over there, they're witnessing something, they're doing something. It doesn't mean that you actually have to measure the distance between things. That you have to know the inches and miles or kilometers or whatever metric system that you're using.
Right, so what basis do you have to make any positive claims about the shape of Earth if they're not based on anything or any measurements?
I think that's a bit of a false dichotomy between have you measured something directly and you have no evidence. Like I've been sitting trying to think, what would I use to determine it? I think even a measurement could be wrong. So if we throw aside my sort of sophist hardline view for a moment, then say if I just say there are no corners to the Earth, because the only way you could make a measurement is by getting outside of it or something. But if you build from first principles, you say there are no corners to the Earth.